Section 0 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Introduction. The Journal of John Winthrop, founder of the colony of Massachusetts Bay in New England, recording the story of that colony during the first 19 years of its existence, must always have an interest not only for New England, but for America in general, and indeed for the world at large. Though a few Englishmen may have made a precarious lodgment on the New England coast before 1620, no proper settlements took place until December of that year, when the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth. 10 years later, in 1630, came Winthrop's company. After the lapse of another 10 years, during which time the English in New England increased to about 20,000, the immigration suddenly ceased. With the opening of the Long Parliament, the grievances which had driven into exile so many of the nonconformists no longer pressed heavily. For almost 200 years, the New England stock received no further accretion from home and almost no new elements. An isolated, homogeneous population, it multiplied largely within itself and began at the end of the 18th century to send its children westward. Footnote. Pelfrey, History of New England, Volume 1, Preface, in footnote. What the 20,000 Puritan Englishmen and their descendants have accomplished is worth taking note of. Almost at once, dating from the early years of the settlement, a curious reaction set back from the New World across the Atlantic. New England became the leader of Old England. As the combat deepened between court and parliament, the New England way began more and more to prevail, and the New England way was independency. This, finding such promoters as Cromwell, Milton, and Vane, at last resulted in the Commonwealth, a political construction short-lived, but under which England was indeed a mighty and puissant nation. Footnote. J. Wingate Thornton, The Historical Relations of New England to the English Commonwealth, Boston, 1874. Charles Borgood, Rise of Modern Democracy in Old and New England, page 37. J. K. Hosmer, Young Sir Harry Vane, page 66 and following. In footnote. As New England waxed in numbers, her vigor and influence continued to be impressively manifest. When 100 years had passed, the prenatal throes of the great federal republic were convulsing the 13 colonies which now fringed the coast of the Atlantic. In this agitation, New England had the initiative. Within her borders it was that a spirit of resistance to British encroachments upon freedom first awoke. It was her sons who devised most of the methods through which resistance became effective, and it was her soil which was first blood-stained when at last the clash took place. In establishing the United States, while Washington, Jefferson, Madison, Marshall, Hamilton are figures of supreme interest, the New Englanders James Otis, Franklin, Samuel, and John Adams were perhaps not less indispensable. Massachusetts, one of the 13, furnished probably more than 1/4 of the fighting men. Footnote. For a summary of authority on which to base the claim for New England's initiative in our Revolution, see J. K. Hosmer, Samuel Adams, page 11, et sequiari, in footnote. In the civilized world in general during the century and a quarter that has followed our Revolution, nations everywhere have accommodated themselves more and more to a democratic basis. Footnote. J. K. Hosmer, Short History of Anglo-Saxon Freedom, chapters 18, in footnote. And in this vast and widespread reconstruction, a live wire of influence may be traced back even to dynamos in the popularly governed communities that sprang out of the enterprise of Winthrop and Bradford. Nor is the vigor of the 20,000 and their children yet spent. It may be traced at the present moment in each one of the 46 United States and in the world beyond, in its ancient home, though wave after wave of newcomers, Celtic, Latin, Slav, have within the past 2 generations overswept the English seed which the Mayflower and Arbella with their little consorts distributed. It is the old stock that is still in the forefront. Winthrop, Bradford, Adams, Quincy, Lowell, Hoare, Sherman, Savage, Saltonstall, Brewster, Eliot, Phillips, Brooks, Emerson, Hawthorne, Endicott, Winslow, Cushman, Higginson, and many more are names in our own day, dominant, often brilliantly distinguished in various ways, the same names that are borne on the lists of men who shipped for New England when the Star Chamber and the High Commissioned Court were pressing with heavy hand. A stock so persistent, so virile, so widely eminent, claims attention in every period of its course, and naturally special interest attaches to its earliest American memorials. The discovery and restoration to Massachusetts of the long-lost journal of William Bradford, governor of Plymouth, was a matter of almost national rejoicing. A reprint of this is included in the present series. Footnote: Bradford's History of Plymouth Plantation, edited by W.T. Davis, in footnote. Scarcely less treasured is the Journal of John Winthrop, Governor of Massachusetts Bay, a reprint of which is here introduced, and what of the man and his book. The fortunes of the Winthrop family, footnote, Robert C. Winthrop, Life and Letters of John Winthrop, C. Harding Firth article, John Winthrop in Dictionary of National Biography, in footnote, were established by Adam Winthrop, whose life extended from 1498 to 1562. After a prosperous career as a clothier, he was granted the freedom of the city of London in 1526, and after 1548 was permitted to write himself armiger, or esquire, so attaining to the gentry. In 1544 he had obtained the manor of Groton in Suffolk, till then belonging to the monastery of Bury St. Edmunds, thus profiting, as did so many Englishmen, high and low-born, from the dissolution of the monasteries. A fine contemporary portrait presents a face marked by resolution and good sense, surmounted by such a cap as often marks the portraits of the Reformation period, the figure below attired in a rich fur-trimmed overgarment. His third son, Adam, being educated as a lawyer, reached responsibilities and distinctions that advanced the family. For 15 years, from 1594 to 1609, he was auditor of St. John's and Trinity Colleges, Cambridge. Dying in 1623, after being twice married, he left 4 daughters, their mother being a sister of Bishop John Still, and by a second wife, an only son, John, who became founder of the colony of Massachusetts Bay in New England. John Winthrop was born in 1588, his mother being Anne Brown, daughter of a well-to-do tradesman, through whom presumably the possessions of the Winthrops were enhanced. In boyhood, he was admitted to Trinity College, Cambridge, but his course was interrupted by a sudden marriage, at the age of 17, with Mary Forth, an heiress, the mother of John Winthrop, Jr., governor of Connecticut, and other sons and daughters. Mary Winthrop died in 1615, whereupon Winthrop speedily married Tom Zane Clopton, who, surviving only a year, he took his third wife, Margaret Tyndale, daughter of Sir John Tyndale. This lady, though dying before her husband in 1647, giving place to a fourth wife, is the Mistress Winthrop whom we know best. Footnote: Alice Morse Earl, Margaret Winthrop, 1895. J. Anderson, Margaret Tyndale, in Memorable Women of the Puritan Times, page 120 at Sequiari, 1862. End footnote. When John Winthrop thus in 1605 assumed, as we should say so prematurely, the responsibilities of a man, James I had been 2 years on the throne. From the days of Henry VIII, the family at Groton had been devoutly Protestant, a loyalty perhaps helped by the fact that a return of England to the ancient church would impair the title to their handsome estate. As the Church of England took shape with the sovereign at its head and the establishment of an elaborate hierarchy below, no family was more zealous for the new order than the Winthrops. From the old Romanism they held strictly aloof, and on the other hand they had nothing in common with the Separatists, the Protestants who, as the 16th century advanced, dissatisfied with what they held to be the halfway reformation of the established church, broke out from its fold in various extremes of belief. Far on in life, John Winthrop was destined to show sympathy with the ideas of Robert Brown, one of the best known and perhaps least esteemed among the Separatists, the founder of certain independent congregations, some of which were driven out of England for their refusal to submit to authority. But in an earlier time, while steadfast in their allegiance to the Church of England, it was with the so-called nonconformists that the Winthrops ranged themselves, the larger class who, when the sovereigns and higher prelates sought to set up a ritualistic order akin to the ecclesiasticism which the country had forsaken, declared for a ceremonial, simpler, and without Romish taint. From the family memorials, which have been preserved to a remarkable extent, we know that the elder Adam Winthrop, though for the most part a man of affairs, was intellectually active. Still more so was the second Adam, who, while managing the business of the Cambridge colleges, yet was a profuse inditer of letters and diaries. John Winthrop, carrying still farther the tradition, became one of the most voluminous of writers, letters, journals, and tracts and books, following each other abundantly from his youth to the day of his death. An atmosphere of stern Puritanism pervades the memorials of grandfather, father, and son. In particular, the letters of John Winthrop, even on the ordinary occasions of life, are so clouded by Calvinistic piety that it is hard to get, through the theologizing, the simple fact he desires to convey. Yet evidence is not wanting that the Winthrops in those early generations had plenty of worldly wisdom, steering shrewdly in the public turmoil, swelling the patrimony prudently by marriage ventures, and wasting nothing in unprofitable ventures. John Winthrop in private life was certainly an excellent husband, father, and householder, and as a citizen early obtained through good judgment, balance, and steadfast courage a wide influence among the Puritan gentry. Winthrop's plan for immigrating to America was not long entertained before it was carried out. In 1626 he became an attorney, and in 1628 a member of the Inner Temple, thus assuming positions which seemed to imply an intention of fixed residence. The earliest hint of his purpose to remove is conveyed in a letter to his wife of May 15, 1629, in which his discontent with the condition of England is made plain with an intimation of his future course. Charles I had just dissolved Parliament, the antagonism between the High Church and prerogative men on the one hand and those of a freer spirit on the other having become acute. To earnest men of Winthrop's views, England was becoming a place no longer fit to dwell in. He had passed into middle age and was bound by many ties to his native land, but he now embarked upon an enterprise of the boldest. As Winthrop here turns his face toward the New World, we must note briefly the facts of its exploration and settlement up to this time. Footnote, Pelfrey, History of New England, Volume 1, in footnote. The basis of the English claim to rights in North America rested on the discoveries of Cabot. Since the French were equally well provided with the title through the voyage of Verrazano, a contention arose not settled until the days of Pitt and Wolfe. In the first years of the 17th century lived in southern England an active knight, Sir Ferdinando Gorges, who, though bearing a name of Spanish or Italian sound, was nevertheless a thorough Englishman in quality and birth. Associated with the Earl of Essex in Elizabeth's time, he drew upon himself and probably merited odium by letter testifying against him. But he was persistent and courageous, and after a career against Spain in the Navy received the post of Governor of Plymouth. Gorges, in connection with Sir John Popham, Chief Justice of the King's Bench, brought into existence in 1606 the Virginia Company, a corporation with a patent from the King, which presently divided into two sections known as the London Company and the Plymouth Company, set forth strenuously to possess the great territory. The earliest result of the effort was Jamestown, founded in 1607. The attempts farther north were at first less successful. A colony sent to the Kennebec neighborhood by Gorges and Popham in 1607, disheartened by misfortune and winter severities, had no success. Popham died, but Gorges continued indefatigable. His enterprises followed each other, never resulting in anything more than little groups of fishermen or traders clinging precariously to the coast. As the century proceeded and in New England the strife arose between king and parliament, Sir Ferdinando sided with the king. The successes in New England colonization were won by the Puritans, but for many a year, as Winthrop's journal often evidences, the enterprises of the Old Cavalier in Maine and New Hampshire disquieted the Puritan plantations. Of the settlement of the Mayflower Pilgrims no account is required here. Footnote, see Bradford's History, edited by W.T. Davis, in footnote. In the years following their establishment in 1620, Bradford's colonists ranged north and south, making well known the coast of New England from Manhattan, where the Dutch had fixed themselves in 1613, to the region of Maine, where they met the French from Port Royal and its outposts. Adventurers from Plymouth, or brought in by the ships which now frequented these waters, settled around Massachusetts Bay. Thomas Weston attempted a post at Wessagusset, now Weymouth, in 1622. Thomas Morton, in 1625, was at Merrymount. John Oldham at Hull or Natascott. William Blackstone built a house on the peninsula of Trymount, as did Thomas Walford at Mishawum, now Charlestown, and Samuel Maverick at Winnisimmett, now Chelsea. A few years after the Mayflower's coming, an enterprise more markedly Puritan than before sought to gain a footing on Cape Ann. Its ruling spirit was John White, minister of Dorchester in England. Forsaking the bleak promontory for Namkiag, now Salem, and receiving reinforcements, among whom John Endicott in 1628 and Francis Higginson in 1629 were the leaders, these planters were the immediate precursors of the settlement with which at present we have to deal. The London Company, the part of the Virginia Company designed to exploit the southern field, falling into difficulties and incurring the royal displeasure, Gorges and his friends obtained in 1620 a new incorporation, the Council for New England. Its membership was distinguished, and the territory which it was authorized to administer extended from sea to sea between the 40th and 48th parallels. In 1628, this Council for New England granted to Sir Henry Roswell, Sir John Young, Thomas Southcote, John Humphrey, John Endicott, and Simon Whitcomb, Massachusetts, a strip running from sea to sea with its northward limit 3 miles north of the Merrimack and its southward limit 3 miles south of the Charles. That this grant became something more than a mere voluntary partnership without corporate powers is due especially to the agency of John White of Dorchester. He was zealous and widely influential among the Puritans, and it is attributed to him that, the company having been more enlarged by royal charter, a corporation was sanctioned under the title of the Governor and the Company of the Massachusetts Bay in New England. The charter gave power forever to the freemen of the company to elect each year a governor, deputy governor, and 18 assistants on the last Wednesday of Easter term, and to make laws consistent with those of England. 4 meetings were to be regularly held with provision also for special occasions. The magistrates were empowered to administer the oaths of supremacy and allegiance. New associates might be admitted, and the corporation was empowered to defend itself against attack by sea or land. As to religious liberty, the charter has nothing to say. Footnote: the venerable document is still preserved in the office of the Secretary of State in Massachusetts. The text is given in Poor's Charters and Constitutions and elsewhere in footnote. Under this charter, a new government was now organized, April 30th, 1629. 13 councilors were elected to hold office for a year, of whom 7 beside the governor were to be appointed by the company at home. These 8 were to appoint 3 others, and 2 remaining were to be elected by the old planters, the men on the spot, the pioneers of the colony. Matthew Cradock, a London merchant of repute, who appears later in the Long Parliament, being named as governor, instructs Endicott, who had gone over the previous year, and his agent, that the propagation of the gospel is, quote, the thing they do profess above all other aims, end quote. The colonists are to be carefully watched and restrained. Tobacco is to be cultivated only under severe restrictions. Massachusetts Bay, by which then understood Boston Harbor and its neighborhood, is to be secured. Persons who may prove, quote, not conformable to their government, end quote, shall not be allowed to remain within the limits of their grant. 6 vessels were now dispatched, containing 300 men, 80 women and maids, 26 children, 140 head of cattle, and 40 goats, with all needful furnishings and appliances. Francis Higginson, the most interesting figure of this large and well-provided company, was a Cambridge scholar of Emmanuel College, and later had been rector of the church in Leicestershire. Cotton Mather, writing in 1627, gives a tradition of Higginson which perhaps may be accepted. Footnote: Magnalia Christi Americana, Book 3, Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 12. In footnote, quote, they sailed from the Isle of Wight about the 1st of May, 1629, and when they came to the Land's End, Mr. Higginson, calling up his children and other passengers to the stern of the ship to take their last sight of England, said, we will not say, as the separatists were wont to say at their leaving of England, farewell Babylon, farewell Rome, but we will say, farewell, dear England, farewell the Church of God in England, and all the Christian friends there. We do not go to New England as separatists from the Church of England, though we cannot but separate from the corruptions in it, but we go to practice the positive part of church reformation, and propagate the gospel in America, end quote. He concluded with a fervent prayer for the king and church and state in England, and all the Christian friends there. The 6 ships, though not sailing together, all arrived in June, and at once the plantation, till then but an unorganized knot of adventurous people, became established as a proper community. Steps were taken to form a church with Samuel Skelton for teacher and Higginson for pastor. Footnote: in important churches the heavy duty made 2 ministers necessary, whose functions seem to have differed little, though one was called pastor and the other teacher. See Mr. Davis's note in Bradford, page 26, in footnote. Even thus early can be noted a drifting away from old moorings. Whereas Higginson, in his affectionate leave-taking just quoted, disclaimed sympathy with the separatists and spoke with love of the Church of England. Now the Plymouth separatists were invited to the ordination, Bradford and other delegates taking pains to come. Though the Plymouth men did not arrive in time to take part, they gave their sanction to the ceremonies, which showed a wide departure from church methods, a laying on of hands and other forms of consecration, more than foreshadowing the congregationalism that was about to prevail. At once appeared disapproval of such departures from the old order. The brothers John and Samuel Brown, prominent among the councilors, took exception to the new religious methods, setting up worship with the Book of Common Prayer and leading a group faithful to the old church. These men were promptly seized and sent back to England, Endicott being the leader, and here began the policy of intolerance, so marked a feature of early New England. Since the 17th century, the civilized world has come to see in toleration one of the first virtues of community. The narrowness of the founders of New England has received heavy condemnation. It was a marked trait, and Winthrop's journal illustrates its prevalence in the record of each year. But the intolerance of our forefathers has found apologists and authorities whom we must respect. Says Palfrey, quote, "Religious intolerance is criminal whenever it is not necessary to the public safety. It is simply self-defense whenever tolerance would be public ruin. It is an idle casuistry which condemns the earlier comer and the stronger possessor for insisting on the unshared occupation of his place of residence. It is preposterous to maintain that the right to exclude is not his, or that its exercise is not his bounden duty." End quote. Footnote. Palfrey, Volume 1, page 300. See also H.M. Dexter, as to Roger Williams, and John A. Vinton, The Antinomian Controversy of 1637. For strong arraignments of the Puritans, see Peter Oliver, Puritan Commonwealth, and Brooks Adam, Emancipation of Massachusetts. See also an interesting passage in C.F. Adams, 3 Episodes of Massachusetts History, Volume 1, page 248, and footnote. Of the early New England intolerance, first plainly shown in the persecution of the Browns, and so often appearing during the period with which we have to do against antinomians, familists, Baptists, Quakers, Catholics, this may certainly be said that, although unamiable, repulsive indeed to the modern spirit, it preserved the colony from being wiped out of existence. The first enterprise after the plantation had been, so to speak, set on its feet after Higginson's arrival was the dispatching of a party to survey and occupy Mishawum, now Charlestown, on Massachusetts Bay, an undertaking enjoined by the heads of the company, who feared a forestalling by Englishmen not of their company who might assert rights under a supposed patent issued to Gorges. Before the summer of 1629 closed, therefore, the Salem men, for the Indian name of Niamkiag was now exchanged for a Hebrew title, occupied a point on what is now Boston Harbor, which henceforth became the center of interest in the story of New England. Meantime, important events were taking place in England, the public trouble becoming always more acute, caused many men to despair of England, and on August 26th, a company of such persons, possessing means and good position, meeting at Cambridge, resolved as follows. Quote, "We will be ready in our persons, and with such of our several families that are to go with us, to embark for New England by the 1st of March next. Provided always that before the last of September next, the whole government, together with a patent for the said plantation, to be first legally transferred." End quote. Footnote. Hutchinson Papers, Prince Society, edition 1, 28. The first suggestion of a transfer of the government and patent came from Matthew Cradock. Such a transference was pronounced legal by the lawyers consulted, though since that time the transformation of a license for a trading corporation into a charter for a political establishment has been pronounced fraudulent and without color of the law. Footnote. Oliver, Puritan Commonwealth, page 19 at Sequiari. See Palfrey's Argument and Citations, Volume 1, page 306. In footnote. These 12 considerable men, of most of whom Winthrop's journal has much to record, were Sir Richard Saltonstall, Thomas Dudley, William Vassall, Nicholas West, John Winthrop, Kellam Brown, Isaac Johnson, John Humphrey, John Sharp, Increase Noel, William Pynchon, and William Colburn. Footnote. Winthrop, Life and Letters, Volume 1, page 347, in footnote. On September 19, 1629, Winthrop's presence on a committee at a court of the company is recorded, on which date, therefore, began his active part in the momentous undertaking. Winthrop writes July 28, 1629, quote, "My brother Downing and myself riding into Lincolnshire by Ely, my horse fell under me in a bog in the fens, so I was almost to the waist in water, but the Lord preserved me from further danger, blessed be his name." End quote. Footnote. Ibid, Volume 1, page 304. In footnote. Winthrop here had a narrow escape, perhaps from death, on the threshold of his New England service. Emmanuel Downing, his companion, we shall often encounter hereafter. The two rode out of Suffolk to meet at Simpringham Isaac Johnson, son-in-law of the Earl of Lincoln. Another son-in-law was John Humphrey, both men embarked in the New England experiment. This visit of Winthrop, which so nearly proved disastrous, had no doubt an important relation to his decision. On October 20th, at a court held at the house of Thomas Goff, Winthrop was elected governor, Humphrey deputy governor, and 18 other assistants. Humphrey's departure from England being delayed, Thomas Dudley became deputy governor in his place. Winthrop, now 42 years old, had gone through experiences to ripen him thoroughly. He had thrice married, had many children and grandchildren. He had a property of 600 or 700 pounds a day, perhaps equivalent to 8 times as much at the present day. In administering this and in discharging the functions of the legal profession which he had followed many years, he had gained a wide knowledge of affairs and exhibited abilities which made him conspicuous. Footnote. Winthrop, Life and Letters, Volume 1, page 348. In footnote. All efforts were now bent toward the equipment and dispatch of an expedition such had never before left England for America. When things were ready, Reverend John Cotton, selected probably as being the most noted of the nonconformist divines of the times, proceeded to Southampton to the assembling fleet and performed the same office which had been performed 10 years before by John Robinson on the departure of the Plymouth Pilgrims from Delfshaven. Cotton's sermon, God's Promise to His Plantation, is still extant. Footnote: Old South Leaflet, number 53, in footnote. Leaving Winthrop to tell the further story of the Massachusetts settlement, it is now in place to describe the venerable manuscript and the fortunes that have befallen it. The journal was contained in 3 notebooks, which appear to have been cared for after Winthrop's death in 1649 by his Connecticut descendants. The first notebook has no title, but the second and third were inscribed by him, Continuation of the History of New England. A misnomer certainly, for of New England outside of Massachusetts Bay it is a most imperfect account. The 3 manuscripts were in the hands of the older New England historians, William Hubbard, Cotton Mather, and Thomas Prince. In a Revolutionary period, Governor Jonathan Trumbull of Connecticut became interested in the journal. But 2 notebooks, however, had come back to the Connecticut Winthrops, the third manuscript for a time being lost. Governor Trumbull and his intelligent secretary, John Porter, carefully deciphered and copied the 2 documents, and the transcript coming to the notice of Noah Webster, of dictionary fame, he caused it to be printed at Hartford in 1790, himself furnishing a short introduction and a few notes. The value of the journal was generally recognized, and much regret was felt that the work was incomplete. It was an occasion of rejoicing, therefore, when in 1816 the long-lost 3rd book of the manuscript was discovered in the tower of the Old South Church in Boston. Its publication, as an addition to the Hartford book of 1790, was at once undertaken by the Massachusetts Historical Society, the work being committed to the editorship of James Savage, a young and zealous member. Savage was a man most accurate and indefatigable. Having transcribed the 3rd notebook, he proceeded to compare the 1790 publication with the 1st and 2nd notebooks which it reproduced. He found that the work of his predecessors, though in general correct, contained many minor inaccuracies. He concluded that a new transcription of the 2 notebooks was necessary, and planned to supplement the text with an elaborate body of notes. The Massachusetts Historical Society having secured legislative aid, the work was vigorously prosecuted, and in 1825 to 1826 the entire journal appeared, profusely annotated, in 2 substantial well-printed volumes, entitled The History of New England from 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop, Esquire, 1st Governor of the Colony to the Massachusetts Bay. The Winthrop of 1825 to 1826 took its place at once in the minds of men as the foundation of Massachusetts history, and the importance of the services of Savage was universally recognized. He became henceforth a man of mark, attained to the position of president of the Massachusetts Historical Society, and devoted himself to the genealogical and antiquarian work into which he had been led through his labors upon Winthrop. When, after 25 years, the edition of 1825 to 1826 was out of print, he revised his work, making some additions to his notes, and gave to the world in 1853 a new edition. This, too, after having served a most excellent purpose for more than half a century, is out of print, making necessary still another reproduction. Savage, having long since passed, greatly honored to his account, the present editor, with the approval of the general editor of the series, has proceeded as follows. First, he has adopted without change the transcript of the text made by Savage. Careful tests of the accuracy of Savage's work here have been made, a comparison having been instituted in many parts between the original and the copy. It is plain that Savage was in the highest degree painstaking, and the examination renders it certain that the transcript cannot well be more correct. Savage, as many think unfortunately, modernized Winthrop's spelling and wrote out in full abbreviated words. It is desirable that the manuscript as it lies in the archives of the Massachusetts Historical Society should be carefully photographed. Some day, perhaps, it will be worthwhile to describe and reprint verbatim et literatum. As regards historical ends, however, Winthrop's record is satisfactorily rendered by Savage, and to make a new transcript is unnecessary. It must be said that the 2nd notebook of the original, while in Savage's hands, was through ill luck in 1825 destroyed by fire. This portion of the record, therefore, is extant only in the copies. Secondly, as to the annotation, the work of Savage has been replaced in the present reprint by a scheme much more compendious and simple. The former editor had peculiarities of character making him personally racy and interesting, but impairing the excellency of his commentary. His successor in the presidency of the Massachusetts Historical Society, Mr. Charles Francis Adams, aptly compares him to Dr. Samuel Johnson. Like Johnson, Savage, while most laborious, scrupulously honest, and always resolute and unshrinking, was testy, prejudiced, and opinionated. He was prone to measure by small local standards. These peculiarities constantly appear in his notes, which are often in a high degree prolix, in some portions of the books largely exceeding in bulk the text. They are encumbered with genealogies of unimportant people and details as to trivial events in obscure localities. While possessed thus by the spirit of the county antiquarian rather than the broad temper of the proper historian, his hates and loves, equally undiscriminating, are curiously, often amusingly manifest. He has his betes noires, like William Hubbard, Thomas Weldon, Cotton Mather, whom he cannot mention without dealing a stout Johnsonian cuff, and also his favorites, of whose shortcomings he was always blandly unconscious. It will be worthwhile some day to reprint the vast body of Savage's notes, not only because they are mine of learning, bearing often upon trifles, but often, too, upon important things, but also because the annotation has much interest as a human document, pleasantly tart from the individuality of a quaintly provincial but sincere and vigorous mind. Footnote. In 1906, a fine bust of Savage was placed in the rooms of the Massachusetts Historical Society, on which occasion he was elaborately and happily characterized by the president, Mr. Charles Francis Adams. See Proceedings of the Society for that year, in footnote. In making the notes to the present edition, the point of view sought has been that of a student of history in a large sense. The Anglo-Saxon race is but one of the races of the world. The United States forms but one of the English-speaking nations. Massachusetts is one of 46 commonwealths, the story of each of which is an essential part of the story of our country. There are many other settlements upon our shores besides those made by Englishmen, and several other English settlements besides that guided by Winthrop, which have affected powerfully America and the world. Winthrop's journal is only one among a group of interesting records, an important one of the group, but the incidents it relates must not be unduly magnified. Just proportioning must not be neglected in the perspective. In the notes, nothing more has been attempted than to make plain the language of the narrative, to fill out the story when too meagerly related, and to describe more at length the principal personages. Winthrop's work is rough and hurried. He probably intended to base upon it an account more carefully written. It needs to be supplemented, but the attempt has been made to do no more than is necessary to a clear understanding. The work of preparing this edition has been done in the Boston Public and Harvard libraries, with some use also of the Boston Athenaeum, and especially of the original manuscripts in the archives of the Massachusetts Historical Society. Nearly all of the literature extant bearing upon the topic has been at hand. Winthrop and his circle left many letters and documents that are illuminative, which are contained in the appendix to Savage's edition, in Robert C. Winthrop, Life and Letters of John Winthrop, and in the collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society, 4th Series, Volumes 5 and 7, 1863-1865, and 5th Series, Volume 1, 1871. The manuscripts of the Winthrop family, extant to a remarkable degree, are also preserved by the Society. The Massachusetts colonial records, complete from the year 1630, the records of the First Church in Boston, and of the neighboring church is now in general printed, letters of Thomas Dudley and of other companions, Johnson's Wonder-working Providence, Ward's Simple Cobbler of Agawam, Thomas Morton's New English Canaan, and the narrative of Bradford, Governor of Plymouth, tracts and sermons of John Cotton and other ministers. These and many more contemporary documents throw light on the time. Of the general histories of New England and Massachusetts written since Winthrop's time, may be mentioned as secondary authorities of more or less value. Hubbard, General History of New England from 1620 to 1680, published about the latter date. Cotton Mather, Magnalia Christi Americana, 1702. Prince, Chronological History of New England, 1736. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, 1764. Berry, History of Massachusetts, 1855. Palfrey, History of New England, 1858. Justin Winsor, Narrative and Critical History of America, Volume 3, and Memorial History of Boston, Volume 1. Special phases of Massachusetts history, including aspects of Winthrop's community, are treated in C.F. Adams' 3 Episodes of Massachusetts History, 1892, Oliver, The Puritan Commonwealth, 1856, Brooks Adams, The Emancipation of Massachusetts, 1893, Ellis, The Puritan Age and Rule, 1888, M.C. Tyler, History of American Literature, Volume 1, 1887-1897, and J.A. Doyle, English in America, Volume 2, 1887. The biographical dictionaries of John Eliot and William Allen, both published in 1809, and the genealogical dictionary of Savage, relating especially to New England, are valuable. All these have aided the present editor in his work. In the case of many notes, however, the information has been condensed from the learning of Savage, and sometimes his work has been quoted in full. James Kendall Hosmer. End of section 0. Section 1 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 1, 1630. There are 3 footnotes for the first page. The first footnote corresponds to the text Easter Monday and reads as follows. The use of the designation Easter Monday is significant. Winthrop has not yet broken from the Church of England and retains the ecclesiastical name. After reaching New England came a sudden dropping of all reference to church holidays. Note that in Winthrop's chronology, March is the first month of the year and February the 12th. September, October, November, and December becoming thus literally the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th months. As to New Year's Day, an awkward diversity prevailed in the 17th century. It was sometimes the 1st, sometimes the 25th of March. In the journal, New Year's Day is generally March 1st, but not always. Winthrop gives dates sometimes by means of 2 numerals, the first denoting the month, the second the day. For instance, 7,6 is the 6th of September. More rarely the day precedes. Sometimes MO period stands before the figure denoting a month. When but one number precedes an entry, it usually denotes the day, the month number having been given previously once for all when the month begins. In footnote. The second footnote corresponds to the name Arbella, which is the name of their ship. And the footnote reads as follows. The ship was named for the Lady Arbella Johnson, who was of the company. In footnote. The third footnote corresponds to the phrase Mr. Cradock and reads as follows. Matthew Cradock, a rich London merchant, the first head of the Massachusetts Company, who, however, never came to the colony. A noteworthy service of Cradock's was the proposal July 28, 1629, to transfer the government by the company from London to the colony itself, a measure fraught with important consequences. Cradock maintained a small plantation on the Mystic River. He was a member of the Long Parliament and is believed to have died about 1644. In footnote. Anno Domini, 1630, March 29, Easter Monday. Riding at the Cows, near the Isle of Wight, in the Arbella, a ship of 350 tons, whereof Captain Peter Milbourne was master, being manned with 52 seamen and 28 pieces of ordnance, the wind coming to the north by west the evening before. In the morning there came aboard us Mr. Cradock, the late governor, and the masters of his 2 ships, Captain John Lowe, master of the Ambrose, and Mr. Nicholas Hurlston, master of the Jewel, and Mr. Thomas Beecher, master of the Talbot, which 3 ships rode then by us, the Charles, the Mayflower, footnote. This has been supposed to be the Mayflower of the Plymouth Pilgrims, end footnote. The William and Francis, the Hopewell, the Whale, the Success, and the Trial, being still at Hampton, footnote, Southampton, end footnote, and not ready. Where upon conference it was agreed that, in regard it was uncertain when the rest of the fleet would be ready, these 4 ships should consort together, the Arbella to be admiral, footnote, in modern phrase, flagship, end footnote, the Talbot, vice admiral, the Ambrose rear admiral, and the Jewel a captain, and accordingly articles of consortship were drawn between the said captains and masters, whereupon Mr. Cradock took leave of us, and our masters gave him a farewell with 4 or 5 shot. About 10 of the clock we weighed anchor and set sail, with the wind at north, and came to an anchor again over against Yarmouth, and the Talbot weighed likewise, and came and anchored by us. Here we met with a ship of Hampton, called the Plantation, newly come from Virginia. Our captain saluted her, and she us again, and the master, one Mr. Graves, came on board our ship, and stayed with us about 2 or 3 hours, and in the meantime his ship came to an anchor by us. Tuesday the 30th. In the morning, about 10 of the clock, the wind being come to the west with fair weather, we weighed and rowed nearer Yarmouth. When we came before the town, the castle put forth a flag, our captain saluted them, and they answered us again. The Talbot, which rowed farther off, saluted the castle also. Here we saw, close by the shore of the Isle of Wight, a Dutch ship of 1,000 tons, which, being bound to the East Indies about 2 years since, in passing through the Needle, struck upon a rock, and being forced to run ashore to save her men, could never be weighed since, although she lies a great height above the water, and yet she hath some men aboard her. Wednesday, 31st. The wind continued west and southwest with rain. Our captain and some of our company went to Yarmouth for supply of wood and other provisions. Our captain was still careful to fill our empty casks with water. Thursday, April 1st. The wind continued very strong at west and by south with much rain. Friday the 2nd. We kept it fast aboard our ship in the Talbot. The wind continued still very high at west and south and rainy. In the time of our fast, 2 of our landmen pierced a runlet of strong water and stole some of it, for which we laid them in bolts all the night, and the next morning the principal was openly whipped, and both kept with bread and water that day. Saturday the 3rd. The wind continued still at west and with continual storms and rain. Sunday the 4th. Fair, clear weather. In the morning the wind west and by north, but in the afternoon south-southwest. This evening the Talbot weighed and went back to the Cows, because her anchor would not hold here, the tide set with so strong a race. Monday, the 5th. The wind still west and south, with fair weather. A maid of Sir Richard Saltonstall, footnote, Sir Richard Saltonstall, son of a Lord Mayor of London, was founder of a family prominent in every generation of Massachusetts history, and still well maintained. The knight himself returned to England, leaving sons to transmit the name, in footnote. Fell down at the grating by the cookroom, but the carpenter's man, who occasioned her fall unwittingly, caught hold of her with incredible nimbleness and saved her. Otherwise she had fallen into the hold. Tuesday, 6th. Captain Burleigh, captain of Yarmouth Castle, a grave, comely gentleman and of great age, came aboard us and stayed breakfast, and offering us much courtesy, he departed, our captain giving him 4 shot out of the forecastle for his farewell. He was an old sea captain in Queen Elizabeth's time, and, being taken prisoner at sea, was kept prisoner in Spain 3 years. Himself and 3 of his sons were captains in Roe's voyage. Footnote, doubtless the voyage which Sir Thomas Roe made it to Guiana in 1610, in footnote. The wind was now come about to northeast with very fair weather. In the afternoon, Mr. Cradock came aboard us and told us that the Talbot, Jewel, and Ambrose were fallen down into Stokes Bay, intending to take their way by St. Helens Point, and that they desired we could come back to them. Hereupon we came to council, and we wrote unto them to take the first opportunity of the wind to fall down to us, and Mr. Cradock presently went back to them, our captain giving him 3 shot out of the steerage for a farewell. Our captain called over our landmen, and tried them at their muskets, and such as were good shot among them were enrolled to serve in the ship, if occasion should be. The Lady Arbella and the gentlewoman, and Mr. Johnson, footnote, Mr. Isaac Johnson and his wife, Lady Arbella, daughter of the Earl of Lincoln, were in position and wealth the most important members of the ship's company. Johnson, a gentleman of Rutlandshire, contributed to the enterprise more liberally than any other, and was very zealous. It was a severe blow to the colony that the death of the Lady Arbella occurred in August, but 2 months after the arrival, followed next month by that of her husband, in footnote. And some others went on shore to refresh themselves. Wednesday, the 7th. Fair weather, the wind easterly, in the morning a south gale, but in the afternoon it came about to the south. This afternoon our other consorts came up to us, and about 10 or 12 Flemings, and all anchored by us, and the masters of the Jewel and of the Ambrose came aboard us, and our captains, and they went to shore. Towards night there came from the west a Fleming, a small man of war, with a Brazil man which he had taken prize, and came to anchor by us. Thursday, the 8th. About 6 in the morning, the wind being east and north by fair weather, we weighed anchor and set sail, and before 10 we got through the Needles, having so little wind as we had much to do to stem the tide, so as the rest of our fleet, we being 9 in all, whereof some were small ships, which were bound for Newfoundland, could not get out all then till the ebb. In the afternoon the wind came south and west, and we were becalmed, so as being not able to get above 3 or 4 leagues from the Needles, our captain tacked about, and putting his 4 sheets aback stays, he stayed for the rest of the fleet, and as they came by us we spake to them, and about 8 in the evening we let fall an anchor, intending to stop till the ebb. But before 10 at night the wind came about to the north a good gale, so we put a light in the poop, and weighed and set sail, and by daylight Friday night we were come to Portland. But the other ships, being not able to hold up with us, we were forced to spare our mainsail, and went on with a merry gale. In the morning we descried from the top 8 sail astern of us, whom Captain Lau told us he had seen at Dunrose in the evening. We supposing they might be Dunkirkers, footnote, Dunkirk was then a possession of Spain, at that time at war with England, in footnote. Our captain caused the gunroom and the gun deck to be cleared, All the hammocks were taken down, our ordnance loaded, and all our powder chests and fireworks made ready, and our landmen quartered among the seamen, and 25 of them appointed for muskets, and every man written down for his quarter. The wind continued north, with fair weather, and after noon it calmed, and we still saw those 8 ships to stand toward us. Having more wind than we, they came up apace, so as our captains and the masters of our consorts were more occasioned to think that they might be Dunkirkers, for we were told at Yarmouth that there were 10 sail of them waiting for us. Whereupon we all prepared to fight with them, and took down some cabins which were in the way of our ordnance. And out of every ship were thrown such bed matters as were subject to take fire, and we heaved out our longboats, and put up our waistcloths, and drew forth our men, and armed them with muskets and other weapons, and instruments for fireworks. And for an experiment our captain shot a ball of wildfire fastened to an arrow out of a crossbow, which burnt in the water a good time. The Lady Arbella and the other women and children were removed into the lower deck that they might be out of danger. All things being thus fitted, we went to prayer upon the upper deck. It was much to see how cheerful and comfortable all the company appeared, not a woman or child that showed fear, though all did apprehend the danger to have been great, if things had proved as might well be expected. For there had been 8 against 4, and the least of the enemy's ships were reported to carry 30 brass pieces. But our trust was in the Lord of hosts, and the courage of our captain, and his care and diligence did encourage us much. It was now about 1 of the clock, and the fleet seemed to be within a league of us. Therefore our captain, because he would show he was not afraid of them, and that he might see the issue before night should overtake us, tacked about and stood ready to meet them, and when we came near we perceived them to be our friends. The little Neptune, a ship of some 20 pieces of ordnance, and her 2 consorts bound for the Straits, a ship of Flushing and a Frenchman, and 3 other English ships bound for Canada and Newfoundland. So when we drew near, every ship, as they met, saluted each other, and the musketeers discharged their small shot, and so, God be praised, our fear and danger was turned into mirth and friendly entertainment. Our danger being thus over, we espied 2 boats on fishing in the channel, so every of our 4 ships manning out a skiff, and we brought out of them great store of excellent fresh fish of divers sorts. Saturday, the 10th. The wind at east and by north, a handsome gale with fair weather. By 7 in the morning we were come over against Plymouth. About noon the wind slacked, and we were come within sight of the Lizard, and towards night it grew very calm and a great fog, so as our ships made no way. This afternoon Mr. Hurlston, the master of the Jewel, came aboard our ship, and our captain went in a skiff aboard the Ambrose and the Neptune, of which one Mr. Andrew Cole was master. There he was told that the bark Warwick was taken by the Dunkirkers, for she came single out of the Downs about 14 days since, intending to come to us to the White, but is never heard of since. She was a pretty ship of about 80 tons and 10 pieces of ordnance, and was set out by Sir Ferdinando Gorges, Captain Mason. Footnote: Sir Ferdinando Gorges, already described in the introduction, an important figure in the settlement of New England. He failed in Maine in 1607, nor were other enterprises more successful. The successes of the Leyden Pilgrims in 1620 encouraged further trial. In 1622 he became connected with Captain John Mason, an adventurous London merchant, and the 2 obtained a patent for a tract bounded by the Merrimack and Kennebec rivers and running back to the lakes which were the sources. In 1623 Gorges made an establishment at the mouth of the Piscataqua. In 1629 Mason obtained a new patent for New Hampshire, and Mason and Gorges and others a patent for Laconia further inland. Through Gorges and Mason, Winthrop's colony was embarrassed from the first and soon brought close to ruin. A scheme was attempted for organizing a colony to extend from the St. Croix to Maryland, which would have involved an abrogation of the Massachusetts Charter. This fell through by reason of the commotions at home preceding the Civil War. But in 1639 Gorges was confirmed as Lord Palatine of Maine, and taking the royal side, vexed to his life's end his Puritan neighbors. He died soon after the beginning of the Civil War. End footnote. And others, for discovery of the Great Lake in New England. Footnote. The Lake of the Iroquois, or Lake Champlain. The Warwick sailed for the Laconia Company under the Laconia patent of November 17, 1629. End footnote. So as to have intercepted the trade of beaver. The master of her was one Mr. Wetherell, whose father was master of one of the cattle ships which we left at Hampton. This day 2 young men, falling at odds in fighting, contrary to the orders which we had published and set up in the ships, were adjudged to walk upon the deck till night with their hands bound behind them, which accordingly was executed, and another man, for using contemptuous speeches in our presence, was laid in bolts till he submitted himself, and promised open confession of his offense. I should have noted before that the day we set sail from the Cowes, my son Henry Winthrop went on shore with one of my servants to fetch an ox and tin wethers, from which he had provided for our ship, and there went on shore with him Mr. Pelham and one of his servants. They sent the cattle aboard, but returned not themselves. About 3 days after, my servant and a servant of Mr. Pelham's came to us to Yarmouth, and told us they were all coming to us in a boat the day before, but the wind was so strong against them, as they were forced on shore in the night, and the 2 servants came to Yarmouth by land, and so came shipboard. But my sons and Mr. Pelham, we heard, went back to the Cowes, and so to Hampton. We expected them 3 or 4 days after, but they came not to us, so we have left them behind, and suppose they will come after in Mr. Gough's ships. Footnote: Thomas Gough, a London merchant, was one of the patentees of Massachusetts. End footnote. We were very sorry they had put themselves upon such inconvenience when they were so well accommodated in our ship. This was not noted before, because we expected daily their return, and upon this occasion I must here add one observation, that we have many young gentlemen in our ship who behave themselves well, and are conformable to all good orders. About 10 at night, cleared up with a fresh gale at north and by west, so we stood at our course merrily. Sunday, the 11th. The wind at north and by west, a very stiff gale. About 8 in the morning, being gotten past Scilly, and standing to the west-southwest, we met 2 small ships, which falling in among us, and the admiral coming under our lee, we let him pass, but the Jewel and the Ambrose, perceiving the other to be a Brazil man, and to take wind of us, shot at them, and made them stop and fall after us, and sent a skiff aboard them to know what they were. Our captain, fearing lest some mistakes might arise, and lest they should take them for enemies which were friends, and so, through the unruliness of the mariner, some wrong might be done them, caused his skiff to be heaved out, and sent Mr. Graves, one of his mates and our pilot, a discreet man, to see how things were, who returned soon after, and brought with him the master of one of the ships, and Mr. Lowe and Mr. Hurlston. When they were come aboard us, they agreed to send for the captain, who came and showed his commission from the Prince of Orange. In conclusion, he proved to be a Dutchman, and his a man of war of Flushing, and the other ship was a prize he had taken laden with sugar and tobacco, so we sent them aboard their ships again, and held on our course. In this time, which hindered us 5 or 6 leagues, the Jewel and the Ambrose came foul of each other, so as we much feared the issue, but through God's mercy they came well off again, only the Jewel had her foresail torn, and one of her anchors broken. This occasion, and the sickness of our minister and people, put us all out of order this day, so we could have no sermons. Monday, the 12th. The wind more large to the north, a stiff gale with fair weather. In the afternoon less wind, and our people began to grow well again. Our children and others that were sick, and lay groaning in the cabins, we fetched out, and having stretched a rope from the steerage to the mainmast, we made them stand, some of one side and some of the other, and sway it up and down till they were warm, and by this means they soon grew well and merry. Tuesday, 13. The night before it was calm, and the next day calm and close weather, so we made little way, the wind with us being west. Wednesday, 14. The wind southwest, rainy weather in the morning. About 9 in the forenoon the wind came about to north-northwest, a stiff gale, so we tacked about and steered our course west-southwest. This day the ship heaved and set much more than before, yet we had but few sick, and of those such as came up upon the deck and stirred themselves were presently well again. Therefore our captain set our children and young men to some harmless exercises, which the seamen were very active in, and did our people much good, though they would sometimes play the wags with them. Towards night we were forced to take in some sail to stay for the vice-admiral, which was near a league astern of us. Thursday, 15. The wind still at north-northwest, fair weather, but less wind than the day and night before, so as our ship made but little way. At noon our captain made observation by the cross-staff. Footnote: the cross-staff was a simple instrument of observation, which preceded the quadrant. It was a cross, the intersection of which was surrounded by a graduated circle, the periphery being thus broken into 4 equal arcs. In footnote. And found we were in 47 degrees 37 minutes north latitude. All this forenoon our vice-admiral was much to leeward of us, so after dinner we bare up towards her, and having fetched her up and spoken with her, the wind being close to southwest, we tacked about and steered our course north-northwest, lying as near the wind as we could, and about 4 of the clocks, with a stiff gale, we steered west and by north, and at night the wind grew very strong, which put us on to the west amain. About 10 at night the wind grew so high, the rain withal, that we were forced to take in our topsail, and having lowered our mainsail and foresail, The storm was so great as it split our foresail and tore it in pieces, and a knot of the sea washed our tub overboard, wherein our fish was a-watering. The storm still grew, and it was dark with clouds, though otherwise moonlight, so as, though it was the Jewel's turn to carry the light this night, yet, lest we should lose or go foul one of another, we hanged out a light upon our mizzen shrouds, and before midnight we lost sight of our vice-admiral. Our captain, so soon as he had set the watch, at 8 in the evening called his men, and told them he feared we should have a storm, and therefore commanded them to be ready upon the deck, if occasion should be, and himself was up and down the decks all times of the night. Friday, 16. About 4 in the morning the wind slacked a little, yet it continued a great storm still, and though in the afternoon it blew not much wind, yet the sea was so high as it tossed us more than before, and we carried no more but our mainsail, yet our ship steered well with it, which few such ships could have done. About 4 in the afternoon, the wind still west and by south and rainy, we put on a new foresail and hoisted it up, and stood northwest. All this day our rear admiral and the Jewel held up with us. The night was very stormy. All the time of the storm, few of our people were sick, except the women who kept under the hatches, and there appeared no fear or dismayedness among them. Saturday, the 17th. The wind southwest very stormy and boisterous. All this time we bore no more sail but our mainsail and foresail, and we steered our course west and by north. This day our captain told me that our landmen were very nasty and slovenly, and that the gun deck where they lodged was so beastly and noisome with their victuals and beastliness as would much endanger the health of the ship. Hereupon, after prayer, we took order, and appointed 4 men to see to it, and to keep that room clean for 3 days, and then 4 others should succeed them, and so forth on. The wind continued all this day at southwest, a stiff gale. In the afternoon it cleared up, but very hazy. Our captain, about 4 of the clock, sent one to the top to look for our vice-admiral, but he could not descry him. Yet we saw a sail about 2 leagues to the leeward, which stood toward the northeast. We were this evening, by our account, about 90 leagues from Scilly, west and by south. At this place there came a swallow and lighted upon our ship. Sunday, 18th. About 2 in the morning the wind northwest, so we tacked about and steered our course southwest. We had still much wind, and the sea went very high, which tossed our ship continually. After our evening sermon, about 5 o'clock, the wind came about to southeast, a good gale, but rainy, so we steered our course west-southwest, and the ship's way was about 9 leagues a watch. A watch is 4 hours. This day the captain sent to top again to discover our vice-admiral. We described from thence to the eastward a sail, but we knew not what she was. About 7 of the clock the Jewel bare up so near as we could speak each to other, and after we baited some sail, so she went ahead of us, and soon after 8 put forth her light. Monday the 19th. In the morning the wind was come about to the northwest, a good gale and fair weather, so we held our course, but the ship made not so good way as when the wind was large. This day, by observation and account, we found ourselves to be 48 degrees north latitude, and 220 leagues west from the meridian of London. Here I think good to note that all this time since we came from the White we had cold weather, so as we could well endure our warmest clothes. I wish, therefore, that all such as pass this way in the spring have care to provide warm clothing, for nothing breeds more trouble and danger of sickness in this season than cold. In the afternoon the wind came to southwest, a stiff gale with rain, so we steered westerly till night, and then the wind came about to northwest, and we tacked again, and stood southwest. Our rear admiral being to leeward of us, we bare up to him. He told us all of their people were in good health, but one of their cows was dead. Tuesday, 20. The wind southerly, fair weather, and little wind. In the morning we stood south and by east, in the afternoon west and by north. Wednesday, the 21st. Thick rainy weather, much wind at southwest. Our captain overnight had invited his consorts to have dined with him this day, but it was such foul weather as they could not come aboard us. Thursday, the 22nd. The wind still west and by south, fair weather, then west-northwest. This day at noon we found ourselves in 47 degrees and 48 minutes, and having a stiff gale, we steered southwest about 4 leagues a watch, all this day and all the night following. Friday, 23. The wind still west-northwest, a small gale, with fair weather. Our captain put forth his ancient in the poop. Footnote: Ancient was often used for ensign in old times, whether denoting the flag or the flag bearer. End footnote. And heaved out his skiff, and lowered his topsails, to give sign to his consorts that they should come aboard us to dinner, for they were both a good way astern of us, and our vice-admiral was not yet seen of us since the storm, though we sent to the top every day to descry her. About 11 of the clock, our captain sent his skiff and fetched aboard us the masters of the 2 other ships, and Mr. Pynchon, footnote, William Pynchon, founder of Roxbury and afterwards of Springfield, Massachusetts, in footnote, and they dined with us in the round house, for the lady and gentlewomen, footnote, the Lady Arbella Johnson, the daughters of Sir Richard Saltonstall, and the wives of several of the more prominent men, in footnote, dined in the great cabin. This day and the night following we had little wind, so as the sea was very smooth and the ship made little way. Saturday, 24. The wind still west and by north, fair weather and calm all that day and night. Here we made observation again, and found we were in 45 degrees 20 minutes north latitude. Saturday, 25. The wind northerly, fair weather, but still calm. We stood west and by south, and saw 2 ships ahead of us as far as we could descry. In the afternoon the wind came west and by south, but calm still. About 5 of the clock the rear admiral and the Jewel had fetched up the 2 ships, and by their saluting each other we perceived they were friends. For so they were so far to windward of us we could only see the smoke of their pieces, but could not hear them. About 9 of the clock they both fell back towards us again, and we steered north-northwest. Now the weather begins to warm. Monday, 26th. The wind still west and by south, close weather, and scarce any wind. The 2 ships which saw us yesterday were bound for Canada. Captain Kirk, footnote, a brother of Sir David Kirk, Savage surmises, who the year before had with Sir David been concerned in the capture of Quebec, in footnote, was aboard the Admiral. They bare up with us, and following close under our lee, we saluted each other, and conferred together so long till his vice-admiral was becalmed by our sails, and we were foul one of another. But there being little wind, and the sea calm, we kept them asunder with oars, etc., till they heaved out their boat, and so towed their ship away. They told us for certain that the King of France had set out 6 of his own ships to recover the fort from them. About 1 of the clock Captain Lowe sent his skiff aboard us, with a friendly token of his love to the governor, to desire our captain to come aboard his ships, which he did, and there met the masters of the other ships and Captain Kirk, and before night they all returned to their ships again, Captain Lowe bestowing some shot upon them for their welcome. The wind now blew a pretty gale, so as our ship made some way again, though it were out of right course northwest by north. Tuesday, 27. The wind still westerly, a stiff gale with close weather. We steered west-northwest. About noon some rain, and all the day very cold. We appointed Tuesdays and Wednesdays to catechize our people, and this day Mr. Phillips, footnote, the first pastor of Watertown, ancestor of a numerous and distinguished line. Phillips was one of the first to urge Congregationalism as an ecclesiastical basis. See Hubbard, General History of New England, page 186. End footnote. Began it. Wednesday, 28th. All the night, and this day till noon, the wind very high at southwest, close weather, and some rain. Between 11 and 12, in a shower, the wind came west-northwest, so we tacked about and stood southwest. Thursday, 29. Much wind all this night at west and by north, and the sea went very high, so as the ship rolled very much, because we sailed but with one course. Therefore, about 12, our captain arose, and caused the foretopsail to be hoisted, and then the ship went more steady. He caused the quartermaster to look down into the hold to see if the cask lay fast and the illegible. In the morning the wind continued with a stiff gale, rainy and cold all the day. We had been now 3 weeks at sea, and were not come about 300 leagues, being about 1/3 part of our way, viz., about 46 north latitude, and near the meridian of the Terceras. Footnote, the Azores. In footnote. This night Captain Kirk carried the light as one of our consorts. Friday, 30. The wind at west-northwest, a strong gale all the night and day, with showers now and then. We made observation and found we were in 44 north latitude. At night the wind scanted towards the south with rain, so we tacked about and stood northwest and by north. Saturday, May 1st. All the night much wind at south-southwest and rain. In the morning the wind still strong, so as we could bear little sail, and so it continued a growing storm all the day, and towards night so much wind as we bore no more sail but as much as could keep the ship stiff. Then it grew a very great tempest all the night, with fierce showers of rain intermixed, and very cold. Lord's Day, 2. The tempest continued all the day, with the winds west and by north, and the sea raged and tossed us exceedingly. Yet through God's mercy we were very comfortable, and few or none sick, but had opportunity to keep the Sabbath, and Mr. Phillips preached twice that day. The Ambrose and Jewel were separated far from us the first night, but this day we saw them again, but Captain Kirk's ships we saw not since. Monday, 3rd. In the night the wind abated, and by morning the sea was well assuaged. and so we bare our foresail again, and stood west-southwest. But all the time of the tempest we could make no way, but were driven to the leeward, and the Ambrose struck all her sails but her mizzen, and lay a hull. She brake her main yard. This day we made observation, and found we were in 43½ north latitude. We set 2 fighters in the bolts till night, with their hands being bound behind them. A maidservant in the ship, being stomach sick, drank so much strong water that she was senseless, and had near killed herself. We observed that it was a common fault in our young people, that they gave themselves to drink hot waters very immoderately. Tuesday, 4th. Much wind at southwest, close weather. In the morning we tacked about and stood northwest, and about 10 in the morning west-northwest, but made little way in regard of the head sea. Wednesday, the 5th. The wind west and by south, thick, foggy weather, and rainy, so we stood west-northwest by west. At night the Lord remembered us, and enlarged the wind to the north, so we tacked about and stood our course west and by south, with a merry gale in all our sails. Thursday, 6. The wind at north a good gale, and fair weather. We made observation, and found we were 43½ north latitude, so we stood full west and ran, in 24 hours, about 30 leagues. 4 things I observed here. 1. That the declination of the pole star was much, even to the view, beneath that it is in England. 2. That the new moon, when it first appeared, was much smaller than at any time I had seen it in England. 3. That all the way we came we saw fowls flying and swimming, when we had no land near by 200 leagues. 4. That wheresoever the wind blew, we had still cold weather, and the sun did not give so much heat as in England. Friday, 7. The wind north and by east a small gale, very fair weather, and towards night a still calm. This day our captain and Mr. Lowe dined aboard the Jewel. Saturday, the 8th. All the night calm. In the morning the wind southwest a handsome gale, so we tacked and stood northwest, and soon after, the wind growing more large, we stood west-northwest with a good gale. About 4 of the clock we saw a whale, who lay just in our ship's way, the bunch of his back about a yard above water. He would not shun us, so we passed within a stone's cast of him, as he lay spouting up water. Lord's Day, 9. The wind still southwest a good gale, but close weather and some rain. We held on our course west-northwest. About 9 it cleared up, and towards night a great fog for an hour or 2. We are now in 44½ north latitude, and a little west of Corvos. Footnote, one of the Azores. In footnote. Monday, the 10th. The wind south-southwest, a good gale and fair weather, so we stood west and by north 4 or 5 leagues a watch all this day. The wind increased, and was a great storm all the night. About midnight our rear admiral put forth 2 lights, whereby we knew that some mischance had befallen her. We answered her with 2 lights again, and bare up to her, so near as we durst, for the sea went very high, and she lay by the lee, and having hailed her, we thought she had sprung a leak, but she had broken some of her shrouds. So we went a little ahead of her, and bringing her foresail a backstays, we stayed for her, and about 2 hours after she filled her sails, and we stood our course together. But our captain went not to rest till 4 of the clock, and some others of us slept but little that night. Tuesday, 11. The storm continued all this day, till 3 in the afternoon, and the storm went very high, so as our ship could make no way, being able to bear no more but our mainsail about midmast high. At 3 there fell a great storm of rain, which laid the wind, and the wind shifting into the west, we tacked and stood into the head sea, to avoid the rolling of our ship, and by that means we made no way, the sea beating us back as much as the wind put us forward. We had still cold weather, and our people were so acquainted with storms as they were not sick nor troubled, though we were much tossed 48 hours together, viz. 24 during the storm, and as long the next day and night following, Wednesday 12th, when we as lay as it were a hull. Footnote, a hull means drifting without sail, for want of wind, and rolled continually in a high-grown sea. This day was close and rainy. Complaint was made to our captain of some injury that one of the under-officers of the ship had done to one of our landmen. He called him and examined the cause, and commanded him to be tied up by the hands, and a weight to be hung about his neck, but at the intercession of the governor with some difficulty he remitted his punishment. At night the wind blew at southeast a handsome gale with rain, so we put forth our sails and stood west by south. Thursday, 13. Toward morning the wind came to the southwesterly with close weather and a strong gale, so as before noon we took in our topsails, the rear admiral having split her fore topsail, and we stood west southerly. Friday, 14th. The wind west-southwest, thick, foggy weather, and in the afternoon rainy. We stood west and by south, and after west and by north about 5 leagues a watch. We were in 44½. The sun set northwest and by north 1/3 northerly, and towards night we stood west. Saturday, the 15th. The wind westerly all this day, fair weather. We tacked twice to small purpose. Lord's Day, 16th, as the 15th was. Monday, the 17th. The wind at south, a fine gale and fair weather. We stood west and by south. We saw a great drift, so we heaved out our skiff, and it proved a fur log, which seemed to have been many years in the water, for it was all overgrown with barnacles and other trash. We sounded here and found no ground at 100 fathom and more. We saw 2 whales. About 9 at night the wind grew very strong at southwest and continued so with much rain till 1 of the clock. Then it ceased raining, but the wind came to the west with more violence. In the storm we were forced to take in all our sails, save our mainsail, and so did lower that so much as we could. Tuesday, 18. In the morning the wind slacked, but we could stand no nearer our course than north, and we had much wind all this day. In the afternoon we tacked and stood south by east. Towards night, our rear admiral being 2 leagues to leeward of us, we bear up, and drawing near her, we descried some 2 leagues more to leeward 2 ships, which we conceived were those of Captain Kirk's, which parted from us in the storm May 2nd. We had still cold weather. Wednesday the 19th. The wind south-southwest, close and rainy, little wind. We tacked again and stood west, but about noon the wind came full west, a very strong gale, so we tacked again and stood north by east, and at night we took off our main bonnet, and took in all our sails, save our main course and mizzen. We are now in 44 degrees 12 minutes north, and by our account in the midway between the false bank and the main bank. Footnote, Grand Banks. In footnote. All this night a great storm at west by north. Thursday, the 20th. The storm continued all this day, the wind as it was, and rainy. In the forenoon we carried our forecourse and stood west-southwest, but in the afternoon we took it in, the wind increasing and the sea grown very high, and lying with the helm a-weather, we made no way but as the ship drove. We had still cold weather. Fast in the great cabin at 9 at night, etc., and the next day again, etc. The storm continued all this night. Friday, the 22nd. The wind still northwest, little wind and close weather. We stood southwest with all our sails, but made little way, and at night it was a still calm. A servant of one of our company had bargained with a child to sell him a box worth 3d for 3 biscuits a day all the voyage, and received about 40, and had sold them and many more to other servants. We caused his hands to be tied up to a bar, and hanged a basket with stones about his neck, and so he stood 2 hours. Saturday, the 22nd. The wind south-southwest, much wind and rain. Our sprit sail laid so deep in as it was split in pieces with a head sea at the instant as our captain was going forth of his cabin very early in the morning to give order to take it in. It was a great mercy of God that it did split, for otherwise it had endangered the breaking of our bowsprit and topmasts at least, and then we had no other way but to have returned for England, except the wind had come east. About 10 in the morning, and in a very great fret of the wind, it chopped suddenly into the west, as it had done divers times before, and so continued with a small gale, and we stood north and by west. About 4 in the afternoon there arose a great storm of wind and rain, so violent as we had not a greater. It continued thick and boisterous all the night. About 7 we descried a sail ahead of us, towards the north and by east, which stood towards us. Our captain, supposing it to be our vice-admiral, hoisted up his mainsail, which before us struck down aboard, and came up to meet her. When we drew near her, we put forth our ancient, and she luffed up to get the wind of us, and when she saw she could not, she bare up, and hoisting up her foresail, stood away before the wind. Yet we made all the signs we could, that we meant her no harm, but she would not trust us. She was within shot of us, so we perceived she was a small Frenchman, which we did suppose had been driven off the bank. When she was clear of us, she stood her course again, and we ours. This day at 12 we made observation, and were about 43, but the storm put us far to the north again. Still cold weather. Lord's Day, the 23rd. Much wind, still westerly, and very cold weather. Monday, 24. The wind northwest by north, a handsome gale, and close weather, and very cold. We stood southwest. About noon we had occasion to lie by the lee to straighten our mizzen shrouds, and the rear admiral and Jewel, being both the windward of us, bear up and came under our lee, to inquire if anything were amiss with us. So we heard the company was in health in the Jewel, but that 2 passengers were dead in the Ambrose, and 1 other cow. Tuesday, 25th. The wind still southwest, fair weather, but cold. We went on with a handsome gale, and at noon were in 43.5, and the variation of the compass was a point and 1/6. All this day we stood west-southwest, about 5 or 6 leagues a watch, and towards night the wind enlarged with a cold dash of snowy rain, and then we ran in a smooth sea about 8 or 9 leagues a watch, and stood due west. Wednesday, 26. The wind continued still northwest, a good gale and fair weather, but still very cold, yet we were about 43. At night we sounded, but found no ground. Thursday, 27. The wind northwest, a handsome gale, fair weather. About noon it came about to the southwest, and at night rain, with a stiff gale, and it continued to rain very hard till it was near midnight. This day our skiff went aboard the Jewel for a hogshead of meal, which we borrowed, because we could not come by our own, and there came back to the skiff the master of the Jewel and Mr. Revel, footnote, one of the assistants, in footnote. So our captain stayed them dinner, and I sent for Captain Lau, and about 2 hours after dinner they went aboard their own ships, our captain giving Mr. Revel 3 shot because he was one of the owners of our ship. We understood now that the 2 which had died in Ambrose were Mr. Craddock's servants, who were sick when they came to sea, and one of them should have been left at Cowes, if any house would have received him. In the Jewel also one of the seamen died, a most profane fellow, and the one who is most injurious to the passengers, though much against the will of the master. At noon we tacked about and stood west and by north, and so continued most of the day and night following, and had much rain till midnight. Friday, 28. In the morning the wind veered to the west, yet we had a stiff gale, and steered north and by northwest. It was so great a fog all this day, as we had lost sight of one of our ships, and saw the other sometimes much to the leeward. We had many fierce showers of rain throughout this day. At night the wind cleared up, when we saw both our consorts fair by us, so that wind being very scant, we tacked and stood west and by south. A child was born in the Jewel about this time. Saturday, 29. The wind northwest, a stiff gale, and fair weather, but very cold. In the afternoon full north, and towards north and by east, so we stood west. Lord's Day, 30. The wind north by east, a handsome gale, but close, misty weather, and very cold, so our ship made good way in a smooth sea, and our 3 ships kept close together. By our account, we were in the same meridian with Isle Sable, in 42.5. Monday, 31. Winds northwest, a small gale, close and cold weather. We sounded, but had no ground. About noon the wind came north by east, a stiff constant gale, and fair weather, so as our ship's way was 7, 8, and sometimes 12 leagues a watch. This day, about 5 at night, we expected the eclipse, but there was not any, the sun being fair and clear from 3 till it set. June 1st, Tuesday. The wind northeast, a small gale, with fair clear weather. In the afternoon full south, and towards night a good gale. We stood west and by north. A woman in our ship fell in travail, and we sent and had a midwife out of the Jewel. She was so far ahead of us at this time, though usually we could spare her some sail, as we shot off a piece and lowered our topsails, and she brailed her sails and stayed for us. This evening we saw the new moon more than half an hour after sunset, being much smaller than it is at any time in England. Wednesday, 2. The wind south-southwest, a handsome gale, very fair weather, but still cold. In the evening a great fog. We stood west and by north, and west-northwest. Our captain, supposing us now to be near the north coast, and knowing that to the south there were dangerous shoals, fitted on a noon mainsail that was very strong and double, and would not adventure with his old sails, as before, when he had sea room enough. Thursday, 3rd. The wind south by west, a good steady gale, and we stood west and by north. The fog continued very thick, and some rain withal. We sounded in the morning, and again at noon, and we had no ground. We sounded again about 2 after noon, and had ground about 80 fathom, a fine grey sand. So we presently tacked and stood south-southeast, and shot off a piece of ordnance to give notice to our consorts, whom we saw not since last evening. The fog continued all this night, in a steady gale at southwest. Friday the 4th. About 4 in the morning we tacked again, the wind southwest, and stood west-northwest. The fog continued all this day, so as we could not see a stone's cast east from us, yet the sun shone very bright all the day. We sounded every 2 hours, but had no ground. At night we tacked again and stood south, in the great cabin, fast. Saturday, 5th. In the morning the wind came to northeast, a handsome gale, and the fog was dispersed, so we stood before the wind west and by north all the afternoon, being rainy. At night we sounded, but had no ground. In the great cabin, Thanksgiving. It rained most part of the night, yet our captain kept abroad, and was forced to come in the night to shift his clothes. We sounded every half watch, but had no ground. Lord's Day, 6th. The wind northeast, and after north a good gale, but still foggy at times, and cold. We stood west-northwest, both to make Cape Sable, if we might, and also because of the current, which near the west shore sets to the south, that we might be the more clear from the southern shoals viz. Of Cape Cod. About 2 in the afternoon we sounded, and had ground at about 80 fathom, and the mist then breaking up, we saw the shore to the north about 5 or 6 leagues off, and were, as we supposed, to the southwest of Cape Sable, and in 43.25. Towards night it calmed and was foggy again, and the wind came south and by east. We tacked, and stood west and by north, intending to make land at Aquaminticus, being to the north of the Isles of Shoals. Monday, 7th. The wind south. About 4 in the morning we sounded and had ground at 30 fathom, and was somewhat calm, so we put our ship a stays and took, in less than 2 hours, with a few hooks, 67 codfish, most of them very great fish, some 1.5 yards long, and 1 yard in compass. This came very seasonably, for our salt fish was now spent, and we were taking care for victuals this day, being fish day. After this we filled our sails, and stood west-northwest with a small gale. We hoisted out a great boat to keep our sounding the better. The wind was now very cold. We sounded at 8 and had 50 fathoms, and being cold, we heaved out our hooks again, and took 26 cods, so we all feasted with fish this day. A woman was delivered of a child in our ship, stillborn. The woman had divers children before, but none lived, and she had some mischance now, which caused her to come near a month before her time, but she did very well. At 1 of the clock we had a fresh gale at northwest, very fair weather all that afternoon, and warm, but the wind failed soon. All the night the wind was south, and by west a stiff gale, which made us stand to and again with small advantage. Tuesday, 8th. The wind still west and by south, fair weather, but close and cold. We stood north-northwest with a still gale, and about 3 in the afternoon we had sight of land to the northwest about 10 leagues, which we supposed was the Isles of Monhegan, but it proved Mount Mansell. Footnote: named by Champlain in 1604 Mount Desert. The name Mount Mansell came, Savage presumes, from Sir Robert Mansell, at one time the highest naval officer of England, who was interested in the New England settlements. In footnote. Then we tacked and stood west-southwest. We had much fair sunshine weather, and so pleasant a sweet air as it did much refresh us, and there came a smell off the shore like the smell of a garden. There came a wild pigeon in our ship, and other small land bird. Wednesday, 9. In the morning the wind easterly, but grew presently calm. Now we had very fair weather, and warm. About noon the wind came to southwest, so we stood west-northwest with a handsome gale, and had the main land upon our starboard all that day, about 10 or 8 leagues off. It is very high land, lying in many hills very unequal. At night we saw many small islands, being low land, between us and the main, about 5 or 6 leagues off us, and about 3 leagues from us towards the main, a small rock a little above water. At night we sounded, and had oft oozy ground at 60 fathom. So the wind being now scant at west, we tacked again and stood southwest. We were now in 43.5. This high land which we saw, we judged to be at the west cape of the great bay, which goeth towards Port Royal, called Mount Desert, or Mount Mansell, and had no island, but part of the main. In the night the wind shifted oft. Thursday, 10. In the morning the wind south and by west till 5. In the morning a thick fog, then it cleared up with fair weather, but somewhat close. After we had run some 10 leagues west and by south, we lost sight of the former land, but made other high land on our starboard, as far off as we could descry, but we lost it again. The wind continued all this day at south, a stiff, steady gale, yet we bare all our sails and stood west-southwest. About 4 in the afternoon we made land on our starboard bow, called the Three Turks' Heads, being a ridge of 3 hills upon the main, whereof the southmost is the greatest. It lies near Aquaminticus. We descried also another hill, more northward, which lies by Cape Porpoise. We saw also, ahead of us, some 4 leagues from shore, a small rock, called Boone Isle, not above a flight shot over, which hath a dangerous shoal to the east and by south of it, some 2 leagues in length. We kept our luff and weathered it, and left it on our starboard about 2 miles off. Towards night we might see the trees in all places very plainly, and a small hill to the southward of the Turks' Heads. All the rest of the land to the south was plain, low land. Here we had a fine fresh smell from shore. Then, lest we should not get clear of the ledge of rocks, which lie under water from within a flight shot of the said deck, called Boone Isle, which we had now brought northeast from us, towards Pascataquac, we tacked and stood southeast, and with a stiff gale at south by west. Friday, 11th. The wind still southwest, close weather. We stood to and again all this day within sight of Cape Anne. The Isles of Shoals were now within 2 leagues of us, and we saw a ship lie there at anchor, and 5 or 6 shallops under sail up and down. We took many mackerels, and met a shallop which stood from Cape Anne towards the Isles of Shoals, which belonged to some English fishermen. Saturday, 12th. About 4 in the morning we were near our port. We shot off 2 pieces of ordnance, and sent our skiff to Mr. Bierce's ship, which lay in the harbor and had been there days before. About an hour after, Mr. Allerton, footnote, William Pierce, an experienced sailor, and Isaac Allerton, a leading man of Plymouth, were at this time in the service of that colony. Their names will often recur hereafter. Pequod lies some 15 miles east of the Kennebec. In footnote, came aboard us in a shallop as he was sailing to Pequod. As we stood towards the harbor, we saw another shallop coming to us, so we stood in to meet her, and passed through the narrow strait between Baker's Isle and Little Isle, and came to an anchor a little within the islands. After Mr. Pierce came aboard us and returned to fetch Mr. Endicott, footnote, quote, this distinguished father of Massachusetts had, near 2 years before, been sent to found the plantation in the settlement of Salem, the oldest town in the colony. He had a commission in 1629 from the company to act as governor, which was, of course, superseded by the arrival of Winthrop with the charter. With the history of his adopted country, that of Endicott is interwoven, till the time of his death, 15 March 1655. He served 4 years as deputy governor and 16 years as governor, end quote, note by Savage. End footnote, and Captain Levitt. We that were of the assistants and some other gentlemen and some of the women, and our captain returned with them to Nahumkak, footnote, Naumkeag, the name of Salem, which we supped with a good venison, pasty, and good beer, and at night we returned. Saturday, 12th. About 4 in the morning we were near our port. We shot off 2 pieces of ordnance and sent our skiff to Mr. Pierce, his ship, which lay in the harbor and had been there days before. About an hour after, Mr. Allerton, footnote, William Pierce, an experienced sailor, and Isaac Allerton, a leading man of Plymouth, were at this time in the service of that colony. Their names will often recur hereafter. Pequod lies some 15 miles east of the Kennebec. End footnote. Came aboard us in a shallop as he was sailing to Pequod. As we stood towards the harbor, we saw another shallop coming towards us, so we stood in to meet her, and passed through the narrow strait between Baker's Isle and Little Isle, and came to an anchor a little within the islands. After Mr. Pierce came aboard us and returned to fetch Mr. Endicott. Footnote. This distinguished father of Massachusetts had, near 2 years before, been sent to found the plantation in the settlement of Salem, the oldest town in the colony. He had a commission in 1629 from the company to act as governor, which was, of course, superseded by the arrival of Winthrop with the charter. With the history of his adopted country, that of Endicott is interwoven till the time of his death, 15th March 1655. He served 4 years as deputy governor and 16 years as governor, in footnote, note by Savage, who came to us about 2 of the clock, and with him Mr. Skelton, footnote, quote, Samuel Skelton, pastor of Salem, came the year before in the same fleet with Higginson. The notices of his history are very brief. That of his death will be found in this volume, August 2nd, 1634. His wife died 15 March 1631, as we learned from Dudley, who says, she was a godly and a helpful woman. She lived desired and died lamented, and well deserves to be honorably remembered. End quote, note by Savage, end footnote. And Captain Levitt. We that were of the assistants and some other gentlemen and some of the women, and our captain, returned with them to Nahumkak, footnote, Naumkeag, the Indian name of Salem, end footnote, where we supped with a good venison pasty and good beer, and at night we returned to our ship, but some of the women stayed behind. In the meantime, most of our people went on shore upon the land of Cape Ann, which lay very near us, and gathered store of fine strawberries. An Indian came aboard us and lay there all night. Lord's Day, 13th. In the morning, the Sagamore of Agawam, footnote, Agawam meaning river, given as a name to Ipswich, as here, to Springfield and other places, in footnote, and one of his men came aboard our ship and stayed with us all day. About 2 in the afternoon, we descried the Jewel, so we manned out our skiff and wafted them in, and they went as near the harbor as the tide and wind would suffer. Monday, 14th. In the morning early we weighed anchor, and the wind being against us, and the channel so narrow as we could not well turn in, we warped in our ship, and came to an anchor in the inward harbor. In the afternoon we went with most of our company on shore, and our captain gave us 5 pieces. Thursday, 17th. We went to Massachusetts, footnote, Boston Harbor, where the Blue Hills from which Massachusetts ultimately derives its name, were in sight. Samuel Maverick had already established himself at the mouth of the Mystic at Winnisimmett, now Chelsea. Blackson, or Blackstone, too, was at Shawmut, about to become Boston, while Morton and Weston, as described in the introduction, were at points in the same bay further south, in footnote, to find out a place for our sitting down. We went up Mystic River about 6 miles. We lay up Mr. Maverick's and returned home on Saturday. As we came home, we came by Natascott, and sent for Captain Squibb ashore. He had brought the West Country people, viz., Mr. Ludlow, Mr. Rossiter, Mr. Maverick, etc., to the bay, who were set down at Mattapan, Footnote. These were the settlers of Dorchester, end footnote, and ended a difference between him and the passengers, whereupon he sent his boat to his ship, the Mary and the John, and at our parting gave us 5 pieces. At our return we found the Ambrose in the harbor at Salem. Thursday, July 1st. The Mayflower and the Whale arrived safe in Charlton Harbor. Footnote. Charlestown Harbor. Charlestown replaced at once the Indian name Mishawum. The farmer Charlton is derived from Captain John Smith's map of New England. End footnote. Their passengers were all in good health, but most of the cattle dead, whereof a mare and a horse of mine. Some stone horses came over in good plight. Friday, 2. The Talbot arrived there. She had lost 14 passengers. My son, Henry Winthrop, was drowned at Salem. Footnote. The affliction disposed of here in such brief terms was a sad blow to Winthrop. See his first letters to his wife and son in England. R.C. Winthrop, Life and Letters of John Winthrop, Volume 2, 36 and 39, end footnote. Saturday, the 3rd. The Hopewell and William Francis arrived. Monday, 5th. The Trial arrives at Charlton, and the Charles at Salem. Tuesday, 6th. The Success arrived. She had blank goats, and lost blank of them, and many of her passengers were near starved, etc. Wednesday, 7th. The Lion went back to Salem. Thursday, 8th. We kept a day of Thanksgiving in all the plantations. Thursday, August 18th. Captain Endicott and Blank Gibson were married by the governor and Mr. Wilson. Footnote. The second marriage of Endicott introduces the Reverend John Wilson, the noted pastor of the Boston Church. He was grandnephew of Grindal, Archbishop of Canterbury, had much energy, and was powerfully befriended. He was now a man of 42. John Wilson is one of Cotton Mather's heroes, described in Magnalia Christi Americana, Book 3, entitled Polybius, with other, quote, divines by whose evangelical ministry the churches of New England have been illuminated, end quote, end footnote. Saturday, 20th. The French ship called the Gift came into the harbor at Charlton. She had been 12 weeks at sea and lost 1 passenger and 12 goats. She delivered 6. Monday, we kept a court. Footnote. Court means general meeting of the company. Either through affliction or absorption in business, John Winthrop's record in this is very meager. Supplying from other sources necessary details, we may note of most important the rapid process of separation from old religious ties. Some of the Massachusetts immigrants, before leaving England, practically adopted Congregationalism. A band from the southern shires sailing a few weeks before Winthrop practiced the new way at Plymouth before departure, which is countenanced by the Reverend John White of Dorchester. These immigrants, landing at Nantucket a fortnight before Winthrop's arrival, presently proceeded to Mattapan and founded Dorchester. Pelfrey, Volume 1, page 318. Before the summer ended, Winthrop's company organized as a congregational church with John Wilson for its minister, definitely cutting loose from the Church of England and seeking fellowship with the separatists. June 28th of this year, Samuel Fuller of Plymouth, then visiting the newcomers, wrote Bradford that the Reverend Mr. Phillips openly discarded his old ties and that Winthrop sought aid and countenance from Plymouth. Endicott was a, quote, dear friend, end quote, while Coddington, an assistant, declared that John Cotton at Southampton had counseled, quote, that they should take advice of them at Plymouth and should do nothing to offend them, end quote. A Massachusetts Historical Society Collection, First Series, Volume 3, page 74, end footnote. Friday, 27. We of the congregation kept a fast and chose Mr. Wilson our teacher, and Mr. Noel an elder, and Mr. Gager and Mr. Aspinwell deacons. We used imposition of hands, but with this protestation by all that it was only a sign of election and confirmation, not of any intent that Mr. Wilson should renounce his ministry he received in England. September 20. Mr. Gager died. 30. About 2 in the morning, Mr. Isaac Johnson died, his wife, the Lady Arbella of the House of Lincoln, being dead about 1 month before. He was a holy man and wise, and died in sweet peace, leaving some part of his sustenance to the colony. Footnote. The loss of these highborn and generous friends was a severe blow. End footnote. The wolves killed 6 calves at Salem, and they killed 1 wolf. Thomas Morton adjudged to be imprisoned till he were sent into England as a house burnt down for his many injuries offered to the Indians and other misdemeanors. Captain Brooke, master of the Gift, refused to carry him. Footnote. Thomas Morton, whose performances at Merrymount or Mount Wollaston brought down upon his head the vengeance of both Plymouth and of Massachusetts Bay, now returned to England, where he posed as a Church of England martyr, and in 1637 published at Amsterdam the New English Canon, a most curious book, reprinted in 1883 by the Prince Society under the editorship of Mr. Charles Francis Adams. For an interesting and elaborate account of this picturesque reprobate, see C.F. Adams, 3 Episodes of Massachusetts History, Volume 1, Chapters 10 and 11. End footnote. Finch, of Watertown, had his wigwam burnt and all his goods. Billington executed at Plymouth for murdering one. Mr. Phillips, the minister of Watertown, and others had their hay burnt. The wolves killed some swine at Saugus. A cow died at Plymouth and a goat at Boston. Footnote. Here for the first time Winthrop uses the designation Boston, the town in England most familiar to the settlers, in general affording the name. End footnote. With eating Indian corn. October 23rd. Mr. Rossiter, one of the assistants, died. 25th. Mr. Colborne, who was chosen deacon by the congregation a week before, was invested by imposition of hands of the minister and elder. The governor, upon consideration of the inconveniences which had grown in England by drinking one to another, restrained it at his own table, and wished others to do the like, so as it grew by little and little to disuse. 29. The handmaid arrived at Plymouth, having been 12 weeks at sea, and spent all her mass, and of 28 cows she lost 10. She had about 60 passengers, who came all well. John Grant, master. Mr. Goff wrote to me that his shipping this year had utterly undone him. She brought out 28 heifers, but brought but 17 alive. November 11th. The master came to Boston with Captain Standish and 2 gentlemen passengers, who came to plant here, but having no testimony, he would not receive them. 10. Blank Furham of Watertown had his wigwam burnt. Divers had their haystacks burnt by burning the grass. 27. 3 of the governor's servants were from this day to the 1st of November aboard in a skiff among the islands, in bitter frost and snow, being kept from home by the northwest wind and without victuals. At night they got to Mount Wollaston, and left their boat there, and came home by land. Laos Dale. December 6th. The governor and most of the assistants and others met at Roxbury, and there agreed to build a town, fortified upon the neck between that and Boston, and a committee was appointed to consider all things requisite, etc. 14th. The committee met at Roxbury, and upon further consideration for reasons it was concluded that we could not have a town in the place aforesaid. 1. Because men would be forced to keep 2 families. 2. There was no running water, and if there were any springs, they would not suffice the town. 3. The most part of the people had built already, and would not be able to build again. So we agreed to meet at Watertown that day se'night, and in the meantime other places should be viewed. Captain Neal, footnote, Captain Neal, of whom we have several mentions, came to the Piscataqua in the interests of Sir Ferdinando Gorges, having promised that he would make available the lakes, either Champlain or Winnipesaukee, and the headwaters of the Merrimack, where beaver were abundant, in footnote. And 3 other gentlemen came hither to us. He kept in the bark Warwick this summer to Piscataqua, sent his governor there for Sir Ferdinando Gorges and others. 21st. We met again at Watertown, and there, upon view of a place a mile beneath the town, all agreed it a fit place for a fortified town, and we took time to consider further about it. 24th. Till this time there was, for the most part, fair open weather, with gentle frosts in the night, but this day the wind came northwest very strong, and some wind and some snow withal, but so cold as some had their fingers frozen, and in danger to be lost. 3 of the governor's servants, coming in a shallop from Mystic, were driven by the wind upon Noddle's Island, and forced to stay there all the night without fire or food, yet through God's mercy they came safe to Boston next day, but the fingers of 2 of them were blistered with cold, and one sooned when he came up to the fire. 26. The rivers were frozen up, and they of Charlton could not come to the sermon at Boston till the afternoon at high water. Many of our cows and goats were forced to be still abroad for want of horses. 28th. Richard Garrett, a shoemaker of Boston, and one of the congregation there, with one of his daughters, a young maid, and 4 others, went towards Plymouth in a shallop against the advice of his friends, and about the Gurnet's nose the wind overblew so much at northwest that they were forced to come to a killock, footnote, a rude anchor consisting of a stone enclosed within a frame of wood, at 20 fathom, but their boat drave and shaked out the stone, and they were put to sea, and the boat took in so much water, which did freeze so hard as they could not free her. So they gave themselves for lost, and committing themselves to God, they disposed themselves to die. But one of their company espying land near Cape Cod, they made shift to hoist up part of their sail, and by God's special providence were carried through the rocks to the shore, where some got on land, but some had their legs frozen into the ice, so they had to be forced to cut out. Being come on shore, they kindled a fire, but having no hatchet, they could get little wood, and were forced to lie in the open air all night, being extremely cold. In the morning 2 of their company went towards Plymouth, supposing it had been within 7 or 8 miles, whereas it was near 50 miles from them. By the way, they met 2 Indian squaws, who coming home told their husbands that they had met 2 Englishmen. They, thinking as it was that they had been shipwrecked, made after them and brought them back to their wigwam and entertained them kindly, and one of them went with them the next day to Plymouth, and the other went to find out their boat and the rest of the company, which were 7 miles off, and having found them, he hoped them with what he could, and returned to his wigwam, fetched a hatchet, and built them a wigwam and covered it, and got them wood, for they were so weak and frozen as they could not stir. And Garrett died about 2 days after his landing, and the ground being so frozen as they could not dig his grave, the Indian hewed a hole about half a yard deep with his hatchet, and having laid the corpse in it, he laid over it a great heap of wood to keep it from the wolves. By this time the governor of Plymouth had sent 3 men to them with provisions, who being come, and not able to launch their boat, with which the strong northwest wind was driven up to the high water mark, the Indian returned to Plymouth and fetched 3 more. But before they came, they had launched their boat, and with a fair southerly wind were gotten to Plymouth, where another of their company died, his flesh being mortified with the frost. And the 2 who went towards Plymouth died also, one of them being not able to get thither, and the other had his feet so frozen as he died of it after. The girl escaped best, and one of Harwood, a godly man of the congregation of Boston, lay long under the surgeon's hands, and it was above 6 weeks before they could get the boat from Plymouth. And in their return they were much distressed, yet their boat was very well manned, the want whereof being the cause of their loss. End of Section 1, 1630. Section 2 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 2, 1631. January. A house at Dorchester was burnt down. February 11. Mr. Freeman's house at Watertown was burned down, but being in the daytime, his goods were saved. 5th. The ship Lion, Mr. William Pierce, master, arrived at Nantasket. She brought Mr. Williams. Footnote. Here enters upon our stage Roger Williams, one of the most illustrious and important characters concerned with early New England. During his life of 80 years, 1603 to 1683, he affected the course of history in both the Old and the New World as a conspicuous pioneer in vindicating freedom of conscience. Born probably in London, he was connected as a boy with Sir Edward Coke, the great lawyer, through whom he became a scholar at the Charterhouse and afterwards of Pembroke College, Cambridge. He appears to have taken orders and served as a chaplain in the household of Sir W. Masham in Essex, whose wife was a cousin of Cromwell. Fine opportunities lay before him, but he early became a zealous nonconformist, and when 27 years old landed, as here related, from the Lion at Nantasket to take part with the exiles. His name frequently recurs in the journal, and his eventful career, so far as it affects Massachusetts Bay, will be touched upon in subsequent notes. Though outspoken for toleration, Roger Williams in his later years made it plain that he was ready to suppress anarchy by force, and in secular affairs to maintain proper subordination. A memorable utterance of his views is contained in a letter of 1655, which has his oft-quoted comparison of a distressed commonwealth to a laboring ship. With all his nobleness, a certain extravagance must be noted in Roger Williams. Probably the best contemporary judgment is that of Bradford, governor of Plymouth. Quote, "A man godly and zealous, having many precious parts, but very unsettled in judgment." End quote. History of Plymouth Plantation, page 299. That the Massachusetts General Court acted unjustly in the banishment of Roger Williams in 1635 is by no means universally admitted. See Henry M. Dexter as to Roger Williams and his banishment from the Massachusetts Plantation, Boston, 1876. End footnote. A godly minister, with his wife, Mr. Throgmorton, Perkins, Ong, and others, with their wives and children, about 20 passengers, and about 200 tons of goods. She set sail from Bristol, December 1st. She had a very tempestuous passage, yet through God's mercy all her people came safe, except Way, his son, who fell from the spritsail yard in a tempest and could not be recovered, though he kept in sight near a quarter of an hour. Her goods also came all in good condition. 8th. The governor went aboard the Lion, riding by Long Island. 9th. The Lion came to an anchor before Boston, where she rode very well, notwithstanding the great drift of ice. 10th. The frost brake up, and after that, though we had many snows and sharp frost, yet they continued not, neither were the waters frozen up as before. It hath been observed, ever since this bay was planted by Englishmen, viz. 7 years, that at this day the frost hath braken up every year. The poorer sort of people, who lay long in tents, etc., were much afflicted with the scurvy, and many died, especially at Boston and Charlestown. But when the ship came and brought store of juice of lemons, many recovered speedily. It hath been always observed here, that such as fell into discontent, and lingered after their former conditions in England, fell into the scurvy and died. 18th. Captain Weldon, a hopeful young gentleman and an experienced soldier, died at Charleston of a consumption, and was buried at Boston with a military funeral. Of the old planters, and such as came the year before, there were but 2, and those servants who had the scurvy in all the country. At Plymouth not any had it, no not of those who came this year, whereof there were above 60. Whereas at their first planting there, near the half of their people died of it. A shallop of Mr. Glover's was cast away upon the rocks about Nahat, but the men were saved. Of those which went back in the ships this summer, for fear of death or famine, etc., many died by the way, and after they were landed, and others fell very sick and low, etc. The Ambrose, whereof Captain Lowe was master, being new master at Charlton, spent all our masts near Newfoundland, and had perished if Mr. Pierce and the Lion, who was her consort, had not towed her home to Bristol. Of the other ships which returned, 3, viz., the Charles, the Success, and the Whale, were set upon by Dunkirkers near Plymouth in England, and, after long fight, having lost many men, and being much torn, especially the Charles, they got into Plymouth. The provision which came to us this year came at excessive rates, in regard of the dearness of corn in England, so as every bushel of wheatmeal stood us in 14 shillings, peas 11 shillings, etc. Tonnage was at 6.11 pounds. 22nd. We held a day of thanksgiving for the ship's arrival, by order from the governor and council, directed to all the plantations. March 16th. About noon the chimney of Mr. Sharp's house in Boston took fire, the splinters being not clayed at the top. Footnote: the chimney was plainly after the backwards fashion of later times, of sticks, the interstices filled by mud. End footnote. And taking the thatch, burnt it down, and the wind being northwest, drove the fire to Mr. Colburn's house, being blank rods off, and burnt that down also, yet they saved most of their goods. 23rd. Chickatabat. Footnote: Chickatabat's domain was on the Neponset River, for Sanup, the modern frontiersman, would write Buck. End footnote. Came with his Sanups and squaws, and presented the governor with a hogshead of Indian corn. After they had all dined, and had each a small cup of sack and beer, and the men tobacco, he sent away all his men and women, though the governor would have stayed them in regard of the rain and thunder. Himself and 1 squaw and 1 Sanup stayed all night, and being in English clothes, the governor set him at his own table, where he behaved himself as soberly, etc., as an Englishman. The next day after dinner he returned home, the governor giving him cheese and peas in a mug and some other small things. 26th. John, footnote, the sway of the Sachem extended from the Charles River near Watertown toward the Mystic River. End footnote. Sagamore and James his brother, with divers Sanups, came to the governor to desire his letter for recovery of 20 beaver skins, which one Watts in England had forced of him. The governor entertained them kindly, and gave them his letter with directions to Mr. Downing, footnote, Emmanuel Downing, brother-in-law of Winthrop, a man of wealth and influence, was an immigrant of a later time. He was father of Sir George Downing, a man of great but not always savory reputation, who will be mentioned later. In footnote. In England, etc. The night before, alarm was given in divers of the plantations. It arose through the shooting off of some pieces at Watertown by occasion of a calf, which Sir Richard Saltonstall had lost, and the soldiers were sent out with their pieces to try the wilderness from thence till they might find it. 29th. Sir Richard Saltonstall and his 2 daughters, and one of his younger sons, his 2 eldest sons remained still in the country, came down to Boston and stayed that night at the governor's, and the next morning, by 7 of the clock, accompanied with Mr. Pierce and others in 2 shallops, they departed to go to the ship riding at Salem. The governor gave them 3 drakes, footnote, salutes from cannon, so denominated, end footnote, at their setting sail, the wind being northwest, a stiff gale and full sea. Mr. Sharp went away at the same time in another shallop. About 10 of the clock, Mr. Coddington, footnote, William Coddington, a leading man through wealth and high character, for several years treasurer of Massachusetts Bay. He was driven forth at a later time during the Antinomian excitement, and became founder and governor of the Rhode Island or Aquidneck plantation, as Roger Williams was of Providence. In footnote, and Mr. Wilson and divers of the congregation met at the governor's, and there Mr. Wilson, praying and exhorting the congregation to love, etc., commended to them the exercise of prophecy, footnote, prophecy, the Puritan equivalent of preaching, in footnote, in his absence, and designed those whom he thought most fit for it, viz. the governor, Mr. Dudley, footnote, Thomas Dudley, now deputy governor, afterward governor, stood second only to Winthrop among the lay citizens of the colony. Savage's judgment of him is harsh and has been controverted of late years. See Augustine Jones, Life of Thomas Dudley. He was undoubtedly a worthy and serviceable character, though severely Puritan, and was the ancestor of a long and distinguished line. Before the immigration, as steward of the Earl of Lincoln, he became a well-trained man of affairs in touch with the great world. In early life, he served as a soldier under Henry IV of France. His figure in the story is only less prominent than that of Winthrop, in footnote. And Mr. Nowell the elder. Then he desired the governor to commend himself and the rest to God by prayer, which being done, they accompanied him to the boat, and so went over to Charleston to go by land to the ship. The ship set sail from Salem April 1st and arrived at London, all safe, April 29. April. The beginning of this month we had very much rain and warm weather. It is a general rule that when the wind blows 12 hours in any part of the east, it brings rain or snow in great abundance. The 4th. Waginica, a sagamore upon the river Quanhitticut, which lies west of Naragnasetts, came to the governor at Boston with John Sagamore and Jack Straw, an Indian who had lived in England and had served Sir Walter Raleigh and was now turned Indian again, and divers of their sannops, and brought a letter to the governor from Mr. Endicott to this effect: that the said Waginica was very desirous to have some Englishmen to come plant in his country, and offered to find them corn, and give them yearly 80 skins of beaver, and that the country was very fruitful, etc., and wished that there might be 2 men sent with him to see the country. The governor entertained them at dinner, but would send none with them. He discovered after that the said Sagamore is a very treacherous man, and at war with the Pequod, footnote, Pequod, in footnote, a far greater Sagamore. His country is not above 5 days' journey from us by land. 12th. At a court holden at Boston, upon information to the governor that they of Salem had called Mr. Williams to the office of a teacher, footnote, Roger Williams, who reached New England in 1631, was soon invited to fill the place of John Wilson, who had gone to England on a visit. Finding fault with his congregation as unseparated from the Church of England, or not formally withdrawn, and disliking the control assumed by the Boston Church over the individual conscience, he went in April to Salem, succeeding there as teacher Francis Higginson, who had lately died. The passage makes plain the disapproval by those in power of the haste of the Salem Church. Williams continued uncompromising in his opposition. The first table, breaches of which the magistrates in his idea had no right to punish, included the 4 commandments of the Decalogue first in order. In a few months he left Salem for the more congenial atmosphere of Plymouth. In footnote. A letter was written from the court to Mr. Endicott to this effect: that whereas Mr. Williams had refused to join with the congregation at Boston because they would not make a public declaration of their repentance for having communion with the churches of England while they lived there, and besides had declared his opinion that the magistrate might not punish the breach of the Sabbath nor any other offense, as it was a breach of the first table, therefore they marveled that they would choose him without advising with the council, and withal desiring him that they would forbear to proceed till they had conferred about it. 13th. Chickataba came to the governor and desired to buy some English clothes for himself. The governor told him that English sagamores did not use to truck, but he called his tailor and gave him order to make him a suit of clothes, whereupon he gave the governor 2 large skins of coat beaver, and after he and his men had dined, they departed, and said he would come again 3 days after for his suit. 14th. We began a court of guard upon the neck between Roxbury and Boston, whereupon should be always resident an officer and 6 men. An order was made last court that no man should discharge a piece after sunset, except by occasion of alarm. 15th. Chickataba came to the governor again, and he put him into a very good new suit from head to foot, and after he had set meat before them. But he would not eat till the governor had given thanks, and after meat he desired him to do the like, and so departed. 21st. The house of John Page of Watertown was burnt by carrying a few coals from one house to another. A coal fell by the way and was kindled in the leaves. One Mr. Gardiner, calling himself Sir Christopher Gardiner, footnote, as to Sir Christopher Gardiner's true character and purposes, much doubt prevails. He is surmised to have been a spy or agent of Sir Ferdinando Gorges. His life was not reputable, nor did he avoid giving occasion for suspicion. Probably it was not treatment unduly harsh to send him out of the country, but it was impolite. Together with Thomas Morton and Ratcliffe, presently to be mentioned as humbler associate who had suffered the New England discipline, he bitterly denounced in England the administration of Massachusetts Bay. See Adams, 3 episodes, 250. In footnote. Knight of the Golden Mellis, being accused to have 2 wives in England, was sent for, But he had intelligence and escaped, and traveled up and down the Indians about a month. But by means of the governor of Plymouth he was taken by the Indians at Naragnasetts. Footnote. Naragnasetts, later Middleborough. See Bradford, History of Plymouth Plantation. In footnote. And brought to Plymouth, and from there he was brought by Captain Underhill. Footnote. Captain John Underhill often appears in Winthrop's narrative, a forceful personality sometimes serviceable as in the Pequod War, but often troublesome and dangerous. We find him hypocritical and licentious, under a religious mask, practicing evil. He was subjected to merited punishment, and in later years played a part in New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Long Island. In footnote. And his Lieutenant Dudley, May 4th, to Boston. 16th. There was an alarm given to all our towns in the night by occasion of a piece which was shot off, but where could not be known, and the Indians having sent us word the day before that the Mohawks were coming down against them and us. 17th. A general court at Boston. Footnote. The general court was the annual meeting of the members or stockholders of the Massachusetts Company. According to the charter, a general court for election should take place April 18th, not 17th, 1631. The general court was at the beginning and until 1634 a primary assembly, but by recent and temporary legislation the choice of governors was entrusted to the assistants. In footnote. The former governor was chosen again, and all the freemen of the commons were sworn to this government. At noon, Chesebro's house was burnt down, all the people being present. 27th. There came from Virginia into Salem a pinnace of 18 tons, laden with corn and tobacco. She was bound to the north, and put in there by foul weather. She sold her corn at 10 shillings the bushel. June 14th. At a court, John Sagamore and Chickataba being told at last court of some injuries that their men did to our cattle, and giving consent to make satisfaction, etc. Now one of their men was complained of for shooting a pig, etc., for which Chickataba was ordered to pay a small skin of beaver, which he presently paid. At this court one Philip Ratcliffe. Footnote. However Ratcliffe may have offended, the barbarity of his punishment is very shocking. Savage cites evidence that it excited notice in England. In footnote. A servant of Mr. Cradock, being convict, or a tennis, of most foul scandalous invectives against our church and government, was censured to be whipped, lose his ears, and be banished the plantation, which was presently executed. 25th. There came a shallop from Pascataqua, which brought news of a small English ship come thither with provisions and some Frenchmen to make salt. By this boat, Captain Neal, governor of Pascataqua, sent a packet of letters to the governor, directed to Sir Christopher Gardiner, which, when the governor had opened, he found it came from Sir Ferdinando Gorges, who claims a great part of the Bay of Massachusetts. In the packet was one letter to Thomas Morton, sent prisoner before into England upon the Lord Chief Justice's warrant, by both which letters it appeared that he had some secret design to recover his pretended right, and that he reposed much trust in Sir Christopher Gardiner. These letters we opened, because they were directed to one who was our prisoner, and had declared himself an ill willer to our government. Footnote. The fact that this paragraph was inserted at a later time into the margin of the journal suggests, thinks Savage, that the governor felt some compunction here. In footnote. 27th. There came to the governor Captain Southcott of Dorchester, and brought letters out of the White Angel, which was lately arrived at Saco. She brought cows, goats, and hogs, and many provisions for the bay and for Plymouth. Mr. Allerton returned to the ship, and by him we heard that the Friendship, which put out from Barnstable weeks before the Angel, was forced home again by extremity of foul weather, and so had given over her voyage. The ship, the Angel, set sail from Footnote, from Bristol. The Friendship and the White Angel figure largely in Bradford's pages under this year. In footnote. July 4th. The governor built a bark at Mystic, which was launched this day, and called the Blessing of the Bay. 6th. A small ship of 60 tons arrived at Naragnasetts, Mr. Graves, master. She brought 10 passengers from London. They came with the patents to Sagadahoc, but, not liking the place, they came hither. Their ship drew 10 feet, and went up to Watertown, but she ran on ground twice by the way. These were the company called the Husbandmen, and their ship called the Plough. Many of them proved familists. Footnote. Through ignorance and fanaticism, many strange and even dangerous doctrines prevailed in the 17th century as the old repression relaxed. Edwards, a Presbyterian, a little later than this, when the Independents were enforcing toleration, wrote a book called Grana, in which were enumerated 166 forms of false belief, some of which certainly were of character to disquiet the friends of law and order. The familists professed the principle that religion lay in love irrespective of faith, a tenant no doubt harmless when intelligently held, but liable in rude minds to run into licentious extremes. The magistrates can hardly be blamed for looking askance at the husbandmen who arrived in the plough. The plough patent, which this forlorn company was designed to occupy, lay in Maine, between Cape Porpoises and Elizabeth. It was sometimes called Ligonia. The title was soon held to have no validity, and Ligonia vanished away. For an account of its fortunes, see Charlesden and Windsor, Narrative and Critical History of America, Volume 3, page 322, and The Genealogist, New Series, 29-270. In footnote. 13. Canonicus's son, the great Sachem of Narragansett, came to the governor's house with John Sagamore. After they had dined, he gave the governor a skin, and the governor requited him with a fair pewter pot, which he took very thankfully and stayed all night. 14th. The ship called the Friendship of Barnstable arrived at Boston after she had been at sea 11 weeks and beaten back again by foul weather. She set sail from Barnstable again about the midst of May. She landed here 8 heifers and 1 calf and 5 sheep. 21st. The governor and deputy and Mr. Noel, the elder of the congregation at Boston, went to Watertown to confer with Mr. Phillips, the pastor, and Mr. Brown, the elder of the congregation there, about an opinion which they had published that the churches of Rome were true churches. The matter was debated before many of the congregations, and, by the approbation of all the assembly except 3, was concluded in error. 22nd. The White Angel came into the bay. She landed here 21 heifers. 26th. A small bark of Salem, of about 12 tons, coming towards the bay, John Elston and 2 of Mr. Craddock's fishermen being in her, and 2 tons of stone, and 3 hogshead of train oil, was overset in a gust, and, being buoyed up by the oil, she floated up and down 48 hours, and the 3 men sitting upon her, till Henry Way, his boat, coming by, espied them and saved them. 29th. The Friendship set sail for the Christopher Islands, footnote, St. Christopher in the West Indies, end footnote, and ran on ground behind Conant's Island. 30th. The White Angel fell down for Plymouth, but the wind not serving, she came to an anchor by Long Island, and ran on ground a week after, near Gurnet's Nose. Mr. Ludlow, in digging the foundation of his house at Dorchester, found 2 pieces of French money. One was coined in 1596. They were in several places, and above a foot within the firm ground. August 8. The Tarentines, to the number of 100, came in 3 canoes, and in the night assaulted the wigwam of the Sagamore of Agawam, footnote, later Ipswich, in footnote, by Merrimack, and slew 7 men, and wounded John Sagamore and James, and some others, whereof some died after, and rifled a wigwam where Mr. Craddock's men kept to catch sturgeon, took away their nets and biscuits, etc. 19th. The plough returned to Charleston after she had been on her way to the Christopher Islands about 3 weeks, and was so broke she could not return home. 31st. The governor's bark, called the Blessing of the Bay, being of 30 tons, went to sea. September 6th. The White Angel set sail from Marble Harbor. About this time last year, the company here set forth a pinnace to the parts about Cape Cod to trade for corn, and it brought here above 80 bushels. This year again, the Salem pinnace, being bound thither for corn, was, by contrary winds, put into Plymouth, where the governor, etc., fell out with them, not only forbidding them to trade, but also telling them that they would oppose them by force, even to the spending of their lives, etc., whereupon they returned, and acquainting the governor of Massachusetts with it, he wrote to the governor of Plymouth this letter, here inserted, with their answer, which came about a month after. Footnote. These documents are not in the manuscripts of the journal, and have disappeared. End footnote. The wolves did much hurt to calves and swine between Charles River and the Mystic. At the last court, a young fellow was whipped for soliciting an Indian squaw to incontinency. Her husband and she complained of the wrong, and were present at the execution, and very well satisfied. At the same court, one Henry Lynn was whipped and banished for writing letters into England full of slander against our government and orders of our churches. 17th. Mr. Sherd of Pequod sent home James Sagamore's wife, who had been taken away at the surprise of Agawam, and writ that the Indians demanded blank fathom of wampanoag and blank skins for her ransom. 27th. At a court, one Josias Plaistow and 2 of his servants were censured for stealing corn from Chickatawba and his men, who were present, the master to restore 2-fold, and to be degraded from the title of a gentleman, and fined £5, and his men to be whipped. Footnote. Copying exactly the sentence of the court appears to me the best explanation of this passage. Quote, it is ordered that Josias Plaistow shall, for stealing 4 baskets of corn from the Indians, return them 8 baskets again, be fined £5, and hereafter be called by the name of Josias, not Mr., as formerly he used to be, and that William Buckland and Thomas Andrew shall be whipped for being accessory to the same offense. We must conclude, therefore, that our fathers thought the whipping of the servants a lighter punishment than the degradation of a master. Savage. In footnote. October 4th. The Blessing went on a voyage to the eastward. 11th. The governor, being at his farmhouse at Mystic, walked out after supper, and took a piece in his hand, supposing he might kill a wolf. For they came daily about the house, and killed swine and calves, etc. And being about half a mile off, it grew suddenly dark, so as, in coming home, he mistook his path, and went till he came to a little house of Sagamore John, which stood empty. There he stayed, and having a piece of match in his pocket, for he always carried about him match and compass, and in summer time snakeweed, he made a good fire near the house, and lay down upon some old mats which he found there, and so spent the night, sometimes walking by the fire, sometimes singing psalms, and sometimes getting wood, but could not sleep. It was, through God's mercy, a warm night, but a little before day it began to rain, and having no cloak, he made shift by a long pole to climb up into the house. In the morning there came thither an Indian squaw, but perceiving her before she had opened the door, he barred her out, and yet she stayed there a great while essaying to get in, and at last she went away, and he returned safe home, his servants having been much perplexed for him, and having walked about and shot off pieces, and hallooed in the night, but he heard them not. 22nd. The governor received a letter from Captain Wigan, footnote. Thomas Wigan was agent or governor of the upper plantation, as Neil was of the lower. He was a worthy man without doubt, for the Puritan peers, Say and Brooke, employed him as their representative, and he gave evidence in favor of our people against Gorges and Mason. In 1650, after the union of New Hampshire with our colony, he became one of the assistants, Hutch 150, and 2 years later was among the commissioners to receive the submission of the inhabitants of Maine. Savage. Bagnell had been one of Morton's men at Marymount. Richmond Island is on the coast of Maine, just south of Cape Elizabeth. End footnote. Of Pascataquac, informing him of a murder committed the 3rd of this month at Richmond's Isle by an Indian Sagamore called Squidrayset and his company upon one Walter Bagnell, called Great Wat, and one John P., who kept with him. They, having killed them, burnt the house over them, and carried away their guns and what else they liked. He persuaded the governor to send 20 men presently to take revenge. But the governor, advising with some of the council, thought best to sit still a while, partly because he heard that Captain Neal, etc., were gone after them, and partly because of the season, it being then frost and snow, and want of boats fit for that expedition. This Bagnell was sometimes servant to one in the bay, and these 3 years had dwelt alone in the said island, and had gotten about £400 most in goods. He was a wicked fellow, and had much wronged the Indians. 25th. The governor, with Captain Underhill and others of the officers, went on foot to Sagus, footnote, Sagus or Saugus later land, end footnote, and next day to Salem, where they were bountifully entertained by Captain Endicott, etc., and the 28th they returned to Boston by the ford at Sagus River, and so over at Mystic, a plentiful crop. 30th. The governor, having erected a building of stone at Mystic, there came so violent a storm of rain for 24 hours from the northeast and southeast as, it not being furnished and laid with clay for want of lime, 2 sides of it were washed down to the ground, and much harm was done to other houses by that storm. Mr. Pynchon's boat, coming from the Sagadahook, was cast away at Cape Ann, but the men and chief goods saved, and the boat recovered. November 2nd. The ship Lion, William Pierce master, arrived at Natascott. Footnote. Captain Pierce and the Lion, so serviceable to the new colony, brought over on this trip, besides much-needed supplies, important people. Margaret Winthrop, 3rd wife of the governor, was a most worthy matron. Her piety, affection, and helpfulness appeared in her many letters, preserved in R.C. Winthrop, Life and Letters of John Winthrop, where also are abundant genealogical details as to the governor's family. John Winthrop, Jr., stepson of Margaret, became the honored governor of Connecticut, and is only less distinguished in New England history than his father. End footnote. There came in her the governor's wife, his eldest son, and his wife, and others of his children, and Mr. Eliot, footnote. John Eliot, born in 1604 and educated at Jesus College, Cambridge, became in 1632 teacher at Roxbury, and later the famous apostle to the Indians. There will be mention of him hereafter. End footnote. A minister, and other families, being in all about 60 persons, who all arrived in good health, having been 10 weeks at sea, and lost none of their company but 2 children, whereof one was the governor's daughter Anne, about 1 year and a half old, who died about a week after they came to sea. 3rd. The wind being contrary, the ship stayed at Long Island, but the governor's son came on shore, and that night the governor went to the ship and lay aboard all night, and the next morning, the wind coming fair, she came to an anchor before Boston. 4th. The governor, his wife and children, went on shore with Mr. Pierce in his ship's boat. The ship gave them 6 or 7 pieces. At their landing, the captains, with their companies and arms, entertained them with a guard, and divers volleys of shot, and 3 drakes, and divers of their assistants and most of the people of the near plantations came to welcome them, and brought and sent for divers days great store of provisions, as fat hogs, kids, venison, poultry, geese, partridges, etc., so as the like joy and manifestation of love had never been seen in New England. It was a great marvel that so much people and such store of provisions could be gathered together at so few hours' warning. The 11th, we kept a day of thanksgiving at Boston. 17th, the governor of Plymouth, footnote, William Bradford, came to Boston and lodged in the ship. 23rd, Mr. Pierce went down to his ship which lay at Nantasket. Divers went home with him into England by Virginia, as Sir Richard Saltonstall, his eldest son, and others, and they were 6 weeks in going to Virginia. The congregation at Watertown, whereof Mr. George Phillips was pastor, had chosen one Richard Brown for their elder, be a forenamed who, persisting in his opinion of the truth of the Romish Church, and maintaining other errors withal, and being a man of a very violent spirit, the court wrote a letter to the congregation, directed to the pastor and brethren, to advise them to take into consideration whether Mr. Brown was fit to be continued their elder or not, to which, after some weeks, they returned answer to this effect, that if we would take the pains to prove such things as were objected against him, they would endeavor to redress them. December 8th. The said congregation being much divided about their elder, both parties repaired to the governor for assistance, etc., whereupon he went to Watertown with the deputy governor and Mr. Noel, and the congregation being assembled, the governor told them that, being come to settle peace, etc., they might proceed in 3 distinct respects. First, as the magistrates, their assistance being desired. Second, as members of a neighboring congregation. Third, upon the answer which we received of our letter, which did no way satisfy us. But the pastor, Mr. Phillips, desired us to sit with them as members of a neighboring congregation only, whereto the governor, etc., consented. Then the one side which had first complained were moved to open their grievances, which they did to this effect, that they could not communicate with their elder, being guilty of errors, both in judgment and conversation. After much debate of these things, at length they were reconciled, and agreed to seek God in a day of humiliation, and so to have a solemn uniting, each party promising to reform what hath been amiss, etc., and the pastor gave thanks to God, and the assembly brake up. End of Section 2, History of New England. Section 3 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 3, 1632. January 27th. The governor, and some company with him, went up by Charles River about 8 miles above Watertown, and named the first brook on the north side of the river, being a fair stream, and coming from a pond a mile from the river, Beaver Brook, because the beavers had shorn down divers great trees there, and made divers dams across the brook. Thence they went to a great rock, upon which stood a high stone, cleft in sunder, that 4 men might go through, which they called Adam's chair, because the youngest of their company was Adam Winthrop. Thence they came to another brook, greater than the former, which they called Master's Brook, because the eldest of their company was one John Masters. Thence they came to another high-pointed rock, having a fair ascent on the west side, which they called Mount Feake, for one Robert Feake, who had married the governor's daughter-in-law. On the west side of Mount Feake they went up a very high rock, from whence they might see all over Nipnet, and a very high hill due west, about 40 miles off, and to the northwest the high hills by Merrimack, above 60 miles off. Footnote: It is easy today to trace the governor's routes. Beaver Brook still retains its name. The mountains seen to the west was Wachusett. The spurs of Monadnock are the highlands northward. In footnote. February 7th. The governor, Mr. Noel, Mr. Elliot, and others went over Mystic River at Medford, and going north and by east among the rocks about 2 or 3 miles, they came to a very great pond, having in the midst an island of about 1 acre, and very thick with trees of pine and beech, and the pond had divers small rocks standing up here and there in it, which they therefore called Spot Pond. Footnote: It is still Spot Pond. In footnote: They went all about it upon the ice. From thence, towards the northwest, about 1/2 mile, they came to the top of a very high rock, beneath which, towards the north, lies a goodly plain, part open land and part woody. From thence there is a fair prospect, but it being then close and rainy, they could see but a small distance. This place they called Cheese Rock, because when they went to eat something, they had only cheese, the governor's man forgetting for haste to put up some bread. 14th. The governor and some other company went to view the country as far as Neponset and returned that night. 17th. The governor and assistants called before them at Boston divers of Watertown, the pastor and elder by letter, and the others by warrant. The occasion was, for that a warrant being sent to Watertown for levying of 8 pounds, part of a rate of 60 pounds, ordered for the fortifying of the new town, Newtown, later Cambridge. Old willows still exist, which perhaps descend from stocks in the ancient palisade. Jones' Life of Dudley gives an interesting picture of a group till lately standing in Holmes Field. The pastor and elder, etc., assembled the people and delivered their opinions that it was not safe to pay moneys after that sort, for fear of bringing themselves and posterity into bondage. Being come before the governor and council after much debate, they acknowledged their fault, confessing freely that they were in an error, and made a retraction and submission under their hands, and were enjoined to read it in the assembly the next Lord's Day. The ground of their error was, for that they took the government to be no other but as of a mayor and aldermen, who have not power to make laws or raise taxations without the people, but understanding that the government was rather in the nature of a parliament, and that no assistant could be chosen but by the freemen, who had power likewise to remove the assistants and put in others, and therefore at every general court, which was to be held once every year, they had free liberty to consider and propound anything concerning the same, and to declare their grievances, without being subject to question or etc., they were fully satisfied, and so their submission was accepted, and their offense pardoned. Quote, the new government was changing, essentially, and Winthrop's account being meager, Savage's note may be quoted. Quote, in the ejection of these gentlemen of Watertown there was much force, for no power was by the charter granted to the governor and assistants to raise money by levy, assessment, or taxation. Indeed, the same may be said of the right of making general orders or laws, for the directors of the company or courts of assistants could only be executive. The company, or great body of the corporation, however, submitted at first to the mild and equal temporary usurpation of the officers, chosen by themselves, which was also justified by indisputable necessity. So simply patriarchal was the government, and so indifferent was the majority of the settlers to return their full charter rights, that, at the first general court or meeting of the whole company, held at Boston 19 October after their arrival, for the establishing of the government, it was propounded, if it were not the best course that the freemen should have the power of choosing assistants, when they are to be chosen, and the assistants from among themselves to choose a governor and deputy governor, who with the assistants should have the power of making laws and choosing officers to execute the same. This was fully assented unto by the general vote of the people and erection of hands. Such an extraordinary surrender of power proves that no jealousy was excited by the former assumption by the governor and assistants of the legislative, in addition to the executive and judicial functions with which the charter seems to invest them. March 5th, the first court after winter, it was ordered that the courts, which before were every 3 weeks, should now be held the first Tuesday in every month. Commissioners appointed to set out the bounds of the towns. 14th. The bark Warwick derived at Natascott, having been at Pascagoulaquac and at Salem to sell corn, which she brought from Virginia. At her coming into Natascott with a southeast wind, she was in great danger by a sudden gust to be cast away upon the rocks. 19th. She came to Winsommet. Mr. Maverick, one of the ministers of Dorchester, in drawing a little powder which took fire by the heat of the fire-pan, fired a small barrel of 2 or 3 pounds, yet did no other harm but singe his clothes. It was in the new meeting house, which was thatched, and the thatch only blacked a little. April 3rd. At a court at Boston, the deputy, Mr. Dudley, went away before the court was ended, and the secretary delivered the governor a letter from him, directed to the governor and assistants, wherein he declared a resignation from his deputyship and a place of assistance, but it was not allowed. April 3rd. At a court at Boston, the deputy, Mr. Dudley, went away before the court was ended, and then the secretary delivered the governor a letter from him, directed to the governor and assistants, wherein he declared a resignation of his deputyship and place of assistance, but it was not allowed. At this court an act was made expressing the governor's power, etc., and the office of the secretary and treasurer, etc. 9th. The bark Warwick and Mr. Maverick's pinnace went out towards Virginia. 12th. The governor received letters from Plymouth signifying that there had been a broil between their men at Soamset and the Narragansett Indians, who set upon the English house there to have taken Osamequin. Osamequin, better known as Massasoit, was a friend of the Englishmen and father of the more famous Metacom, or King Philip. The Sagamore of Packanacut, who was fled thither with all his people for refuge, and that Captain Standish, being gone thither to relieve the 3 English which were in the house, had sent home in all haste for more men and other provisions, upon intelligence that Canonicus, with a great army, was coming against them. Withal they writ to our governor for some powder to be sent with all possible speed, for it seemed they were unfurnished. Upon this the governor presently dispatched away the messenger with so much powder as he could carry, viz. 27 pounds. 16th, the messenger returned and brought a letter from the governor, signifying that the Indians were retired from Sowams to fight with the Pequods, which was probable, because John Sagamore and Chickataba were gone with all their men, viz. John Sagamore with 30, and Chickataba with blank to Canonicus, who had sent for them. A rear was erected by Watertown men upon Charles River, 3 miles above the town, where they took great stores of shads. A Dutch ship was brought from Virginia 2,000 bushels of corn, which was sold at 4 shillings 6 the bushel. May 1st. The governor and assistants met at Boston to consider of the deputy his deserting his place. Footnote. Dudley's dissatisfaction with the Winthrop regime will before long manifest itself more violently. End footnote. The points discussed were two. The first, upon what grounds he did it. Second, whether it were good or void. For the first, his main reason was for the public peace, because he must needs discharge his conscience in speaking freely, and he saw that bred disturbance, etc. For the second, it was maintained by all that he could not leave his place except by the same power which put him in, yet he would not be put from his contrary opinion, nor would be persuaded to continue till the general court, which is to be the 9th of this month. Another question fell out with him, about some bargains he had made with some poor men, members of the same congregation, to whom he had sold 7 bushels and an half of corn to receive 10 for it after harvest, which the governor and others held to be a pressing usury, and within compass of the statute, but he persisted to maintain it to be lawful, and there arose hot words about it, he telling the governor that, if he had thought he had sent for him to his house to give him such usage, he would not have come there, and that he never knew any man of understanding of other opinion, and that the governor thought otherwise of it, it was his weakness. The governor took notice of these speeches, and bare them with more patience than he had done upon a like occasion at another time. Upon this there arose another question about his house. The governor having formerly told him that he did not well to bestow such cost about wainscoting and adorning his house, in the beginning of a plantation, both in regard of the necessity of public charges and for example, etc., his answer now was, that it was for the warmth of his house, and the charge was little, being but clapboards nailed to the wall in the form of wainscot. These and other speeches passed before dinner. After dinner the governor told him that he had heard that the people intended at the next general court to desire that the assistants might be chosen anew every year, and that the governor might be chosen by the whole court and not by the assistants only. Upon this Mr. Ludlow grew into passion and said, that then we should have no government, but there would be an interim wherein every man might do as he pleased, etc. This was answered and cleared in the judgment of the rest of the assistants, but he continued stiff in his opinion, and protested he would then return back to England. Another business fell out, which was this. Mr. Clark, footnote, John Clark, as constable of Watertown, was a civil official, while Patrick belonged to the class of whom Miles Standish, John Mason, and John Underhill were types. Veteran soldiers who trained to good purpose the planters, exposed to many perils, of Watertown had complained to the governor that Captain Patrick, being removed out of the town to Newtown, did compel them to watch near Newtown, and desired the governor that they might have the ordering within their own town. The governor answered him that the ordering of the watch did properly belong to the constable, but in those towns where the captains dwelt, they had thought fit to leave it to them, and since Captain Patrick was removed, the constable might take care of it, but advised him withal to acquaint the deputy with it, and at the court it should be ordered. Clark went right home and told the captain that the governor had ordered that the constable should set the watch, which was false, but the captain answered somewhat rashly, and like a soldier, which being certified to the governor by 3 witnesses, he sent a warrant to the constable to this effect, that whereas some difficulty was fallen out, etc., about this watch, etc., he should, according to his office, see due watch should be kept till the court had taken order of it. This much displeased the captain, who came to this meeting to have it redressed. The governor told the rest what he had done, and upon what ground, whereupon they refused to do anything in it till the court. While they were sitting thus together, an Indian brings a letter from Captain Standish, then at Sowams, to this effect, that the Dutchmen, which lay for trading at Angansett or Naragnasetts, had lately informed that many Pequods, who were professed enemies of the Naragnasetts, had been there divers days, and advised us to be watchful, etc., giving other reasons, etc. Thus the day was spent and no good done, which was the more uncomfortable to most of them, because they had commended this meeting to God in a more earnest manner than ordinary at other meetings. May 8th. A general court at Boston. Whereas it was at our first coming agreed that the freemen should choose the assistants, and they the governor, the whole court agreed now that the governor assistant should be all new chosen every year by the general court, the governor to be always chosen out of the assistants. And accordingly the old governor, John Winthrop, was chosen. Accordingly all the rest as before, and Mr. Humphrey, footnote, Humphrey did not arrive until 1634, nor Coddington till 1633. Noteworthy men, accounts of whom are deferred from the present, in footnote. And Mr. Coddington also, because they were daily expected. The deputy governor, Thomas Dudley Esquire, having submitted the validity of his resignation to the vote of the court, it was adjudged a nullity, and he accepted of his place again, and the governor and he being reconciled the day before, all things were carried very lovingly amongst all, etc., and the people carried themselves with much silence and modesty. John Winthrop, the governor's son, was chosen an assistant. A proposition was made by the people that every company of trained men might choose their own captain and officers, but the governor giving them reasons to the contrary, they were satisfied without it. Every town chose 2 men to be at the next court to advise with the governor and assistants about the raising of a public stock, so as what they should agree upon should bind all, etc. This court was begun and ended with speeches for the etc. as formerly. The governor, among other things, used this speech to the people after he had taken his oath, that he had received gratuities from divers towns, which he returned with much comfort and content. He had also received many kindnesses from particular persons which he would not refuse, lest he should be accounted uncourteous, etc. But he professed that he received them with a trembling heart, in regard of God's rule, and that the consciousness of his own infirmity, and therefore desired them that hereafter they would not take it ill if he did refuse presents from particular persons, except they were from the assistants or from special friends, to which no answer was made. But he was told after that many good people were much grieved at it, for that he had never had any allowance towards the charge of this place. 24th. The fortification upon the Cornhill at Boston was begun. 25th. Charleston men came and wrought upon the fortification, Roxbury the next, and Dorchester the next. 26th. The Whale arrived with Mr. Wilson, Mr. Dummer, footnote, John Wilson, who had been much missed, now returns with wife. Richard Dummer will appear hereafter as an engaging character. He was an ancestor of Jeremy and William Dummer, eminent citizens of a later time. The name of the family is still commemorated in Dummer Academy, Newbury, in footnote, and about 30 passengers, all in health, and of 70 cows lost but 2. She came from Hampton April 8th. Mr. Graves was master. June 5th. The William and Francis, Mr. Thomas master, with about 60 passengers, whereof Mr. Weld, footnote, Thomas Weld, coming from Essex, at once became pastor at Roxbury, as John Eliot was teacher. He will appear often as one of the ablest and strictest upholders of the theocracy, being particularly active against Anne Hutchinson. Savage and others have wrongly ascribed to him the authorship of a book really written by Winthrop, a short history of the rise, reign, and ruin of the antinomians, familists, and libertines that infested the churches of New England, portions of which are included in this volume. Weld returned to England in 1641 with Hugh Peter as agent of the colony. He was more in sympathy with the intolerance of the Presbyterians than with the free spirit of independency. He bore himself with consistency, conforming neither to independency when it was in power, nor later to the restored Church of England, being ejected at the Restoration from his living in Durham. And old Mr. Batchelor, footnote, Stephen Batchelor, who soon became minister at Lynn, was like Dummer, one of the company of husbandmen, in footnote, being aged 71, were with their families and many other honest men, also the Charles of Barnstable, with near 80 cows and 6 mares. Mr. Hatherley, footnote, Thomas Hatherley, frequently mentioned by Bradford as one of the merchants who aided the Pilgrims, was the founder of Situate, in footnote, the merchant, and about 20 passengers, all safe and in health. They set sail, viz., the William and Francis from London, March the 9th, and the Charles from Barnstable, April 10th, and met near Cape Ann. Mr. Winslow, footnote, Edward Winslow, a Worcestershire gentleman, born in 1595, was socially highest in station amongst the Plymouth men. He became later the most conspicuous in the band and was surpassed in usefulness only by Bradford and Brewster, if by them. He was the only one of the Plymouth men whose portrait has been transmitted to us. His marriage with the widow of William White, mother of Peregrine White, the first white child born in New England, was the earliest marriage in New England, May 12, 1621. He traveled over Europe before coming to America, and after coming was the trusted agent of his colony on various distant commissions, both in England and America. In 1633 he became governor of Plymouth for a year, but his tact and experience fitted him especially for work of a different kind. In 1635 he was again sent to England to represent not only Plymouth but Massachusetts Bay at the English court. Here he encountered the malcontents who, smarting under Puritan discipline, were traducing New England. Through Thomas Morton of Merrymount he suffered imprisonment. Returning to America, he was again chosen governor of Plymouth, but soon took the position of magistrate, becoming in 1643 a commissioner of the United Colonies. As he before pleaded and suffered in the presence of the king and laud in behalf of the colonies, so now he confronted Gorton and others, who accused New England before the powers of the new regime. In 1646 we find him again in the Old World, where he gained favor under the Commonwealth, and in 1655 was sent by Cromwell as one of the commissioners to direct an expedition to the West Indies. Here, soon after the capture of Jamaica, he died. He was humane as well as wise, his work with and for the Indians especially showing his kindly spirit. In footnote. Of Plymouth came in the William and Francis. 12th. The James, Mr. Grant Master, arrived. Her passage was 8 weeks from London. She brought 61 heifers and lost 40, and brought 12 passengers. 13th. A day of thanksgiving in all the plantations, by public authority, for the good success of the King of Sweden and Protestants in Germany against the Emperor, etc. Footnote. The victory of Gustavus at Brighton Field, followed by his occupation of Frankfurt and Mainz, and the successes of the Elector of Saxony and Bohemia, and for the safe arrival of all the ships, they having not lost one person, nor one sick among them. 14th. The governor was invited to dinner aboard the Whale. The master fetched him in his boat, and gave him 3 pieces at his going off. The French came in a pinnace to Penobscot, and rifled a trucking house belonging to Plymouth, carrying thence 300 weight of beaver and other goods. Footnote. See Bradford, pages 284-285 in the series, in footnote. They took also 1 Dixie bull and a shallop and goods, 1 Abraham shirt of Pequod, and 1 Captain Wright, and others, coming to Pascataquac, being bound for this bay in a shallop with 200 pounds worth of commodities. One of the seamen, going to light a pipe of tobacco, set fire on a barrel of powder which tare the boat in pieces. That man was never seen, the rest were all saved, but the goods lost. The man that was blown away with the powder in the boat at Pascataquac was found after with his hands and feet torn off. This fellow, being wished by another to forbear to take any tobacco, till they came to the shore, which was hard by, answered that if the devil should carry him away quick, he would take 1 pipe. Some in the boat were so drunk and fast asleep that they did not awake with the noise. A shallop of 1 Henry Way of Dorchester having been missing all the winter, it was found that the men in her, being 5, were all killed tremendously by the Eastern Indians. Another shallop of his being sent out to seek out the other, was cast away at Aquaminticus, and 2 of the men drowned. A fishing shallop at Isle of Shoals was overset. 1 Noddle, an honest man of Salem, carrying wood in a canoe in the South River, was overturned and drowned. July. At a training at Watertown, a man of John Oldham's, footnote, John Oldham came to Plymouth in 1623, and proving to be a disturber of the colony, became a rover. He had more courage and enterprise than piety, settling at Nantasket, then at Cape Ann, then at Watertown. In 1633, with 3 companions, he made his way through the woods to the Connecticut, becoming the pioneer of the English occupation there. In 1636, as we shall see, his murder by the Indians in his shallops near Block Island brought on the Pequod War. End footnote. Having a musket which had been long charged with pistol bullets, not knowing it, gave fire, and shot 3 men, 2 in their bodies and 1 in his hands, but it was so far off as the shot entered the skin and stayed there, and they all recovered. The congregation at Boston wrote to the elders and brethren of the churches of Plymouth, Salem, etc. for their advice in 3 questions. 1. Whether one person might be a civil magistrate and a ruling elder at the same time. 2. If not, then which should be laid down. 3. Whether there might be diverse pastors in the same church. The first was agreed, by all negatively, the second doubtfully, the third doubtful also. The strife in Watertown congregation continued still, but at length they gave the separatists a day to come in, or else to be proceeded against. 5th. At the day all came in and submitted, except John Masters, who, though we were advised by diverse ministers and others that he had offended in turning his back upon the sacrament, and departing out of the assembly, etc., because they had admitted a member whom he judged unfit, etc., yet he persisted. So the congregation, being loath to proceed against him, gave him a further day, 8th, at which time, he continuing obstinate, they excommunicated him, but about a fortnight after he submitted himself and was received in again. At Watertown there was, in the view of diverse witnesses, a great combat between a mouse and a snake, and after a long fight the mouse prevailed and killed the snake. The pastor of Boston, Mr. Wilson, a very sincere holy man, hearing of it, gave this interpretation, that the snake was the devil, the mouse was a poor contemptible people, which God had brought hither, which should overcome Satan here, and dispossess him of his kingdom. Upon the same occasion he told the governor that, before he was resolved to come into this country, he dreamed he was here, and that he saw a church arise out of the earth, which grew up and became a marvelous goodly church. After many impertinences and days of humiliation, by those of Boston and Roxbury to seek for the Lord for Mr. Weld his disposing, and the advice of those of Plymouth were taken, etc. At length he resolved to sit down with them at Roxbury. August 3rd. The deputy Mr. Thomas Dudley being still discontented with the governor, partly for that the governor had removed the frame of his house which he had set up at Newtown, and partly for that he took too much authority upon him, as he conceived, renewed his complaints to Mr. Wilson and Mr. Weld, who acquainting the governor therewith, a meeting was agreed upon at Charlestown, where were present the deputy and governor, Mr. Nowell, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Weld, Mr. Maverick, and Mr. Warham. The conference being begun with calling upon the Lord, the deputy began, that however he had some particular grievances, etc., yet seeing he was advised by those present, and diverse of the assistants, to be silent in them, he would let them pass, and so come first to complain of the breach of promise, both in the governor and others, in not building at Newtown. The governor answered that he had performed the words of the promise, for he had a house up, and 7 or 8 servants abiding in it, by the day appointed, and for the removing of his house he alleged, that, seeing that the rest of the assistants went not about to build, and that his neighbors of Boston had been discouraged from removing thither by Mr. Deputy himself, and therefore had, upon all their hands, petitioned him, that according to the promise he made to them when they first sat down with him at Boston Fees, that he would not remove, except they went with him, he would not leave them. This was the occasion that he removed his house. Upon these and other speeches to this purpose, the ministers went apart for 1 hour, then returning, they delivered their opinions, that the governor was in fault for removing of his house so suddenly, without conferring with the deputy and the rest of the assistants. But if the deputy were the occasion of discouraging Boston men from removing, it would excuse the governor a tanto, but not a toto. The governor, professing himself willing to submit his own opinion to the judgment of so many wise and godly friends, acknowledged himself faulty. After dinner, the deputy proceeded in his complaint, yet with this protestation, that what he should charge the governor with was in love, and out of his care of the public, and that the things which he should procure were but for his own satisfaction, not by way of accusation. Then demanded he of him the ground and limits of his authority, whether by patent or otherwise. The governor answered, that he was willing to stand to that which he propounded, and would challenge no greater authority than he might by the patent. The deputy replied that he had no more authority than every assistant, except power to call courts and precedency for honor and order. The governor answered he had more, for the patent making him a governor gave him whatsoever power belonged to a governor by common law or the statutes, and desired him to show wherein he had exceeded, etc. And speaking this somewhat apprehensively, the deputy began to be in passion, and told the governor that if he were so round, he would be round too. The governor bade him be round if he would. So the deputy rose up in great fury and passion, and the governor grew very hot also, so as they both fell into bitterness. But by mediation of the mediators, they were soon pacified. Then the deputy proceeded to particulars as followeth. First, by what authority the governor removed the ordinance and erected a fort at Boston. The governor answered that the ordinance lying upon the beach in danger of spoiling, and having often complained of it in the court, and nothing done with the help of diverse and of the assistants, they were mounted upon their carriages, and removed where they might be of some use. And for the fort it had been agreed above a year before that it should be erected there, and all this was done without any penny charged to the public. Second, by what authority he lent 28 pounds of powder to those of Plymouth. The governor answered, as it was of his own powder, and upon their urgent distress, their own powder proving not, when they were to send to the rescue of their men at Somerset. Third, by what authority he had licensed Edward Johnson. *. Edward Johnson probably came with Winthrop, a man from Kent. His service was both military and civil, and in 1642 he was one of the founders of Woburn. He lived long, his name occurring in various honorable connections. He is best known as author of A History of New England from 1628 to 1652, The Wonder-Working Providence of Zion's Savior in New England, London, 1654, which is to be reprinted in this series, in footnote, to sit down at Merrimack. Governor answered that he had licensed him only to go forth on trading, as he had done divers others as belonging to his place. Fourth, by what authority he had given them of Watertown leave to erect a weir upon Charles River, and had disposed of lands to divers, etc. The governor answered, the people of Watertown, falling very short of corn the last year, for want of fish, did complain, etc., and desired leave to erect a weir. And upon this the governor told them that he could not give them leave, but they must seek it of the court. But because it would be long before the courts began again, and if they deferred till then, the season would be lost, he wished them to do it. And there was no doubt, but being for so general a good, the court would allow it, and for his part he would employ all his power in the court, so as he should sink under it, if it were not allowed, and besides, those of Roxbury had erected a weir, without any license from the court. And for lands he had disposed to none, otherwise than the deputy and other of the assistants had done. He had given only his consent, but referred them to the court, etc. But the deputy had taken more upon him, in that, without order of the court, he had impaled at Newtown above 1,000 acres, and had assigned lands to some there. Fifth, by what authority he had given license to Ratcliffe and Gray, being banished men, to stay within our limits. Governor answered, he did that by that authority which was granted him in court, viz., that upon any sentence in criminal causes, the governor might, upon cause, stay the execution till the next court. Now the cause was, that, being in winter, they might otherwise have perished. Sixth, why the fines were not levied. Governor answered, it belonged to the secretary and not to him. He never refused to sign any that were brought to him. Nay, he had called upon the secretary for it, yet he confessed that it was his judgment that it were not fit, in the infancy of a commonwealth, to be too strict in levying fines, though severe in other punishments. Seventh, that when a cause had been voted by the rest of the court, the governor would bring new reasons, and move them to alter the sentence, which the governor justified and all approved. The deputy having made an end, the governor desired the mediators to consider whether he had exceeded his authority or not, and how little cause the deputy had to charge him with it. For if he had made some slips in 2 or 3 years' government, he ought rather to have covered them, seeing he could not be charged that he had taken advantage of his authority to oppress or wrong any man, or to benefit himself, but for want of a public stock had dispersed all common charges out of his own estate, whereas the deputy would never lay out 1 penny, etc. And besides, he could show that under his hand that would convince him of a greater exceeding his authority than that all the deputy could charge him with, viz., that whereas Banks and Johnson were bound in open court to appear at next court to account to, etc., he had, out of court, discharged them of their appearance. The deputy answered that the party to whom they were to account came to him and confessed that he was satisfied, and that the parties were to go to Virginia, so he thought he might discharge them. Though the governor might justly have refused to answer these 7 articles, wherewith the deputy had charged him, both for that he had no knowledge of them before, the meeting being only for the deputy his personal grievances, and also for that the governor was not to give account of his actions to any but to the court, yet, out of his desire of the public peace, and to clear his reputation with those to whom the deputy had accused him, he was willing to give him satisfaction to the end, that he might free him of such jealousy as he had conceived that the governor intended to make himself popular, that he might gain absolute power, and bring all the assistants under his subjection, which was very improbable, seeing the governor had propounded in court to have an order established for limiting the governor's authority, and had himself drawn articles for that end, which had been approved and established by the whole court. Neither could he justly be charged to have transgressed any of them. So the meeting breaking up, without any other conclusion but the commending the success of it by prayer to the Lord, the governor brought the deputy onward of his way, and every man went to his own home. Footnote. Winthrop and Dudley were men differently constituted. While the former was mild, disposed to lenity, and always a seeker of peace, the latter was intolerant, uncompromising, of quick temper, and disposed to ride roughshod. This is not the end of the discord between the 2 men. For full presentation of the matter, see Winthrop, Life and Letters of John Winthrop, and Jones, Thomas Dudley. The concluding 4 words refer to page 91. See 2 pages after. In footnote. The sachem, who was joined with Canonicus, the great sachem of Naragnasetts, called Mechima after Meantonuma, being at Boston, where he had lodged 2 nights with his squaw, and about 12 senaps, being present at the sermon, 3 of his senaps went out in the meantime, and brake into a neighbor's house, etc. Complaint being made thereof to the governor after evening exercise, he told the sachem of it, and with some difficulty caused him to make one of his senaps to beat them, and then sent them out of his towns, but brought the sachem and the rest of the company to his house, and made much of them, as he had done before, which he seemed to be well pleased with, but that evening he departed. At a court not long after, 2 of Chickatabat's men were convicted for assaulting some English of Dorchester in their houses, etc. They were put in the bilboes, and Chickatabat required to beat them, which he did. The congregation of Boston and Charleston began the meeting house at Boston, for which, and Mr. Wilson's house, they had made a voluntary contribution of about £120. 14th, fair weather and small wind, and northeast at Boston, and at the same time such a tempest of wind northeast, a little without the bay, as no boat could bear sail, and one hadder mast borne by the board. So again, when there hath been a very tempest at northwest or west in the bay, there hath been a stark calm 1 league or 2 offshore. This summer was very wet and cold, except now and then a day or two, which caused great store of mosquitoes and rattlesnakes. The corn in the dry sandy grounds was much better than other years, but in the fatter grounds much worse, and in Boston, etc., much shorn down close by the ground with worms. The windmill was brought down to Boston because, where it stood near Newtown, it would not grind but with a westerly wind. Mr. Oldham had a small house near the Wear at Watertown, made all of clapboards, burnt down by making a fire in it when he had no chimney. This week they had in barley and oats, at Sagus, above 20 acres good corn and sound with the plough. Great stores of eels and lobsters in the bay. 2 or 3 boys have brought in a bushel of great eels at a time and 60 great lobsters. The Braintree Company, which had begun to sit down at Mount Wollaston, by order of the court removed to Newton. They were Mr. Hooker's company. Footnote. This is the first mention of a great figure in New England history. Thomas Hooker was born in Leicestershire in 1586. He was a scholar and fellow of Emmanuel College, Cambridge, and at this time, a man of mature years, was a lecturer at Braintree in Essex. The non-conforming ministers often continued their ministrations under this name. In due time, we shall have mention of his arrival in New England, and of his immigration, with many followers, to Connecticut, perhaps democratic secession from Massachusetts. Of Hooker's influence in establishing the institutions of Connecticut, and their subsequent importance as related to the Constitution of the United States, see Johnston, Connecticut, American Commonwealth Series, pages 1969. In footnote. The governor's wife was delivered of a son, who was baptized by the name of William. The governor himself held the child to baptism, as others in the congregation did use. William signifies a common man, etc. 30th. Notice being given of 10 sagamores and many Indians assembled at Muddy River, footnote, Muddy River, now Brookline, in footnote. The governor sent Captain Underhill with 20 musketeers to discover, etc., but at Roxbury they heard they were broke up. September 4th. One Hopkins of Watertown was convicted for selling a piece and pistol with powder and shot to James Sagamore, for which he had sentenced to be whipped and branded in the cheek. It was discovered by an Indian, one of James' men, upon promise of concealing him, for otherwise he was sure to be killed. The ministers afterward, for an end of the difference between the governor and the deputy, ordered that the governor should procure them a minister at Newtown, and contribute somewhat towards his maintenance for a time, or, if he could not, by the spring, effect that, then to give the deputy, toward his charges in building there, £20. The governor accepted this order, and promised to perform it in one of the kinds. But the deputy, having received one part of the order, returned the same to the governor, with this reason to Mr. Wilson, that he was so well persuaded that the governor's love to him, and he did prize it so much, as they had given him £100 instead of £20, he would not have taken it. Notwithstanding the heat of contention, which had been between the governor and deputy, yet they usually met about their affairs, and that without any appearance of any breach or discontent, and ever after kept peace and good correspondence together in love and friendship. One Jenkins, late an inhabitant of Dorchester, and now removed to Cape Porpoise, footnote, Cape Porpoise, near the mouth of Saco River, Maine, in footnote, went with an Indian up into the country with store of goods to truck, and being asleep in the wigwam of one of Passaconamy's men, was killed in the night by an Indian, dwelling near the Mohawks' country, who fled away with his goods, but was fetched back by Passaconamy. There was much suspicions that the Indians had some plot against the English, both for that many Narragansett men, etc., gathered together, who, with those of these parts, pretended to make war upon the Nepnet men, and divers insolent speeches were used by some of them, and they did not frequent our houses as they were wont. And one of their powwows told us that there was a conspiracy to cut us off to get our victuals and other substance. Upon this there was a camp pitched at Boston in the night to exercise the soldiers against need might be, and Captain Underhill, to try how they would behave themselves, caused an alarm to be given upon the quarters, which discovered the weakness of our people, who, like men amazed, knew not how to behave themselves, so as the officers could not draw them into any order. All the rest of the plantations took the alarm and answered it, but it caused much fear and distraction among the common sort, so as some, who knew of it before, yet through fear had forgotten, and believed the Indians had been upon us. We doubled our guards and kept watch every day and night. 14th. The rumor still increasing, the 3 next Sagamores were sent for, who came presently to the governor. 16. Being the Lord's Day. In the evening, Mr. Pierce in the ship Lion arrived, and came to an anchor before Boston. He brought 123 passengers, whereof 50 children, all in health, and lost not one person by the way, save his carpenter, who fell overboard as he was caulking a port. They had been 12 weeks aboard, and 8 weeks from the land's end. He had 5 days east wind and thick fog, so as he was forced to come all that time by the lead, and the first land he made was Cape Ann. 22nd. The Barnstable ship went out to Pullen Point to Marble Harbor. 22nd. The Barnstable ship went out at Pullen Point, footnote, Pullen's Point in Boston Harbor still retains its name, in footnote, to Marble Harbor. 27th. A day of thanksgiving at Boston for the good news of the prosperous success of the King of Sweden, etc., footnote, the defeat and death of Tilly, and the entrance of Gustavus Adolphus into Munich, in footnote, and for the safe arrival of the last ship and all the passengers, etc. October 18th. Captain Cammack and one Mr. Godfrey, a merchant, came from Pascataquac, and Captain Neal his pinnace, and brought 16 hogsheads of corn to the mill. They went away November blank. 25th. The governor with Mr. Wilson, pastor of Boston, and the 2 captains, etc., went aboard the Lion, and from thence Mr. Pierce carried them in a shallop to Wessaguscus, footnote, now Weymouth, in footnote. The next morning Mr. Pierce returned to his ship, and the governor and his company went on foot to Plymouth, and came thither within the evening. The governor of Plymouth, Mr. William Bradford, footnote, William Bradford, who died in 1657 after having been governor of Plymouth for 30 years, was born in 1588 at Austerfield in southern Yorkshire, whence while still a youth he went to Holland. Here Bradford toiled as a silk worker, connecting him with the Leyden Company, and immigrating with them in the Mayflower. After the death of Carver, the first governor, he became the head and mainstay of the enterprise until his death, though for a few years Edward Winslow and Thomas Prince relieved him in the chief place. He was widely accomplished, speaking Dutch and French, and versed also in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. The testimony as to his moderation and wisdom is uniform, and his history of Plymouth Plantation, recovered amid national rejoicements after being long lost, is one of the most precious of American documents. It is reprinted in this present series. In footnote, a very discreet and grave man, with Mr. Brewster, footnote, William Brewster was 60 years old at the time of the voyage to the Mayflower, and possessed a character which made his influence truly patriarchal. He had mingled in great affairs, having accompanied the envoy of Elizabeth to Holland on an important diplomatic errand as secretary. Though never formally ordained, yet as ruling elder he exercised most of the functions of teacher and pastor of the congregation. Until his death in 1644, he stood by Bradford, a main pillar of the colony, and remains one of the most venerated figures of American history. In footnote, the elder and some others came forth and met them without the town, and conducted them to the governor's house, where they were very kindly entertained, and feasted every day at several houses. On the Lord's Day there was a sacrament, which they did partake in, and in the afternoon Mr. Roger Williams, according to their custom, propounded a question to which the pastor, Mr. Smith, footnote, Reverend Ralph Smith, after painful experiences at Salem and Nantucket, became minister at Plymouth, where, though not highly esteemed, he remained some years. Roger Williams, a veritable bird of passage, was for the moment in Plymouth, in footnote, spake briefly. Then Mr. Williams prophesied, and after the governor of Plymouth spake to the question, after him the elder, then some 2 or 3 more of the congregation. Then the elder desired the governor of Massachusetts and Mr. Wilson to speak to it, which they did. When this was ended, the deacon, Mr. Fuller, footnote, Samuel Fuller, associated with the governor John Carver as a deacon of the Pilgrim Church at the coming from Holland, a useful and respected man. He possessed some medical skill, and was even sent for from Boston and Salem, in footnote. Put the congregation in mind of their duty of contribution, whereupon the governor and all the rest went down to the deacon's seat and put into the box, and then returned. 27th. The wind northwest, Mr. Pierce set sail for Virginia. 31st, being Wednesday. About 5 in the morning, the governor and his company came out of Plymouth, the governor of Plymouth, with the master and elder, etc., accompanying them near a half mile out of town in the dark. The Lieutenant Holmes, with 2 others, and the governor's mare, came along with them to the great swamp, about 10 miles. When they came to the great river, they were carried over by one Ludham, their guide, as they had been with when they came, the stream being very strong and up to the crotch. So the governor called that passage Ludham's Ford. Thence they came to a place called Hugh's Cross. The governor, being displeased at the name, in respect that such things might hereafter give the papists occasion to say that their religion was first planted in these parts, changed the name, and called it Hugh's Folly. So they came that evening to Wessaguscus, where they were bountifully entertained, as before, with store of turkeys, geese, ducks, etc., and the next day came safe to Boston. About this time Mr. Dudley, his house at Newtown, was preserved from burning down, and all his family from being destroyed by gunpowder, by a marvellous deliverance, the hearth of the hall chimney burning all night upon a principal beam, and store of principal being near, and not discovered till they arose in the morning, and then it began to flame out. Mr. John Eliot, a member of the Boston congregation, and one of whom the congregation intended presently to call to the office of teacher, was called to be a teacher to the church at Roxbury. And though Boston labored all they could, both with the congregation of Roxbury and with Mr. Eliot himself, alleging their want of him, and the covenant between them, etc., yet he could not be diverted from accepting the call of Roxbury November 5th, so he was dismissed. About a fortnight before this, those of Charleston, who had formerly been joined to Boston congregation, now, in regard of the difficulty of passage in the winter, and having opportunity of a pastor, one Mr. James, footnote, Thomas James, predecessor of John Harvard as minister of Charleston, went soon to New Haven, whence probably he returned to England, in footnote, who came over at this time, was dismissed from the congregation of Boston. The congregation of Watertown discharged the elder, Richard Brown, of his office, for his unfitness in regard of his passion and distemper in speech, having been oft admonished and declared his repentance for it. 21st, the governor received a letter from Captain Neal that Dixie Bull and 15 more of the English, who kept about the east, were turned pirates, and had taken divers boats, and rifled Pequod, etc. Hereupon the governor called a council, and it was agreed to send his bark with 20 men to join with those of Passamaquoddy for the taking of the said pirates. 22nd, a fast was held by the congregation of Boston, and Mr. Wilson, formerly their teacher, was chosen pastor, and Blank Oliver, footnote, Thomas Oliver, ancestor of an honorable time, prominent especially in the Revolution, during which his descendants were strongly opposed to independence, in footnote, a ruling elder, and both were ordained by imposition of hands, first by the teacher and the 2 elders, in the name of the congregation, upon the elder, and then by the elder and deacons upon the pastor. December 4th. At a meeting of all the assistants, it was agreed in regard that the extremity of the snow and frost had hindered the making ready of the bark, and that they had certain intelligence that those of Passamaquoddy had sent out 2 pinnaces and 2 shallops, above a fortnight before, to defer any further expedition against the pirates till they heard what was done by those, and for that end it was agreed to send presently a shallop to Passamaquoddy to learn more, etc. Accordingly, the governor dispatched away John Gallop, footnote, John Gallop, a bold sailor who comes up hereafter in picturesque connections. Gallop's Island in Boston Harbor perpetuates the name, in footnote, with the shallop. The wind being very great at southwest, he could reach no further than Cape Ann Harbor that night, and the winds blowing northerly, he was kept there so long that it was January the 2nd before he returned. By letters from Captain Neal and Mr. Hilton, footnote, Edward and William Hilton founded in 1623 the settlement at Dover, New Hampshire, in footnote, etc., it was certified that they had sent out all the forces they could make against the pirates, viz., 4 pinnaces and shallops, and about 40 men, who coming to Pequod were there windbound about 3 weeks. It was further advertised by some who came from Penobscot that the pirates had lost one of their chief men by a musket shot from Pequod, and that there remained but 15, whereof 4 or 5 were detained against their wills, and that they had been at some English plantations, and taken nothing from them but what they paid for, and that they had given another pinnace in exchange for that of Mr. Maverick, and as much beaver and otter as it was worth more, etc., and that they had a law against excessive drinking, and that their order was, at such times as other ships used to have prayer, that they would assemble upon the deck, and one sing a song, or speak a few senseless sentences, etc. They also sent a writing, directed to all the governors, signifying their intent not to do harm to any more of their countrymen, but to go to the southward, and to advise them not to sin against them, for they are resolved to sink themselves rather than be taken. Signed under the Fortune Le Garde, and no name to it. End of Section 3, 1632. Section 4 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 4, 1633. January 1st. Mr. Edward Winslow chosen governor of Plymouth, Mr. Bradford having been governor about 10 years, and now by importunity got off. Footnote. High office was a burden, rather than an honor, fines being sometimes extracted of those who refused to serve. End footnote. 9th. Mr. Oliver, a right godly man, an elder of the Church of Boston, having 3 or 4 of his sons, all very young, cutting down wood upon the neck, one of them, being about 15 years old, had his brains beaten out with the fall of a tree which he had felled. The good old father, having the news of it in as fearful a manner as might be by another boy, his brother, called his wife, being also a very godly woman, and went to prayer, and bare it with much patience and honor. 17th. The governor, having intelligence from the east that the French had bought the Scottish plantation near Cape Sable, and that the fort and all the ammunition were delivered to them, and that the cardinal, footnote, Richelieu, he is here referred to, who was guiding the interests of France. The French were now at Port Royal. Of the friction among themselves and the anxieties with which they filled their English neighbors, the Journal has much to say. See also Transactions of the Royal Historical Society, New Series, 1695, for details in the Admiralty records. End footnote. Having the managing thereof, had sent some companies already, and preparations was made to send many more the next year, and divers priests and Jesuits among them, called the assistants to Boston, and the ministers and captains, and some other chief men, to advise what was fit to be done for our safety, in regard the French were like to prove ill neighbors, being papists, at which meeting it was agreed that a plantation and a fort should forthwith be begun at Naragnasetts, partly to be some block in an enemy's way, though it could not bar his entrance, and especially to prevent an enemy from taking that passage from us, and also that the fort begun at Boston should be finished. Also that a plantation should be begun at Agawam, being the best place in the land for tillage and cattle, lest an enemy, finding it void, should possess and take it from us. The governor's son, being one of the assistants, was to undertake this, and to take no more out of the bay than 12 men, the rest to be supplied at the coming of the next ships. A maidservant of Mr. Skelton at Salem, going toward Sagus, was lost 7 days, and at length came home to Salem. All that time she was in the woods, having no kind of food, the snow being very deep, and as cold as at any time that winter. She was so frozen into the snow some mornings, as she was 1 hour before she could get up, yet she soon recovered and did well through the Lord's wonderful providence. About the beginning of this month of January, the pinnaces, which went after the pirates, returned, the cold being so great as they could not pursue them, but, in their return, they hanged up at Richmond's Isle, an Indian, one Blackwell, one of those who had there murdered Walter Bagnall. 3 of the pirates' company ran from them and came home. February 21st. The governor and 4 of the assistants, with 3 of the ministers and others, about 26 in all, went in 3 boats to view Naragnasetts, the wind west, fair weather. But the wind arose at northwest so strong and extreme cold that they were kept there 2 nights, being forced to lodge upon the ground in an open cottage, upon a little old straw which they pulled from the thatch. Their victuals also grew short, so that as they were forced to eat mussels, yet they were very mean, and came all home safe the 3rd day after, through the Lord's special providence. Upon view of the place, it was agreed by all that to build a fort there would be of too great charge and of little use, whereupon the planting of that place was deferred. 22nd, or thereabouts. The ship William, Mr. Trevor, master, arrived at Plymouth with some passengers and goods for the Massachusetts Bay, but she came to set up a fishing at Skidawait, and so to go to trade at Hudson's River. By this ship we had intelligence from our friends in England that Sir Ferdinando Gorges, footnote, Sir Ferdinando Gorges, to do his rivals harm, here employs men driven out of Massachusetts, in footnote, and Captain Mason, upon the instigation of Sir Christopher Gardiner, Morton, and Ratcliffe, had preferred a petition to the Lords of the Privy Council against us, charging us with many false accusations. But, through the Lord's good providence and the care of our friends in England, especially Emmanuel Downing, who had married the governor's sister, and the good testimony given on our behalf by one Captain Wigan, who dwelt at Pascataquac, and had been divers times among us, their malicious practice took not effect. The principal matter that they had against us was the letters of some indiscreet persons among us, who had written against the church government in England, etc., which had been intercepted by occasion of the death of Captain Levitt, who carried them and died at sea. 26th. 2 little girls of the governor's family were sitting under a great heap of logs, plucking off birds, and the wind driving the feathers into the house. The governor's wife caused them to remove away. They were no sooner gone, but the whole heap of logs fell down in the place, and had crushed them to death, if the Lord in his special providence had not delivered them. March. The governor's son, John Winthrop, went with 12 more to begin a plantation at Agawam, after called Ipswich. One John Eddy, a godly man of Watertown congregation, fell distracted, and getting out one evening, could not be found, but 8 days after he came again of himself. He had kept his strength and color, yet had eaten nothing, as must needs be conceived, all the time. He recovered his understanding again in good measure, and lived very orderly, but would, now and then, be a little distempered. April 10th. Here arrived Mr. Hodges, one of Mr. Pierce's mates. He came from Virginia in a shallop, and brought news that Mr. Pierce's ship was cast away upon a shoal 4 miles from Pequod, 10 leagues to the north of the mouth of Virginia's Bay. Footnote: Chesapeake Bay. In footnote. November 2nd, about 5 in the morning, the wind southwest through the negligence of one of his mates, who had the watch, and kept not his lead as he was exhorted. They had a shallop and their ship's boat aboard. All that went into the shallop came safe on shore, but the ship's boat was sunk by the ship's side, and men drowned in her, and 10 of them were taken up alive into the shallop. There were in the ship 28 seamen and 10 passengers. Of these were drowned 7 seamen and 5 passengers, and all the goods were lost except 1 hogshead of beaver, and most of the letters were saved, and some of the other small things, which were driven on shore the next day when the ship was broken in pieces. They were 9 days in much distress before they found any English. Plymouth men lost 4 hogshead, 900 pounds of beaver, and 200 otter skins. The governor of Massachusetts lost, in beaver and fish, which he sent to Virginia, etc., near 100 pounds. Many others lost beaver, and Mr. Humphrey fish. May. The William and Jane, Mr. Burdock master, arrived with 30 passengers and 10 cows or more. She came in 6 weeks from London. The Mary and Jane arrived, Mr. Rose master. She came from London in 7 weeks, and brought 196 passengers. Only 2 children died. Mr. Coddington, one of the assistants, and his wife, came in her. In her return she was cast away upon Isle Sable, but men were saved. By these ships we understood that Sir Christopher Gardiner, and Thomas Morton, and Philip Ratcliffe, who had been punished here for their misdemeanors, had petitioned to the king and council against us, being set on by Sir Ferdinando Gorges and Captain Mason, who had begun a plantation at Pascataquac, and aimed at the general government of New England for their agent there, Captain Neal. The petition was of many sheets of paper, and contained many false accusations, and among some truths misrepeated, accusing us to intend rebellion, to have cast off our allegiance, and to be wholly separate from the church and laws of England, that our ministers and people did continually rail against the state, church, and bishops there, etc. Upon which such of our company as were then in England, viz. Sir Richard Saltonstall, Mr. Humphrey, and Mr. Cradock, were called before a committee of the council, to whom they delivered in an answer in writing, upon reading whereof it pleased the Lord, our gracious God and Protector, so to work with the lords, and after with the king's majesty, when the whole matter was reported to him by Sir Thomas Jermyn of the council, but not by the committee, who yet had been present at the 3 days of hearing, and spake much in the commendation of the governor, both to the lords and after to his majesty, that he said he would have them severely punished who did abuse his governor and the plantation, that the defendants were dismissed with a favorable order for their encouragement, being assured from some of the council that his majesty did not intend to impose the ceremonies of the Church of England upon us, for that it was considered that it was a freedom from such things that made people come over to us, and it was credibly informed the council that this country would, in time, be very beneficial to England, for mass, cordage, etc., if the sound should be debarred. Footnote: i.e., at times when the importation of naval stores from the Baltic was interrupted by the closing of the Sound, then a Danish strait. In footnote. We sent forth a pinnace after the pirate Bull, but after she had been forth 2 months, she came home, having not found him. After, we heard he was gone to the French. A Dutch pink arrived, which had been to the southward a-trading. June 2nd. Captain Stone arrived with a small ship with cows and some salt. The governor of Plymouth sent Captain Standish to prosecute against him for piracy. The cause was, being at the Dutch plantation, footnote, Manhattan, See Bradford in the series, pages 310, 311, in footnote. Were a pinnace of Plymouth coming, and Captain Stone and the Dutch governor having been drinking together, Captain Stone, upon pretense that those of Plymouth had reproached them of Virginia, from whence he came, seized upon their pinnace, with the governor's consent, and offered to carry her away, but the Dutchmen rescued her. And the next day the governor and Captain Stone entreated the master of the pinnace, being one of the council of Plymouth, to pass it by, which he promised by a solemn instruction under his hand. Yet, upon their earnest prosecution at court, we bound over Captain Stone with 2 sureties, to appear in the Admiralty Court in England, etc. But after those of Plymouth being persuaded that it would turn to their reproach, and that it could be no piracy with their consent, we withdrew the recognizance. 15th. Mr. Graves, in the ship Elizabeth Bonadventure, from Yarmouth, arrived with 95 passengers, and 34 Dutch sheep, and 2 mares. They came from Yarmouth in 6 weeks, lost not one person, but above 40 sheep. 19th. A day of thanksgiving was kept in all the congregation, for our delivery from the plots of our enemies, and for the safe arrival of our friends, etc. July 2nd. At a court it was agreed that the governor, John Winthrop, should have, towards his charges this year, £150, and the money, which he had dispersed in public business, as officers' wages, etc., being between £200 and £300, should be forthwith paid. 12th. Mr. Edward Winslow, governor of Plymouth, and Mr. Bradford came into the bay, and went away the 18th. They came partly to confer about joining in a trade to Connecticut for beaver and hemp. There was a motion to set up a trading house there, to prevent the Dutch, who were about to build one, but in regard the place was not fit for plantation, there being 3,000 or 4,000 warlike Indians, and the river not to be gone into but by small pinnaces, having a bar affording but 6 feet at high water. And for that no vessels can get in for 7 months in the year, partly by reason of the ice, and then the violent stream, etc., we thought not fit to meddle with it. Footnote. But see Bradford in the series, page 300. In footnote. 24th. A ship arrived from Weymouth, with about 80 passengers, and 12 kine, who sat down at Dorchester. They were 12 weeks coming, being forced into the western islands by a leak, where they stayed 3 weeks, and were very courteously used by the Portugals. But the extremity of the heat there and the continual rain brought sickness upon them, so as died. Much sickness at Plymouth, and above 20 died of pestilent fevers. Mr. Graves returned and carried a freight of fish from Hintz and Plymouth. By him the governors and assistants sent an answer to the petition of Sir Christopher Gardiner, and withal a certificate from the old planters concerning the carriage of affairs, etc. August 6th. 2 men servants to one Moody, of Roxbury, returning in a boat from the windmill, struck upon the oyster bank. They went out to gather oysters, and not making fast their boat, when the flood came, it floated away, and they were both drowned, although they might have waded out on either side, but was an evident judgment of God upon them, for they were wicked persons. One of them, a little before, being reproved for his lewdness, and put in mind of hell, answered that if hell were 10 times hotter, he had rather be there than he would serve his master, etc. The occasion was, because he had bound himself for divers years, and saw that, if he had been at liberty, he might have had greater wages, though otherwise his master used him very well. Footnote. The condition of indentured servants was often scarcely better than that of slaves. The man may well have had reason to be unhappy. In footnote. Mr. Graves returned. He carried between 5,000 and 6,000 weight of beaver, and about 30 passengers. Captain Walter Neal of Pascataquac, and some 8 of his company went with him. He had been in the bay above 10 days, and came not all that time to see the governor. Being persuaded by divers of his friends, his answer was, that he was not well entertained the first time he came hither, and besides, he had some letters opened in the bay, ergo, except he were invited, he would not go see him. The 13th day he wrote to the governor to excuse his not coming to see him upon the same reasons. The governor returned him an answer that his entertainment was such as time and place could afford, being at their first coming, before their house, etc., and retorted the discourtesy upon him, in that he would thrust himself with such a company. He had 5 or 6 gentlemen with him, upon a stranger's entertainment, at such an unseasonable time, and having no need to do so, and for his letters he protested his innocency, as he might well, for the letters were opened before they came into the bay, and so concluded courteously, yet with plain demonstration of his error. And indeed, if the governor should have invited him, standing upon these terms, he had blemished his reputation. There is no mention made before of the answer, which was returned to Sir Christopher Gardiner, his accusations, to which the governor and all the assistants subscribed, only the deputy refused. He made 3 exceptions. 1, for that we term the bishops reverend bishops, which was only in repeating the accuser's words. 2, for that we profess to believe all the articles of the Christian faith according to the Scriptures and the common received tenets of the churches of England. This he refused because we differed from them in matter of discipline, and about the meaning of Christ's ascension into hell. Yet the faithful in England, whom we account the churches, expounded as we do, and not of a local descent, as some of the bishops do. 3, for that we gave the king the title of sacred majesty, which is the most proper title of princes, being the Lord's anointed, and the word a mere civil word, never applied in Scripture to any divine thing, but sanctus used always. Mr. Knox called the Queen of Scotland by the same title. Yet by no reasons could he be drawn to yield to these things, although they were allowed by divers of the ministers and the chief of Plymouth. Footnote. Dudley's ultra-Puritanism appears here, in footnote. There was great scarcity of corn, by reason of the spoil our hogs had made at harvest, and the great quantity they had even in the winter, there being no acorns. Yet people lived well with fish and the fruit of their gardens. September 4th. The Griffin, a ship of 300 tons, arrived, having been 8 weeks from the Downs. This ship was brought in by John Gallop a new way by Lovell's Island, at low water, now called Griffin's Gap. She brought about 200 passengers, having lost some 4, whereof one was drowned 2 days before, as he was casting forth a line to take mackerel. In the same ship came Mr. Cotton. Footnote. The arrival of John Cotton, New England, almost marks an epoch. This man, perhaps the most influential of the nonconformist ministers in older New England, was born in Derby in 1584. At Cambridge, a brilliant scholar, he became fellow and dean at Emmanuel College, and soon after rector of St. Botolph's Church in Boston, Lincolnshire, a conspicuous post. Here for many years he so wrought that he quite transformed the town, molded opinion throughout the shire, and became widely known through England. His nonconformity was marked and brought upon him displacement. In these days his spirit was liberal. Like John Robinson, he seems to have held that more light yet might be expected to break out from God's word, which believers must be ready to accept, and it may be surmised that had he remained in England he would have adopted this free spirit of the independence. When Winthrop sailed in 1630, John Cotton preached at Southampton a farewell sermon, as John Robinson did 10 years before for the Pilgrims at Delfshaven. Cotton's decision to follow to America was momentous for the colony. See his reasons for emigrating to New England in the Hutchinson Papers, edition 1865, volume 1, page 60. To his death in 1652, he was the dominant figure in church and state, the ultimate appeal in matters civil and religious, the shaper as much as Winthrop of the New England world, and the initiator of policies and institutions that have persisted to the present time. He was not always consistent. The straits of his New England environment, where tolerance, perhaps, would have brought destruction, forced him into a narrowness of spirit not in line with the breadth he earlier had shown. We shall come upon painful instances of his turning his back and worse upon friends in distress, but shortcomings of this sort admit of palliation. Modern writers, chief among them Thornton, in The Historical Relation of New England to the English Commonwealth, 1874, plausibly maintain that John Cotton was the source and spring from whom flowed independency both in Old and New England, therefore asserting for him a claim to a high place among the great names of the English Commonwealth. Independency, however, did not begin with Cotton, nor do we find in his profession of it some of its finer characteristics. Nevertheless, he had a great part in a most honorable development. Though the prestige of Cotton was shaken by his vacillations and mistakes, it would have been more than human, perhaps, not to have swayed and bent in such a troubled sea. He recovered all he lost, and died at the height of influence. His death was accompanied by portents in the heavens, and from that day to this he has stood as one of the earlier pillars. Cotton wrote much, and the modern reader is puzzled to understand how his writings, to our taste often tedious, produced such an effect. He must have possessed extraordinary magnetism, and a character in which Puritan strength was somewhat mitigated by traits of amiability. Thomas Hooker now begins his American career, departing soon for Connecticut, and Samuel Stone, equally sturdy in character, if less in the foreground. He plays hereafter a picturesque part as the chaplain of John Mason in the Pequod War. John Haynes and Atherton Hugh, men of repute and means, strengthened the plantation. The former soon became governor, but casting in his lot with the Connecticut pioneers, appears but for a moment upon the Massachusetts stage. In footnote. Mr. Hooker and Mr. Stone, ministers, and Mr. Pierce, Mr. Haynes, a gentleman of great estate, Mr. Hoff, and many other men of good estates. They got out of England with much difficulty, all places being belayed to have taken Mr. Cotton and Mr. Hooker, who had long sought for us to have been brought into the High Commission. But the master being bound to touch at the white, the pursuivants attended there, and in the meantime the said ministers were taken in at the Downs. Mr. Hooker and Mr. Stone went presently to Newtown, where they were to be entertained, and Mr. Cotton stayed at Boston. On Saturday evening the congregation met in their ordinary exercise, and Mr. Cotton, being desired to speak to the question which was of the church, he showed, out of the Canticles 6, that some churches were as queens, some as concubines, some as damsels, and some as doves, etc. He was then, with his wife, propounded to be admitted a member. The Lord's Day following, he exercised in the afternoon, and being to be admitted, he signified his desire and readiness to make his confession according to order, which he said might be sufficient in declaring his faith about baptism, which he then desired for his child, born in their passage, and therefore named Seaborn. He gave 2 reasons why he did not baptize it at sea. Not for want of fresh water, for he held sea-water would have served. 1, because they had no settled congregation there. 2, because a minister had no power to give the seals but in his own congregation. He desired his wife might also be admitted a member, and gave a modest testimony of her, but withal requested that she might not be put to make an open confession, etc., which he said was against the apostles' rule, and not fit for woman's modesty, but that the elders might examine her in private. So she was asked if she did consent to the confession of faith made by her husband, and if she did desire to be admitted, etc., whereto she answered affirmatively, and so both were admitted, and their child being baptized, the father presenting it, the child's baptism being, as he did then affirm, in another case, the father's incentive for the help of his faith, etc. The said 4th of September came in also the ship called the Bird, Mr. Yates' master. She brought blank passengers, having lost blank, and blank cows, having lost blank, and 4 mares. She had been 12 weeks at sea, being, at her first coming out, driven northerly to 53. About 10 days before this time, a bark was set forth to Connecticut and to those parts to trade. John Oldham and 3 with him went overland to Connecticut to trade. The sachem used them kindly and gave them some beaver. They brought of the hemp which grows there in great abundance, and is much better than the English. He accounted it to be about 160 miles. He brought some black lead, whereof the Indians told him there was a whole rock. He lodged at Indian towns all the way. 12th. Captain John Stone, of whom mention is made before, carried himself very dissolutely in drawing company to drink, etc., and being found upon the bed in the night with one Barcraft's wife, he was brought before the governor, etc., and though it appeared he was in drink, and no act to be proved, yet it was thought fit that he should abide his trial, for which end warrant was sent out to stay his pinnace, which was ready to set sail. Whereupon he went to Mr. Ludlow, one of the assistants, and used braving and threatening speeches against him, for which he raised some company and apprehended him, and brought him to the governor, who put him in irons, and kept a guard upon him till the court, but his irons were taken off the same day. At the court his indictment was framed for adultery, but found ignoramus by the great jury. But, for his other misdemeanors, he was fined 100 pounds, which yet was not levied of him, and ordered upon pain of death to come here no more without license of the court, and the woman was bound to her good behavior. 17th. The governor and council met at Boston, and called the ministers and elders of all the churches to consider about Mr. Cotton his sitting down. He was desired to divers places, and those who came with him desired that he might sit down where they might keep store of cattle. But it was agreed by full consent that the fittest place for him was Boston, and in that respect those of Boston might take farms in any part of the bay not belonging to other towns, and that, keeping a lecture, he should have some maintenance out of the treasury. But divers of the council upon their second thoughts did after refuse this contribution. October 2nd. The bark Blessing, which was sent to the southward, returned. She had been at an island over against Connecticut, called Long Island, because it is near 50 leagues long, the east part about 10 leagues from the main, but the west end not a mile. There they had store of the best wampum-peak, both white and blue. The Indians there are a very treacherous people. They have many canoes so great as one will carry 80 men. They were also in the river of Connecticut, which is barred at the entrance, so as they could not find above 1 fathom of water. They were also at the Dutch plantation upon Hudson's River, called New Netherlands, where they were very kindly entertained, and had some beaver and other things for such commodities as they put off. They showed the governor, called Walter Van Twilly, footnote, Walter Van Twiller, in footnote, their commission, which was to signify to them that the King of England had granted the river and the country of Connecticut to his own subjects, and therefore desired them to forbear to build there, etc. The Dutch governor wrote back to our governor. His letter was very courteous and respectful, as it had been to a very honorable person, whereby he signified that the lords the states had also granted the same parts to the West India Company, and therefore requested that we would forbear the same till the matter was decided between the King of England and the said lords. The said bark did pass and repass over the shoals of Cape Cod, about 3 or 4 leagues from Nantucket Isle, where the breaches are very terrible, yet they had 3 fathom water all over. The Company of Plymouth sent a bark to Connecticut at this time to erect a trading house there. When they came, they found the Dutch had built there, and did forbid the Plymouth men to proceed, but they set up their house notwithstanding about a mile above the Dutch. This river runs so far northward that it comes within a day's journey of a part of Merrimack called Blank, and so runs thence northwest so near the Great Lake, as allows the Indians to pass their canoes into it overland. From this lake, and the hideous swamps about it, comes most of the beaver which is traded between Virginia and Canada, which runs forth of this lake, and Potomac River in Virginia comes likewise out of it, or very near, so as from this lake there comes yearly to the Dutch about 10,000 skins, which might easily be diverted by Merrimack if a course of trade were settled above in that river. Footnote. Winthrop's geography, based on Indian reports imperfectly understood, is naturally confused. In footnote. The 10th. A fast was kept at Boston, and Mr. Leverett, footnote, Thomas Leverett, father of John Leverett, eminent in the next generation, in footnote, an ancient, sincere professor of Mr. Cotton's congregation in England, was chosen a ruling elder, and Mr. Furman, a godly man, an apothecary of Sudbury in England, was chosen deacon by imposition of hands, and Mr. Cotton was then chosen teacher of the congregation of Boston, and ordained by imposition of the hands of the presbytery in this manner. First, he was chosen by all the congregation, testifying their consent by erection of hands. Then Mr. Wilson, the pastor, demanded of him if he did accept of that call. He paused and then spake to this effect, that howsoever he knew himself unworthy and insufficient for that place, yet having observed all the passages of God's providence, which he reckoned up in particular, and calling him to it, he could not but accept it. Then the pastor and the 2 elders laid their hands upon his head, and the pastor prayed, and then, taking off their hands, laid them on again, and speaking to him by his name, they did thenceforth design him to the said office in the name of the Holy Ghost, and did give him the charge of the congregation, and did thereby, as a sign from God, endue him with the gifts fit for his office, and lastly did bless him. Then the neighboring ministers which were present did, at the pastor's motion, give him the right hands of fellowship, and the pastor made a stipulation between him and the congregation. When Mr. Cotton accepted of the office, he commended to the congregation such as were to come over, who were of his charge in England, that they might be comfortably provided for. The next day Mr. Grant and the ship James arrived at Salem, having been but 8 weeks between Gravesend and Salem. He brought Captain Wigan and about 30, with one Mr. Leverage, a godly minister, to Pascataquac, which the Lord Say and the Lord Brooke had purchased of the Bristol men, and about 30 for Virginia, and about 20 for this place, and some 60 cattle. He brought news that the Richard, a bark of 50 tons, which came forth with the Griffin, being come above 300 leagues, sprang such a leak as she was forced to bear up, and was put in at Weymouth. 11th. A fast at Newton, where Mr. Hooker was chosen pastor, and Mr. Stone teacher, in such a manner as before at Boston. The wolves continued to do much hurt among our cattle, and this month, by Mr. Grant, there came over 4 English greyhounds, which were sent by the governor by Mr. Downing, his brother-in-law. November. A great mortality among the Indians. Chickatabat, the Sagamore of Nepasat, died, and many of his people. The disease was the smallpox. Some of them were cured by such means as they had from us. Many of their children escaped, and were kept by the English. Captain Wigan of Pascataquac wrote to the governor that one of his people had stabbed another, and desired he might be tried in the bay if the party died. The governor answered that if Pascataquac lay within their limits, as it was supposed, they would try him. A small ship of about 60 tons was built at Medford and called the Rebecca. This year a water mill was built at Roxbury by Mr. Dummer. The scarcity of workmen had caused them to raise their wages to an excessive rate, so as a carpenter would have 3 shillings the day, a labourer 2 shillings and 6pence, etc., and accordingly those who had commodities to sell advanced their prices sometimes double to what they cost in England, so as it grew to a general complaint, which the court, taking knowledge of, as also of some further evils which were springing out of the excessive rates of wages, they made an order that carpenters, masons, etc., should take but 2 shillings the day, and labourers but 18 pence, and that no commodity should be sold at above 4 pence in the shilling more than it costs for ready money in England, oil, wine, etc., and cheese, in regard of the hazard of bringing, etc., excepted. The evils which were springing, etc., were, 1. Many spent much time idly, etc., because they could get as much in 4 days as would keep them a week. 2. They spent much in tobacco and strong waters, etc., which was a great waste to the commonwealth, which, by reason of so many foreign commodities expended, could not have subsisted to this time, but that it was supplied by the cattle and corn, which were sold to newcomers at very dear rates, viz., corn at 6 shillings the bushel, a cow at 20 pounds, yea, some at 24 pounds, some 26 pounds, a mare at 35 pounds, a ewe-goat at 3 or 4 pounds, and yet many cattle were every year brought out of England, and some from Virginia. Soon after order was taken for prices of commodities, viz., not to exceed the rate of 4 pence in the shilling above the price in England, except cheese and liquors, etc. The ministers in the Bay and Sagas did meet once a fortnight at one of their houses by course, where some question of moment was debated. Mr. Skelton, the pastor of Salem, and Mr. Williams, footnote, Roger Williams here enters upon his career of criticism and dissent, who was reserved from Plymouth thither, but not in any office, though he exercised by way of prophecy, took some exception against it, as fearing it might grow in time to a presbytery or superintendency, to the prejudice of the church's liberties. But this fear was without cause, for they were all clear in that point, that no church or person can have power over another church, neither did they in their meetings exercise any such jurisdiction, etc. News of the taking of Machias by the French. Mr. Allerton of Plymouth and some others had set up a trading wigwam there, and left it in 5 men in store of commodities. Latour, governor of the French in those parts, making claim to the place, came to supplant them, and finding resistance, killed 2 of the men, and carried away the other 3 and the goods. Some differences fell out still, now and then, between the governor and the deputy, which yet were soon healed. It had been ordered in court that all hands should help to the furnishing of the fort at Boston, and all the towns of the bay had gone once over, and most the second time, but those of Newtown being warned, the deputy would not suffer them to come, neither did acquaint the governor with the cause, which was, for that Salem and Sagas had not brought in money for their parts. The governor, hearing of it, wrote friendly to him, showing him that the intent of the court was, that the work should be done by those in the bay, and that, after the others should pay a proportionable sum for the house, etc., which must be done by money, and therefore desired him that he would send in his neighbors. Upon this, Mr. Haynes and Mr. Hooker came to the governor to treat with him about it, and brought a letter from the deputy full of bitterness and resolution not to send till Salem, etc. The governor told them it should rest till the court, and withal gave the letter to Mr. Hooker with a speech. I am not willing to keep such an occasion of provocation by me. And soon after he wrote to the deputy, who had before desired to buy a fat hog or 2 of him, being somewhat short of provisions, to desire him to send one, which he would have sent him, if he had known when his occasion would have been made use of it, and to accept it as a testimony of his goodwill, and lest he should make any scruple of it, he made Mr. Haynes and Mr. Hooker, who both sojourned in his house, partakers with him. Upon this the deputy returned this answer, Your overcoming yourself hath overcome me. Mr. Haynes, Mr. Hooker, and myself do most kindly accept your goodwill, but we desire, without offense, to refuse your offer, that I may only trade with you for 2 hogs, and so very lovingly concluded. The court being 2 days after, ordered that Newtown should do their work as others had done, and then Salem, etc., should pay for 3 days at 18 pence a man. 11th. The congregation of Boston met to take order of Mr. Cotton's passage and house, and his and Mr. Wilson's maintenance. Mr. Cotton had disbursed 80 pounds for his passage, and towards his house, which he would not have again, so there was about 60 pounds raised by voluntary contributions towards the finishing of his house, and about 100 pounds towards their maintenance. At this meeting there arose some difference between the governor and Mr. Coddington, who charged the governor that he took away the liberty of the rest, because, at the request of the rest, he had named some men to set out men's lands, etc., which grew to some heat of words, but the next Lord's Day they both acknowledged openly their failing, and declared that they had been reconciled the next day. 26. Mr. Wilson, by leave of the congregation of Boston, whereof he was pastor, went to Agawam to teach the people of that plantation, because they had yet no minister. Whilst he was there, December 4th, there fell such a snow, knee-deep, as he could not come back for blank days, and a boat which went thither was frozen up in the river. December 5th, John Sagamore died of the smallpox, and almost all his people, above 30, buried by Mr. Maverick of Winnamasset, the same in one day. The towns in the bay took away many of the children, but most of them died soon after. James Sagamore of Sagas also died, and most of his folks. John Sagamore desired to be brought among the English, so he was, and promised, if he recovered, to live with the English and serve their God. He left one son, which he disposed to Mr. Wilson, the pastor of Boston, to be brought up by him. He gave to the governor a good quantity of wampanoag pig, and to divers others of English he gave gifts, and took order for the payment of his own debts and his men's. He died in a persuasion that he should go to the Englishmen's God. Divers of them in their sickness confessed that the Englishmen's God was a good God, and that, if they recovered, they would serve him. It wrought much with them, that when their own people forsook them, yet the English came daily and ministered to them, and yet few, only 2 families, took any infection by it. Among others, Mr. Maverick, footnote, this estimable man was on account of his episcopal leanings looked upon askance in the community, where, though recognized as a man of substance and worth, he was given no public place. An evidence of the Puritan bitterness exists in the fact that Winthrop, or some successor, has in the manuscript drawn a pin through the word perpetual in the tribute to his humanity, in footnote, of Winnamasset, is worthy of a perpetual remembrance. Himself, his wife, and servants went daily to them, ministered to their necessities, and buried their dead, and took home many of their children. So did other of their neighbors. This infectious disease spread to Pascataquack, where all the Indians, except 1 or 2, died. One cowper of Pascataquack, going to an island upon the Lord's Day to fetch some sack to be drank at the great house, he and a boy, coming back in a canoe, being both drunk, were driven to sea, and never heard of after. At the same plantation, a company having made a fire at a tree, one of them said, Here this tree will fall, and here will I lie, and accordingly it fell upon him and killed him. It pleased the Lord to give special testimony of his presence in the church at Boston, after Mr. Cotton was called to office there. More were converted and added to that church than to all the other churches in the bay, or rather the lake, for so it were more properly termed, the bay being that part of sea without between the 2 capes, Cape Cod and Cape Anne. Diverse profane and notorious evil persons came and confessed their sins, and were comfortably received into the bosom of the church. Yea, the Lord gave witness to the exercise of prophecy, so as thereby some were converted, and others much edified. Also, the Lord pleased greatly to bless the practice of discipline, wherein he gave the pastor, Mr. Wilson, a singular gift, to the great benefit of the church. After much deliberation and serious advice, the Lord directed the teacher, Mr. Cotton, to make it clear by the Scriptures that the minister's maintenance, as well as all other charges of the church, should be defrayed out of a stock, or treasury, which was to be raised out of the weekly contribution, which accordingly was agreed upon. 27th. The governor and assistants met at Boston, and took into consideration a treaties, which Mr. Williams, then of Salem, had sent to them, and which he had formerly written to the governor and council of Plymouth, wherein, among other things, he disputes their right to the lands they possessed here, and concluded that, claiming by the king's grant, they could have no title, nor otherwise, except they compounded with the natives. Footnote. A just and generous assertion of Indian rights, in footnote. For this, taking advice with some of the most judicious ministers, who much condemned Mr. Williams' error and presumption, they gave order that he should be convented at the next court to be censured, etc. There were 3 passages chiefly whereat they were much offended. 1, for that he chargeth King James to have told a solemn public lie, because in his patent he blessed God that he was the first Christian prince that had discovered this land. 2, for that he chargeth him and others with blasphemy for calling Europe Christendom, or the Christian world. 3, for that he did personally apply to our present king, Charles, these 3 places in the Revelations, viz. blank. Mr. Endicott being absent, the governor wrote to him to let him know what was done, and withal added diverse arguments to confute the said heirs, wishing him to deal with Mr. Williams to retract the same, etc. Whereto he returned a very modest and discreet answer. Mr. Williams also wrote to the governor, and also to him and the rest of the council, very submissively, professing his intent to have been only to have written for the private satisfaction of the governor, etc., of Plymouth, without any purpose to have stirred any further in it, if the governor here had not required a copy of him, withal offering his book, or any part of it, to be burnt. At the next court he appeared penitently, and gave satisfaction of his intention and loyalty. So it was left, and nothing done in it. Footnote: neither the character of Roger Williams, nor the circumstances of the case, as far as we know them, allow us to believe that he abandoned his position. End footnote. End of Section 4, 1633. Section 5 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 5, 1634. January 21st. News came from Plymouth that Captain Stone, who this last summer went out of the bay or lake, and so to Aquaminticus, where he took in Captain Norton, and putting in at the mouth of Connecticut in his way to Virginia, where the Pequods inhabit, was there cut off by them, with all his company, being 8. The manner was thus: 3 of his men, being gone ashore to kill fowl, were cut off. Then the Sachem, with some of his men, came aboard, and stayed with Captain Stone in his cabin till Captain Stone, being alone with him, fell on sleep. Then he knocked him on the head, and all the rest of the English being in the cook's room, the Indians took such pieces as they found there ready charged, and bent them at the English. Whereupon one took a piece, and by accident gave fire to the powder, which blew up the deck. But most of the Indians, perceiving what they were about, shifted overboard, and after they returned, and killed such as remained, and burned the pinnace. We agreed to write to the governor of Virginia, because Stone was one of that colony, to move him to revenge it, and upon his answer to take further counsel. Hull and the 2 others who went to Connecticut November 3rd came now home, having lost themselves and endured much misery. They informed us that the smallpox was gone as far as any Indian plantation was known to the west, and much people dead of it, by reason whereof they could have no trade. At Naragnaset, by the Indians' report, there died 700, but beyond Pascataquac none to the eastward. 24th. The governor and council met again at Boston to consider of Mr. Williams' letter, etc., when, with the advice of Mr. Cotton, Mr. Wilson, and weighing his letter, and further considering of the aforesaid offensive passages in his book, which, being written in very obscure and implicative phrases, might well admit of doubtful interpretation, they found the matters not to be so evil as at first they seemed. Whereupon they agreed that, upon his retraction, etc., or taking an oath of allegiance to the king, etc., it should be passed over. An Englishman of Saco, traveling into the country to trade, was killed by the Indians. 30th. John Seals, who ran from his master to the Indians, came home again. Where he was at a place 12 miles off, where there were 7 Indians, whereof 4 died of the pox while he was there. February 1st. Mr. Craddock's house at Marblehead was burnt down about midnight before, there being then in it Mr. Allerton and many fishermen whom he employed that season, who all were preserved by a special providence of God, with most of his goods therein, by a tailor who sat up that night at work in the house, and hearing a noise, looked out and saw the house on fire above the oven and the thatch. This winter was very mild, little wind, and most south and southwest, but oft snows and great. One snow, the 15th of this month, was near 2 feet deep all over. Such of the Indians' children as were left were taken by the English, most whereof did die of the pox soon after, 3 only remaining, whereof one, which the governor kept, was called No God, the Indians' usual answer being, when they were put in mind of God, Me know no God. 22nd. The Grampus, footnote, it is doubtful whether Grampus means a ship, or the fish of that name, end footnote, came up towards Charleston against the tide of ebb. This season Mr. Allerton fished with 8 boats at Marble Harbor. By this time 17 fishing ships were come to Richmond's Isle and the Isles of Shoals. March 4th. By order of a court a mercate, footnote, market, end footnote, was erected at Boston to be kept upon Thursday, the 5th day of the week, being the lecture day. Samuel Cole set up the first house for common entertainment, and John Cogan, merchant, the first shop. Upon offer of some newcomers to give liberally towards the building of a galley for defense of the bay, and upon consultation with divers experienced seamen and others, it was thought fitter for our condition to build a vessel 40 feet in length and 21 in breadth, to be minion, footnote, a small piece of ordnance, proof, and the upper deck musket proof, to have one sail, and to carry whole culverin and other small pieces, 8 in all. This was found to be so chargeable, and so long time ere it could be finished, that it was given over. At this court all swamps above 100 acres were made common, etc. Also Robert Cole, having been oft punished for drunkenness, was now ordered to wear a red D about his neck for a year. 7th. At the lecture at Boston a question was propounded about veils. Mr. Cott concluded that where, by the custom of the place, they were not a sign of the woman's subjection, they were not commanded by the apostle. Mr. Endicott opposed and did maintain it by the general arguments brought by the apostle. After some debate, the governor, perceiving it to grow to some earnestness, interposed, and so it brake off. Among other testimonies of the Lord's gracious presence with his own ordinances, there was a youth of 14 years of age, being the son of one of the magistrates, so wrought upon by the ministry of the word as, for divers months, he was held under such affliction of mind as he could not be brought to apprehend any comfort in God, being much humbled and broken up for his sins, though he had been a dutiful child and not given up to the lusts of youth, and especially for his blasphemous and wicked thoughts, whereby Satan buffeted him, so as he went mourning and languishing daily, yet attending to the means, and not giving over prayer, and seeking counsel, etc. He came at length to be freed from his temptations, and to find comfort in God's promises, and so, being received into the congregation, upon good proof of his understanding in the things of God, he went on cheerfully in a Christian course, falling daily to labor as a servant, and as a younger brother of his dad, who was no whit short of him in the knowledge of God's will, though his youth kept him from daring to offer himself to the congregation. Footnote. Conjectured by Savage to have been the governor's son, Dean. End footnote. Upon this occasion it is not impertinent, though no credit nor regard be to be had of dreams in those days, to report a dream, which the father of these children had at the same time, viz., that coming into his chamber he found his wife, she was a very gracious woman, in bed, and 3 or 4 of their children lying by her, with most sweet and smiling countenances, with crowns upon their heads, and blue ribbons about their leaves. When he awaked, he told his wife his dream, and made this interpretation of it, that God would take of their children to make them fellow heirs with Christ in his kingdom. Satan bestirred himself to hinder the progress of the gospel, as, among other practices, appeared by this. He stirred up a spirit of jealousy between Mr. James, the pastor of Charlton, and many of his people, so as Mr. Noel and some others, who had been dismissed from Boston, began to question their fact of breaking from Boston, and it grew to such a principle of conscience among them, as the advice of the other ministers were taken in it, who, after 2 meetings, could not agree about their continuance or return. One Mr. Morris, ensign to Captain Underhill, taking some distaste in his office, requested the magistrates that he might be discharged of it, and so was, whereby he gave offense to the congregation of Boston, so as, being questioned and convinced of sin in forsaking his calling, he did acknowledge his fault, and at the request of the people, which was by the magistrates chosen lieutenant to the same company, for he was a very stout man and an experienced soldier. April 1st. Order was taken for ministering an oath to all housekeepers and sojourners between 20 years of age and not freemen, and for making a survey of the houses and lands of all freemen. Notice being sent out of the general court to be held the 14th day of the 3rd month, called May, the freemen deputed 2 of each town to meet and consider of such matters as they were to take order in at the same general court, who having met desired a sight of the patent, and conceiving thereby that all their laws should be made at the general court, repaired to the governor to advise with him about it, and about the abrogating of some orders formerly made, as for killing of swine and corn, etc. He told them that, when the patent was granted, the number of freemen was supposed to be, as in like corporations, so few as they might well join in making laws. But now they were grown to so great a body, as it was not possible for them to make or execute laws, but they must choose others for that purpose. And that howsoever it would be necessary hereafter to have a select company to intend that work, yet for the present they were not furnished with a sufficient number of men qualified for such a business, neither could the Commonwealth bear the loss of time of so many as must intend it. Yet this they might do at present, viz. They might, at the general court, make an order that once in the year a certain number should be appointed, upon summons from the governor, to revise all laws, etc., and to reform what they found amiss therein, but not to make any new laws, but prefer their grievances to the court of assistance, and that no assessment should be laid upon the country without the consent of such a committee, nor any lands disposed of. Footnote. On this beginning of representative government in Massachusetts, it is pertinent to quote Savage. Quote, "No country on earth can afford the perfect history of any event more interesting to its own inhabitants than that which is here related. Winthrop seems to have spoken like an absolute sovereign, designing to grant a favor to his subjects by admitting them to a representation at court. Such was the origin of most of the assemblies, in other nations, of delegates of the people, by whom some influence of the majority is imparted to the government. The very humble powers he proposed that the representatives should receive from his constituent, it is hardly necessary to add, were immediately transcended, and the assembly, as it ought, was ever afterwards by itself thought competent to the enaction of any regulation for the public welfare." End quote. He quotes from the Records, Volume 1, page 115, the following action of the representatives. It was further ordered that it shall be lawful for the freemen of every plantation to choose 2 or 3 of each town before every general court to confer of and prepare such public business as by them shall be thought fit to consider of at the next general court, and that such persons as shall be hereafter so deputed by the freemen of the several plantations to deal in their behalf in the public affairs of the Commonwealth shall have the full power and voice of all the said freemen derived to them for the making and establishing of laws, granting of lands, etc., and to deal in all other affairs of the Commonwealth, wherein the freemen have to do, and the matter of election of magistrates and other offices only excepted, wherein every freeman is to give his own voice." End quote, in footnote. Third, the governor went on foot to Agawam, and because the people there wanted a minister, spent the Sabbath with them, and exercised by way of prophecy, and returned home the 10th. 20th, John Coggeshall, footnote, John Coggeshall, a man much trusted and esteemed, forfeited later the goodwill of Massachusetts by his heterodoxy, and proceeding to Rhode Island, took a leading part in its affairs. In footnote. A gentleman, being dismissed from the church of Roxbury to Boston, though he were well known and approved of the church, yet was not received but by confession of his faith, etc. May 3rd. News came of the death of Hawken and the Plymouth man at Kennebec. Footnote. See account of the episode in Bradford, pages 304 to 306, in footnote, and of the arrival of the ship at Pequod, which brought 30 passengers for this place. The occasion of the death of these men at Kennebec was this. The Plymouth men had a grant from the Grand Patentees of New England, of Kennebec, with liberty of sole trade, etc. They said Hawken came in a pinnace, belonging to the Lord Say and Lord Brooke at Pascataquac, to trade at Kennebec. 2 of the magistrates of Plymouth being there forbade him. Yet he went up the river, and because he would not come down again, they sent 3 men in a canoe to cut his cables. Having cut one, Hawken presented a piece, and sware he would kill him that went to cut the other. They bade him to do if he durst, and went on to cut it. Thereupon he killed one of them, and instantly one of the Plymouth pinnace, which rode by them, and wherein 5 or 6 men stood with their pieces ready charged, shot and killed Hawken. 15th. At the General Court at Boston, upon the complaint of a kinsman of the said Hawken, John Alden, one of the said magistrates of Plymouth, who was present when Hawken was slain, being then at Boston, was called and bound with sureties not to depart out of our jurisdiction without leave. And withal we wrote to Plymouth to certify them what we had done, and to know whether they would do justice in the cause, as belonging to their jurisdiction, and to have a speedy answer, etc. This we did, that notice might be taken, that we did disavow the said action, which was much condemned of all men, and which was feared would give occasion to the king to send a general governor over, and besides had brought us all in the gospel under a common reproach of cutting one another's throats for beaver. By this time the fort at Boston was in defense, and divers pieces of ordnance mounted in it. Those of Newtown complained of straitness for want of land, especially meadow, and desired leave of the court to look out either for enlargement or removal, which was granted, whereupon they sent men to see Agawam and Merrimack, and gave out that they would remove, etc. 14th. At the General Court, Mr. Cotton preached and delivered this doctrine, that a magistrate ought not to be turned into the condition of a private man without just cause, and to be publicly convict, no more than the magistrates may not turn a private man out of his freehold, etc., without like public trial, etc. This falling in question in the court, and the opinion of the rest of the ministers being asked, it was referred to further consideration. The court chose a new governor, viz. Thomas Dudley, Esquire, the former deputy, and Mr. Ludlow was chosen deputy, and John Haynes, Esquire, an assistant, and all the rest of the assistants chosen again. At this court it is ordered that 4 general courts should be kept every year, and that the whole body of the freemen should be present only at the court of election of magistrates, etc., and that, at the other 3, every town should send their deputies, who should assist in making laws, disposing lands, etc. Footnote: the changes here mentioned were for the little colony quite revolutionary. The election of Dudley to the chief place, and the coming into power of the popular deputies, were acquiesced in by Winthrop, whose ideas were not democratic, with much moderation of spirit. He writes at a later time, quote, "The best part of a community is always the least, and of that best part the wiser is always the lesser." In footnote. Savage's Winthrop, Volume 2, page 428. Cotton, too, condemned democracy. In 1636 he wrote Lord Say, quote, "Democracy I do not conceive that ever God did ordain as a fit government either for church or commonwealth. If the people be governor, who shall be governed? As for monarchy and aristocracy, they are both of them clearly approved and directed in Scripture, yet so as referreth the sovereignty to himself, and setteth up theocracy in both, as the best form of government in the commonwealth is in the church." End quote. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts, Volume 1, page 497, Appendix 3. End footnote. Many good orders were made this court. It held 3 days, and all things were carried very peaceably, notwithstanding that some of the assistants were questioned by the freemen for some errors in their government, and some fines imposed, but remitted again before the court brake up. The court was kept in the meeting house at Boston, and the new governor and the assistants were together entertained at the house of the old governor as before. The week the court was, there came in 6 ships with store of passengers and cattle. Mr. Parker, a minister and a company with him, being about 100, went to sit down at Agawam and diverse others of the newcomers. One blank, a godly minister, upon conscience of his oath and care of the commonwealth, discovered to the magistrates some seditious speeches of his own son, delivered in private to himself, but the court thought not fit to call the party in question then, being loath to have the father come in as a public accuser of his own son, but rather desired to find other matter or other witness against him. 24th. Mr. Fleming, master of a ship of Barnstable, went hence to the eastward to cut masts there, and so to return to England. There returned with him Ensign Motham and another. These ships, by reason of their short passage, had store of provisions left, which they put off at easy rates, viz. Biscuit at 20 shillings the hundred, beef at 6 pounds the hogshead, etc. Newtown men, being straitened for ground, sent some to Merrimack to find a fit place to transplant themselves. June 1st. The Thunder, which went to Bermuda the 17th October, now returned, bringing corn and goats from Virginia, for the weevils had taken the corn at Bermuda before they came there. Ensign Jennison went in her for pilot, and related, at his return, that there was a very great change in Bermuda since he dwelt there, divers lewd persons being become good Christians. They have 3 ministers, one a Scotchman, who take great pains among them, and had lately by prayer and fasting dispossessed one possessed with a devil. They obtained his recover while the congregation was assembled. He brought news also of a great ship arrived in Potomac River in Virginia, with a governor and colony sent by the Lord Baltimore, who was expected there shortly himself, and that they resisted those of Virginia, who came to trade in that river. It appeared after that the king had written to Sir John Harvey, Knight, governor of Virginia, to give all assistance to that new plantation, which was called Maryland by the Queen of England, and those who came over were, many of them, Papists, and did set up mass openly. July. The Hercules of Dover returned by St. George's to cut masts to carry to England. The last month arrived here 14 great ships, and one at Salem. Mr. Humphrey, footnote, John Humphrey, or Humphrey, who was interested in New England from the beginning, and had been long expected, now arrived with his wife, sister of the Lady Arbella Johnson. Much was expected from his wealth and influence, and he was immediately made assistant. Lacking resolution and experiencing ill luck, he played no great part. Settling in Lynn, he lost his home by fire, and at length, disheartened, abandoned the country. In footnote. And the Lady Susan, his wife, one of the Earl of Lincoln's sisters, arrived here. He brought more ordnance, muskets, and powder, bought for the public by moneys given to that end, for godly people in England began now to apprehend a special hand of God in raising this plantation, and their hearts were generally stirred to come over. Among others, we received letters from a godly preacher, Mr. Levinston, a Scotchman in the north of Ireland, whereby he signified that there were many good Christians in those parts resolved to come hither, if they might receive satisfaction concerning some questions and propositions which they sent over. Likewise, Mr. Humphrey brought certain propositions from some persons of great quality and estate, and of special note for piety, whereby they discovered their intentions to join with us, if they might receive satisfaction therein. It appeared further by many private letters that the departure of so many of the best, both ministers and Christians, had bred sad thoughts in those behind of the Lord's intentions in this work, and an apprehension of some evil days to come upon England. Then it began now to be apprehended by the archbishops and others of the council as a matter of state, so as they sent out warrant to stay the ships, and to call in our patent, but upon petition of the shipmasters, intending how beneficial this plantation was to England, in regard of the Newfoundland fishing, which they took in their way homeward, the ships were at that time released. But Mr. Cradock, who had been governor in England before the government was sent over, had strict charge to deliver in the patent, whereupon he wrote to us to send it home. Upon receipt of his letter, the governor and council consulted about it, and resolved to answer Mr. Cradock's letter, but not to return any answer or excuse to the council at that time. For the success of the passengers and cattle in the ships, divers of the ships lost many cattle, but the two which came from Ipswich, of more than 120, lost but 7. None of the ships lost any passengers, but the Elizabeth Dorcas, which, having a long passage, and being hurt upon a rock at Scilly, and very ill victualled, she lost 60 passengers at sea, and divers came sick on shore, who all recovered, through the mercy of God, except blank. Mr. Humphrey brought 16 heifers given by a private friend, viz. Mr. Richard Andrews. Footnote: of the liberality of this distinguished friend of Massachusetts and Plymouth colonies, further notice will occur in our progress. He was an alderman of the city, and Thomas, probably his brother, became mayor of London. Savage. End footnote. To the plantation, viz. to every of the ministers one, and the rest to the poor, and 1/2 of the increase of the ministers to be reserved for other ministers. Mr. Wilson, so soon as he had his, gave it to Mr. Cotton. By Mr. Humphrey's means much money was procured, and divers promised yearly pensions. 6 of Newtown went in the blessing, being bound to the Dutch plantation to discover Connecticut River, intending to remove their town thither. The 9th. Mr. Bradford and Mr. Winslow, 2 of the magistrates of Plymouth, with Mr. Smith, their pastor, came to Boston by water to confer with some of our magistrates and ministers about their case of Kennebec. They met here about Mr. Winthrop, Mr. Cotton, and Mr. Wilson, and after they had sought the Lord, they fell first upon some passages which they had taken some offense at, but those were soon cleared. Then for the matter itself it fell into these 2 parts, whether their right of trade there were such, as they might lawfully hinder others from coming there. 2. Admitting that, whether in point of conscience, they might so far stand upon their right, so as to take away or hazard any man's life in defense of it. For the first, the right appeared to be good, for that, besides the king grant, they had taken up that place as vacuum domicilium, and so had continued without interruption or claim of any of the natives for divers years, and also had, by their charge and providence, drawn down thither the greatest part of the trade by carrying wampum-page thither, which none of the English had known the use of before. For the second, they alleged that their servant did kill Hawkin to save one of their men, whom he was ready to have shot. Yet they acknowledged that they did hold themselves under guilt of the breach of the 6th commandment, in that they did hazard man's life for such a cause, and did not rather wait to preserve their right by other means, which they rather acknowledged, because they wished it were not done, and hereafter they would be careful to prevent the like. The governor and Mr. Winthrop wrote their letters into England to mediate their peace, and sent them by Mr. Winslow. Sir Ferdinando Gorges and Captain Mason sent blank to Pascataquac and Aquaminticus with 2 sawmills to be erected, in each place 1. Mr. Cradock wrote to the governor and assistants, and sent a copy of the council's order, whereby we were required to send over our patent. Upon long consultation whether we should return answer or not, we agreed, and returned answer to Mr. Cradock, excusing that it could not be done but by a general court which was to be holden in September next. Footnote: Cradock's letter was of a character to awaken grave apprehensions. End footnote. Mr. Winthrop, the late governor, received a letter from the Earl of Warwick, wherein he congratulated the prosperity of our plantation and encouraged our proceedings and offered his help to further us in it. 29th. The governor and council and divers of the ministers and others met at Castle Island, footnote, still so called in Boston Harbor, end footnote, and there agreed upon erecting 2 platforms and 1 small fortification to secure them both, and for the present furtherance of it, they agreed to lay out £5 a man till a rate might be made at the next general court. The deputy, Roger Ludlow, was chosen overseer of this work. August 2nd. Mr. Samuel Skelton, pastor of Salem, died. 4th. At the court, the new town at Agawam was named Ipswich, in acknowledgment of the great honor and kindness done to our people which took shipping there, etc., and a day of thanksgiving appointed, a fortnight after, for the prosperous arrival of the others, etc. A letter was delivered to Mr. Winthrop by Mr. Jeffrey, an old planter, written to him from Morton, wherein he related how he had obtained his long suit, and that a commission was granted for a general governor to be sent over, with many railing speeches and threats against his plantation, and Mr. Winthrop in particular. Mr. Winthrop acquainted the governor and council with it, and some of the ministers. This summer was hotter than many before. 12th. About midnight, one Crayford, who came this summer, with his brother and servant, having put much goods in a small boat in Charles River, over against Richard Brown, his house, overset the boat with the weight of some hogsheads, as was supposed, so as they were all 3 of them drowned. Yet one of them could swim well, and though the neighbors came running forth instantly upon their cry, yet none could be saved. Our neighbors of Plymouth and we had oft trade with the Dutch at Hudson's River, called by them New Netherlands. We had from them about 40 sheep and beaver, and brass pieces and sugar, etc., for sack, strong waters, linen cloth, and other commodities. They have a great trade of beaver, about 9 or 10,000 skins in a year. Our neighbors of Plymouth had great trade also this year at Kennebec, so as Mr. Winslow carried with him into England this year about 20 hogsheads of beaver, the greatest part whereof was traded for wampum piage. One pleasant passage happened, which was acted by the Indians. Mr. Winslow, coming in his bark from Connecticut to Narragansett, and he left her there, and intending to return by land, he went to Osamequin, footnote, Osamequin, thus naively mendacious, was Massasoit, it will be remembered, in footnote. The Sagamore, his old ally, who offered to conduct him home to Plymouth. But before they took their journey, Osamequin sent one of his men to Plymouth to tell them that Mr. Winslow was dead, and directed him to show how and where he was killed. Whereupon there was much fear and sorrow at Plymouth. The next day, when Osamequin brought him hope, they asked him why he sent such word, etc. He answered that it was their manner to do so, that they might be more welcome when they came home. 19th. Mr. Bradford and Mr. Collier of Plymouth came to Boston, having appointed a meeting here the week before, by reason of foul weather were driven back. They had written to Captain Wigan of Pascataquac about the meeting for hearing the cause of Hawkins' death. Corn was this year at 4 shillings a bushel, and some at 3 shillings, and some cheaper. 29th. The Dove, a pinnace of about 50 tons, footnote, the Ark and Dove, ship and pinnace, had in the preceding spring brought to Maryland its first colonists, in footnote, came from Maryland upon Potomac River with corn, to exchange for fish and other commodities. The governor, Leonard Calvert, and 2 of the commissioners wrote to the governor here, to make offer of trade of corn, etc., and the captain of Virginia wrote also on their behalf, and one Captain Young wrote to make offer to deliver cattle here. Near all their company came sick hither, and the merchant died within 1 week after. September 4th. The general court began at Newtown, and continued a week, and then was adjourned 14 days. Many things were there agitated and concluded, as fortifying in Castle Island, Dorchester, and Charlestown, also against tobacco, and costly apparel, and immodest fashions, and committees appointed for setting out the bounds of towns, with divers other matters, which do appear upon record. But the main business, which spent the most time and caused the adjourning of the court, was about the removal of Newtown. They had, the last general court, to look out some place for enlargement or removal, with promises of having it confirmed to them, if it were not prejudicial to any other plantation, and now they moved that they might have leave to remove to Connecticut. Footnote. This record of the discussion preceding a most important undertaking is of great interest. For an intelligent reading behind the lines as to the settlement of Connecticut, see Johnston, Connecticut, Chapter 3. Hooker may have felt that he and John Cotton could hardly dwell together in the same community in peace. The more democratic spirit also of the outgoing man was plainly evident in what presently followed. In footnote. This matter was debated divers days, and many reasons alleged pro and con. The principal reasons for their removal were 1. Their want of accommodation for their cattle, so as they were not able to maintain their ministers, nor could receive any more of their friends to help them. And here it was alleged by Mr. Hooker as a fundamental error that towns were set so near to each other. 2nd, the fruitfulness and commodiousness of Connecticut, and the danger of having it possessed by others, Dutch or English. 3rd, the strong bent of their spirits to remove thither. Against these it was said, 1. That in point of conscience they ought not to depart from us, being knit to us in one body, and bound by oath to seek the welfare of this commonwealth. 2nd, that, in point of state and civil policy, we ought not to give them leave to depart. 1st, being we were now weaker and in danger to be assailed. 2nd, the departure of Mr. Hooker would not draw only many from us, but would also defer other friends that would come to us. 3rd, we should expose them to evident peril, both from the Dutch, who made claim to the same river and had already built a fort there, and from the Indians, and also from our own state at home, who would not endure that they should sit down without a patent in any place which our king lays claim unto. 3rd, they might be accommodated at home by some enlargement which other towns offered. 4th, they might remove to Merrimack or any other place within our patent. 5th, the removing of a candlestick is a great judgment, which is to be avoided. Upon these and other arguments, the court being divided, it was put to vote, and of the deputies, 15 were for their departure and 10 against it. The governor and 2 assistants were for it, and the deputy and all the rest of the assistants were against it, except the secretary, who gave no vote, whereupon no record was entered, because there were not 6 assistants in the vote, as the patent required. Upon this grew a great difference between the governor and assistants and the deputies. They would not yield the assistants a negative voice, and the others, considering how dangerous it might be to the Commonwealth if they should not keep that strength to balance the greater number of deputies, thought it safe to stand upon it. So when they could proceed no further, the whole court agreed to keep a day of humiliation to seek the Lord, which accordingly was done, in all the congregations the 18th day of this month, and the 24th the court met again. Before they began, Mr. Cotton preached, being desired by all the court, upon Mr. Hooker's instant excuse of his unfitness for that occasion. He took his text out of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 4, etc., out of which he laid down the nature or strength, as he termed it, of the magistracy, ministry, and people, viz., the strength of the magistracy to be their authority, of the people their liberty, and of the ministry their purity, and showed how all of these had a negative voice, etc., and that yet the ultimate resolution, etc., ought to be in the whole body of the people, etc., with answer to all objections, and a declaration of the people's duty and right to maintain their true liberties against any unjust violence, etc., which gave great satisfaction to the company. And it pleased the Lord so to assist him, and to bless his own ordinance, that the affairs of the court went on cheerfully, and although all were not satisfied about the negative voice to be left to the magistrates, yet no man moved aught about it, and the congregation of Newtown came and accepted of such enlargement as had formerly been offered them by Boston and Watertown, and so the fear of their removal to Connecticut was removed. At this court, Mr. Goodwin, a very reverend and godly man, being the elder of the congregation of Newtown, having, in the heat of argument, used some unreverend speech to one of the assistants, and being reproved for the same in the open court, did gravely and humbly acknowledge his fault, etc. 18th. At this court were many laws made against tobacco, and immodest fashions, and costly apparel, etc., as appears by the records, and 600 pounds. Footnote. The appointment, says Savage, is worth transcribing from the records, volume 1, page 128, as we may be confident it represents the relative wealth of the settlements. Boston, Dorchester, and Newtown each 80 pounds, Roxbury 70 pounds, Watertown 60 pounds, Saugus and Ipswich each 50 pounds, Salem and Charlestown each 45 pounds, Medford 26 pounds, Wasagiscus 10 pounds, Barcove 4 pounds. In footnote. Raised towards fortifications and other charges, which were the more hastened because the Griffin and another ship now arriving with about 200 passengers and 100 cattle, Mr. Lothrop and Mr. Sims, 2 godly ministers, coming in the same ship. Footnote. Most celebrated among the passengers, though not mentioned here, was Anne Hutchinson, now soon to declare herself. In footnote. There came over a copy of the commission granted the 2 archbishops and 10 others of the council to regulate all plantations, and power given them, or any 5 of them, to call in all patents, to make laws, to raise tithes and portions from ministers, to remove and punish governors, and to hear and determine all causes, and inflict all punishments, even death itself, etc. Footnote. This commission may be seen in Bradford, this series, pages 415 to 419, in footnote. This being advised from our friends to be intended specially for us, and that there were ships and soldiers provisioned, given out as for the carrying the new governor, Captain Woodhouse, to Virginia, but suspected to be against us, to compel us by force, to receive a new governor, and the discipline of the Church of England, and the laws of the commissioners, occasioned the magistrates and deputies to hasten our fortifications, and to discover our minds each to other, which grew to this conclusion, viz. Footnote. How far the colony had abandoned the temper shown in the Farewell to the Church of England of 3 years later. How far the colony had abandoned the temper shown in the Farewell to the Church of England of 3 years before, Winthrop's entry makes plain, though the conclusion is not stated. It would have gone hard with Puritanism in New England had not king and bishops now begun to feel the heat of a backfire at home. In footnote. At this court, as before, the assistants had their diet at the governor's at Newtown, and the first day all the deputies. He had £100 allowed him for his charges, and £500 more was raised towards fortifications, etc. 30th. About this time one alderman of Bear Cove, being about 50 years old, lost his way between Dorchester and Wessaguscus, and wandered in the woods and swamps 3 days and 2 nights, without taking any food, and, being near spent, God brought him to Scituate, but he had torn his legs much, etc. Other harm he had none. October 5th. It being found that the 4 lectures did spend too much time, and proved overburdensome to the ministers and people, the ministers, with the advice of the magistrates, and with consent of their congregations, did agree to reduce them to 2 days, viz. Mr. Cotton at Boston one Thursday, or the 5th day of the week, and Mr. Hooker at Newtown the next 5th day, and Mr. Warham at Dorchester 1/4 day of the week, and Mr. Weld at Roxbury the next 4th day. Mr. Lathrop, who had been pastor of a private congregation in London, and for the same kept long time in prison, upon refusal of the oath ex officio, footnote, the oath ex officio, a part of the procedure of the Court of High Commission, was used to elicit confession from clergymen suspected of tendencies towards nonconformity, in footnote. Being at Boston upon a sacrament day, after the sermon, etc., desired leave of the congregation to be present at the administration, etc., but said that he durst not desire to partake in it, because he was not then in order, being dismissed from his former congregation, and he thought it not fit to be suddenly admitted into any other, for example's sake, and because of the deceitfulness of man's heart. He went to Scituate, being desired to be their pastor. 14th. It was informed the governor that some of our people, being aboard the bark of Maryland, the sailors did revile them, calling them holy brethren, the members, etc., and withal did curse and swear most horribly, and use threatening speeches against us. The governor wrote to some of the assistants about it, and upon advice with the ministers, it was agreed to call them in question, and to this end, because we knew not how to get them out of their bark, we apprehended the merchant of the ship, being on shore, and committed him to the marshal till Mr. Maverick came and undertook that the offenders should be forthcoming. The next day, the governor not being well, we examined the witnesses, and found them fall short of the matter of threatening, and not to agree about the reviling speeches, and besides, not able to design certainly the men that had so offended. Whereupon, the bark staying only upon this, the bail was discharged, and a letter written to the master, that, in regard such disorders were committed against the ship, it was his duty to inquire out the offenders and punish them, and withal to desire him to bring no more such disordered persons among us. Mr. Wilson's hay, being stacked up, not well dried, fell on fire, to his great prejudice at this season, fired by his own servants, etc., as they intended to prevent firing. The weather was very fine and hot, without rain, near 6 weeks. The Lords Say and Brooke wrote to the governor and Mr. Bellingham, footnote, Richard Bellingham, afterward governor, a man contentious and more democratic than many, survived to a great age, his life being, as Hubbard says, a long thread of above 80 years. His talents were adopted less for eloquence than advice, like a vessel whose vent holds no good proportion with its capacity. Hubbard, General History of New England, quoted by Savage, in footnote. That, howsoever they might have sent a man of war to beat down the house at Kennebec for the death of Hawken, etc., Yet they thought better to take another course, and therefore desired that some of ours might be joined with Captain Wigan, their agent at Pascataquac, to see justice done, etc. 20th. 6 men of Salem, going on following in a canoe, were overset near Kettle Island, and 5 of them drowned. November 5th. At the Court of Assistance, complaint was made by some of the country, viz. Richard Brown of Watertown, in the name of the rest, that the ensigns at Salem was defaced, viz. one part of the Red Cross taken out. Upon this, an attachment was awarded against Richard Davenport, ensign bearer, to appear at the next court to answer. Much matter was made of this, as fearing it would be taken as an act of rebellion, or of like nature, in defacing the king's colors, though the truth were it was done upon this opinion, that the Red Cross was given to the King of England by the Pope as an ensign of victory, and so a superstitious thing and a relic of Antichrist. Footnote. The picturesque incident here referred to, than which scarcely any other incident of early New English history is better known, was a bold defiance of king and church, who at this time were threatening heavily. End footnote. What proceeding was hereupon will appear after, at next court, in the first month, for by reason of the great snows and frosts, we used not to keep courts in the 3 winter months. The Rebecca came from Naragnaset with 500 bushels of corn given to Mr. John Oldham. The Indians had promised him 1,000 bushels, but their store fell out less than they expected. They gave him also an island in the Narragansett Bay called Chippecuset, containing about 1,000 acres, 6 miles long and 2 miles broad. This is a very fair bay, being above 12 leagues square with divers great islands in it, a deep channel close to the shore being rocky. Mr. Pierce took the height there, and found it 41 degrees 41 minutes, being not above half a degree to the southward of us. In his voyage to and fro, he went over the shoals, having, most part, 5 or 6 fathom, within half a mile and less of the shore from the north part of Cape Cod to Nantucket Island, which is about 20 leagues, and in the shallowest place 2.5 fathom. The country of the west of the Bay of Naragnaset is all champaign for many miles, but very stony and full of Indians. He saw there above 1,000 men, women, and children, yet the men were many abroad and hunting. Nantucket is an island full of Indians, about 10 leagues in length east and west. There came to the deputy governor, about 14 days since, a messenger from the Pequod sachem to desire our friendship. Footnote. The contact with the Pequods thus described marks a critical time. These savages were of a fiercer character than the New England tribes in general. A recent intrusion into Connecticut from west of the Hudson of a sept probably allied with the Mohawks. Johnston, Connecticut, page 28. In footnote. He brought 2 bundles of sticks, whereby he signified how many beaver and otter skins he would give us for that end, and a great store of wampum piege, about 2 bushels, by his description. He brought a small present with him, which the deputy received, and returned a moose coat of as good value, and withal told him that he must send persons of greater quality, and then our governor would treat with them. And now there came 2 men, who brought another present of wampum piege. The deputy brought them to Boston, where most of the assistants were assembled by occasion of the lecture, who, calling to them some of the ministers, grew to this treaty with them, that we were willing to have friendship, etc., but because they had killed some Englishmen, viz. Captain Stone, etc., they must first deliver up those who were guilty of his death, etc. They answered that the sachem who then lived was slain by the Dutch, and all the men who were guilty, etc., were dead of the pox, except 2, and that if they were worthy of death, they would move their sachem to have them delivered, for they had no commission to do it. But they excused the fact, saying that Captain Stone, coming into the river, took 2 of their men and bound them, and made them show him the way up the river, which, when they had done, he with 2 others and 2 Indians, their hands still bound, went on shore, and 9 of the men watched them, and when they were on sleep in the night, they killed them. Then going towards the pinnace to have taken that, it suddenly blew up into the air. This was related with such confidence and gravity, having no means to contradict it, we inclined to believe it. But the governor not being present, we concluded nothing, but some of us went with them the next day to the governor. The reason why they desired so much our friendship was, because they were now in war with the Naragnasetts, whom, till this year, they had kept under, and likewise with the Dutch, who had killed their old sachem and some of their men, for that the Pequods had killed some Indians who came to trade with the Dutch at Connecticut, and by these occasions they could not trade safely anywhere. Therefore they desired us to send a pinnace with cloth, and we should have all their trade. They offered us also their right at Connecticut, and to further us what they could, if we would settle a plantation there. When they came to the governor, they agreed, according to the former treaty, viz., to deliver us the 2 men who were guilty of Captain Stone's death when we would send for them, to yield up Connecticut, to give us 400 fathom of wampum piage, and 40 beaver, and 30 otter skins, and that we should presently send a pinnace with cloth to trade with them, and so be at peace with them, and as friends to trade with them, but not to defend them, etc. The next morning news came that 200 or 300 of the Naragnasetts were come to Gohan, viz. Neponset, to kill the Pequod ambassadors, etc. Presently we met at Roxbury, and raised some few men in arms, and sent to the Narragansett men to come to us. When they came, there were no more but 2 of their sachems, and about 20 more, who had been on hunting thereabouts, and came to lodge with the Indians at Cohan, as their manner is. So we treated with them about the Pequods, and at our request they promised that they should go and come to and add from us in peace, and they were also content to enter further treaty of peace with them, and in all things showed themselves very ready to gratify us. So the Pequods returned home, and the Narragansetts departed well satisfied, only they were told in private that if they did make peace with the Pequods, we would give them part of that wampum piage which they should give us, for the Pequods held it dishonorable to offer them anything as of themselves, yet were willing we should give it them, and indeed did offer us so much for that end. The agreement they made with us was put in writing, and the 2 ambassadors set to their marks, one a bow with an arrow in it, and the other a hand. 13th. The Regard, a ship of Barnstable, of about 200 tons, arrived with 20 passengers and about 50 cattle. One thing I think fit to observe as a witness of God's providence for this plantation. There came in the ship one Mansfield, a poor godly man of Exeter, being very desirous to come to us, but not able to transport his family. There was in the city a rich merchant, one Marshall, who being troubled in his dreams about the said poor man, could not be quiet till he had sent for him, and given him £50, and lent him £100, willing him withal that if he wanted, he should send to him for more. This Mansfield grew suddenly rich, and then lost his godliness and his wealth soon after. 18th. About this time an open pinnace of one Mr. Sewall, Footnote, the ancestor of a distinguished and widely distributed American family, of which the famous Chief Justice in the next generation was the most interesting Massachusetts member, in footnote, of Ipswich, going deep laden from Boston, was cast away upon the rocks at the head of Cape Ann in a northeast storm, but all the men were saved. 21st. One Willies, a godly man, and member of Boston Church, and one Doherty, an honest man, and 2 boys, going over to Noddle's Island to fetch wood in a small boat, and none of them having any skill or experience, were cast away in a northeast tempest as they came home in the night laden, being then ebbing water. We sent 2 boats on the Lord's Day, so soon as they were missing, being the 23rd, but they could not find men or boat or wood in any part of the bay. 3 days later, the boat was found at Muddy River, overturned. 27th. The assistants met at the governor's to advise about the defacing of the cross in the ensign at Salem, where, taking advice with some of the ministers, we agreed to write to Mr. Downing in England of the truth of the matter, under all our hands, that, if occasion were, he might show it in our excuse, for therein we expressed our dislike of the thing, and our purpose to punish the offenders, yet with as much wariness as we might, being doubtful of the lawful use of the cross in an ensign, though we were clear that fact, as concerning the matter, was very unlawful. Footnote, fact in the sense of action. End footnote. It was then informed us how Mr. Eliot, the teacher of the Church of Roxbury, had taken occasion, in a sermon, to speak of the peace made with the Pequods, and to lay some blame upon the ministry for proceeding therein without consent of the people, and for other failings, as he conceived. We took order that he should be dealt with by Mr. Cott, Mr. Hooker, and Mr. Weld, to be brought to see his error, and to heal it by some public explanation of his meaning, for the people began to take occasion to murmur against us for it. Footnote, Eliot probably knew well the character of the Pequods, and remonstrated as a friend of the Massachusetts Indians, with whom his relations were becoming close, and whose welfare was seriously threatened. Evidently his disposition was more democratic than that of some of his contemporaries. End footnote. It was likewise informed that Mr. Williams of Salem had broken his promise to us, in teaching publicly against the king's patent, and our great sin in claiming right thereby to the country, etc., and for usual terming the churches of England anti-Christian. We granted summons to him for his appearance at the next court. Footnote, an evidence that Roger Williams meant to be just, though sometimes his judgments were strained. End footnote. The aforesaid 3 ministers, upon conference with the said Mr. Eliot, brought him to acknowledge his error in that he had mistaken the ground of his doctrine, and that he did acknowledge that, for a peace only, whereby the people were not to be engaged in a war, the magistrates might conclude plebe in consulto, and so promised to express himself in public next Lord's Day. 24th. One Scot and Eliot of Ipswich were lost in their way homewards, and wandered up and down 6 days, and eat nothing. At length they were found by an Indian, being almost senseless for want of rest, etc. About the same time one Blank was 21 days upon Plum Island, and found by chance frozen in the snow, yet alive, and did well. He had been missing 20 days, and himself said he had no food all that time. December 4th. Was an extraordinary tempest of wind and snow at north-northeast, which continued 24 hours, and after that such frost as, within 2 days, the whole bay was frozen over, but free again before night. 11th. The lectures at Boston and Newtown returned again to their former course, because the weather was many times so tedious as people could not travel, etc. This day, after the lecture, the inhabitants of Boston met to choose 7 men who should divide the town lands among them. They chose by favors, footnote, by secret ballot, in footnote, and in their choice left out Mr. Winthrop, Coddington, and other of the chief men, only they chose one of the elders and a deacon, and the rest of the inferior sort, and Mr. Winthrop had the greater number before one of them by a voice of 2. This they did, as fearing that the richer men would give the poorer so no great proportions of land, but would rather leave a great part at liberty for newcomers and for common, which Mr. Winthrop had oft persuaded them unto as best for the town, etc. Mr. Cotton and divers others were offended at this choice, because they declined the magistrates, and Mr. Winthrop refused to be one upon such an election as was carried by a voice or 2, telling them that though for his part he did not apprehend any personal injury, nor did doubt of their good affection towards him, yet he was so much grieved that Boston should be the first who should shake off their magistrates, especially Mr. Coddington. Footnote, Mr. Coddington, already mentioned, served as colonial treasurer and as assistant. Winthrop and Cotton here strongly disapproved the public action which left out of commission for the distribution of the lands a worthy magistrate. Coddington before long departed as an exile to Aquidneck, where he lived until nearly 80, the most eminent citizen of Rhode Island, a fellow spirit of Roger Williams at Providence, but he grew weary at last of his radical environment, in footnote, who had been always so forward for their enlargement, added further reason of declining this choice to blot out so bad a precedent. Whereupon, at the motion of Mr. Cotton, who showed them that it was the Lord's order among the Israelites to have all such businesses committed to the elders, and that it had been nearer the rule to have chosen some of each sort, etc., they all agreed to go to a new election, which was referred to the next election day. The reason why some were not willing that the people should have more land in the bay than they might be likely to use in some reasonable time was partly to prevent the neglect of trades and other more necessary employments, and partly that there might be place to receive such as should come after, seeing it would be very prejudicial to the Commonwealth if men should be forced to go far off the land, while others had much, and could make no use of it, more than to please their eye with it. One Abigail Gifford, widow, being kept at the charge of the parish of Wilson in Middlesex near London, was sent by Mr. Ball's ship into this country, and being found to be sometimes distracted, and a very burdensome woman, the governor and assistants returned her back by warrant, 18, to the same parish, in the ship Rebecca. 22nd. A fast was kept by the church of Charlton, and Mr. Sims chosen their teacher. By a letter from Plymouth it was certified that the Dutch of Hudson's River had been at Connecticut, and came in warlike manner to put the Plymouth men out of their house there, but when they stood upon their defense they departed without offering any violence. End of Section 5, 1634. Section 6 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 6, 1635. 11th month, the 13th. Footnote. Here for the first time, the author abandons the Roman names of the months, substituting in accordance with Puritan sentiment a system of numbering, beginning with March as the first month. In this edition, the more familiar names of the months are inserted in italics. The date above is for January 13th, 1634/1635. End footnote. The Church of Boston kept a day of humiliation for the absence of their pastor and other brethren gone to England, and like to be troubled and detained there, and for that the Lord had made a breach upon them by those four which were drowned, as is before set down. At which fast Mr. Cotton preached out of Numbers 35, verse 13, and one of the members taught out of that in Lamentations chapter 3, 39. Wherefore doth a living man complain? 19th. All the ministers, except Mr. Ward, footnote, Nathaniel Ward, minister of Ipswich, author of The Body of Liberties, presently to be mentioned, was a most curious and racy personality. He was bred a lawyer, but taking orders was deprived for nonconformity, and came to New England in 1634. Though quite in accord with his contemporaries in orthodoxy, and the special spokesman of the prevailing intolerance, he stands in a refreshing contrast with the exaggerated gravity and dullness of so many of his brethren. See Tyler, American Literature, Volume 1, page 271. His Simple Cobbler of Agawam, Savage calls, quote, very attractive for its humor, and curious for its execrable spirit, end quote, end footnote. Of Ipswich, met at Boston, being requested by the governor and assistants to consider of these two cases. 1. What we ought to do if a general governor should be sent out of England. 2. Whether it be lawful for us to carry the cross in our banners. In the first case, they all agreed that, if a general governor was sent, we ought not to accept him, but defend our lawful possessions, if we were able, otherwise to avoid or protract. For the matter of the cross they were divided, and so deferred it to another meeting. About the middle of this month, Mr. Allerton's pinnace came from the French about Port Royal. They went to fetch the two men which had been carried by the French from Manchias, and to demand the goods taken, etc. But Mr. Latout made them answer that he took them as lawful prize, that he had the authority from the King of France, who challenged all from Cape Sable to Cape Cod, wishing them to take notice, and to certify the rest of the English that, if they traded to the east of Pequod, he would make prize of them. Being desired to show his commission, he answered, that his sword was commission sufficient, where he had strength to overcome, where they wanted, he would show his commission. Footnote, Massachusetts, in particular Boston, stood from this time forward in the forefront of the English settlements as they faced the French. The latter came at last to call English colonists in general Bostonais, and so late as our Revolution, George Rogers Clark in the far west found that the French and savages confronting him had been incited to, quote, fight Boston, end quote. At the present moment, two Frenchmen, Latour and d'Aulnay, had been appointed to govern the French claim, the jurisdiction of the former extending east of the St. Croix River, of the latter to the west. As the western limits of Acadie were quite undetermined, disputes early rose with the English on the main coast. Latour and d'Aulnay presently also fell out between themselves. The relations of Massachusetts with these two men were very trying, and occasioned some of Winthrop's liveliest pages. Windsor, Memorial History of Boston, Volume 1, page 282, end footnote. In the end of this month, 3 men had their boat frozen up at Bird Island as they were coming from Deer Island, so as they were compelled to lodge them all night. And in the morning they came over the ice to Noddle's Isle, and thence to Moulton's Point in Charlestown, and thence over the ice by Mr. Hoff's to Boston. At the same time 6 others were kept a week at the Governor's Garden, and in the inn gate with their boat at Mattapan Point, for, near all that time, there was no open place between the garden and Boston, neither was there any passing at Charlestown for 2 or 3 days, the wind about the northwest 3 weeks, with much snow and extreme frost. Footnote, Bird Island has disappeared. The Governor's Garden was no doubt the present Governor's Island. To a large extent, localities of the harbor retain their ancient names. End footnote. Month 12, February. About the middle of this month, a proper young man, servant to Mr. Bellingham, passing over the ice to Winnisimmett, fell in and drowned. Divers others fell in that and other places, but, by God's providence, were saved. 14. Captain Wigan, governor at Pascataquac, under the Lord Say and Brooke, wrote to our governor, desiring to have 2 men tried here, who had committed sodomy with each other, and that on the Lord's Day, in time of public exercise. The governor and divers of the assistants met and conferred about it, but did not think fit to try them here. Month 1, March the 4th. A general court at Newtown. Mr. Hooker preached, and showed the 3 great evils. At this court, one of the deputies, footnote, this deputy, so democratic in his ideals, was Israel Stoughton, who later returning to England rose to a lieutenant colonelcy among the Ironsides. His son William was the first lieutenant governor under the charter of William and Mary and chief justice during the witch trials, where he shared in the delusion to which few of his contemporaries were superior. He is more honorably remembered for his gift to Harvard College, where Stoughton Hall perpetuates his name. End footnote. Was questioned for denying the magistracy among us, affirming that the power of the governor was but ministerial, etc. He had also much opposed the magistrates and slighted them, and used many weak arguments against the negative voice, as himself acknowledged upon record. He was adjudged by all the court to be disabled for 3 years from bearing any public office. One of the assistants was called to the lower end of the table to answer for refusing to pay towards a rate made by the court, and was fined £5, which was afterward released. Mr. Endicott was called to answer for defacing the cross and the ensign, but because the court could not agree about the thing, whether the ensigns should be laid by, in regard that many refused to follow them, the whole cause was deferred till the next general court, and the commissioners for military affairs gave order, in the meantime, that all the ensigns should be laid aside, etc. At this court, brass farthings were forbidden, and musket bullets made to pass for farthings. A commission for military affairs was established, which had power of life and limb, etc. Footnote. For a full account of the great power granted this commission, see Massachusetts Colonial Records, Volume 1, page 139. 15th. 2 of the elders of every church met at Sagas, and spent there 3 days. The occasion was, that divers of the brethren of that church, not liking the proceedings of the pastor, and withal making question whether they were a church or not, did separate from church communion. The pastor and other brethren desired the advice and help of the rest of the churches, who, not thinking fit to judge of the cause, without hearing the other side, offered to meet at Sagas about it. Upon this, the pastor, etc., required the separate members to deliver their grievances in writing, which they refusing to do, the pastor, etc., wrote to all the churches that, for this cause, they were purposed to proceed against them as persons excommunicated, and therefore desired them to stay their journey, etc. This letter being read at a lecture at Boston, where some of the elders of every church were present, they all agreed, with consent of their churches, to go presently to Sagas, to stay this hasty proceeding, etc. Accordingly, being met, and both parties, after much debate, being heard, it was agreed that they were a true church, though not constituted at first in due order, yet after consent and practice of a church estate had supplied that defect, and so all were reconciled. Month 2, April. Some of our people went to Cape Cod, and made some oil of a whale, which was cast on shore. There were 3 or 4 cast up, as it seems there is almost every year. 26th. An alarm was raised in all our towns, and the governor and assistants met at Boston, and sent forth a shallop to Cape Ann to discover what ships were there. For the fishermen had brought in word to Marblehead that 2 ships had been covering upon the coast all the day, one of about 400 tons, and the other 350, and were gone in to Cape Ann. But it proved to be only one ship of 80 tons, bound for Richmond's Isle, and the other a small pinnace of 10 tons. 30th. The governor and assistants sent for Mr. Williams. The occasion was, for that he had taught publicly, that a magistrate ought not to tender an oath to an unregenerate man, for that we thereby have communion with a wicked man in the worship of God, and cause him to take the name of God in vain. He was heard before all the ministers, and very clearly confuted. Mr. Endicott was at first of the same opinion, but he gave place to the truth. Month 3, May the 6th. A general court was held at Newtown, where John Haynes, Esquire, was chosen governor, Richard Bellingham, Esquire, deputy governor, and Mr. Howe and Mr. Dummer chosen assistants to the former, and Mr. Ludlow, the late deputy, left out of the magistracy. The reason was, partly because the people would exercise their absolute power, etc., and partly upon some speeches of the deputy, who protested against the election of the governor as void, for that the deputies of the several towns had agreed upon the election before they came, etc., but this was generally discussed, and the election adjudged good. Mr. Endicott was also left out, and called into question about the defacing the cross and the ensign, and a committee was chosen, viz., every town chose one, which yet were voted by all the people, and the magistrates chose 4, who, taking the charge to consider the offense, and the censure due to it, and to certify the court, after 1 or 2 hours' time, made report to the court that they found his offense to be great, viz., rash and without discretion, taking upon him more authority than he had, and not seeking advice of the court, etc., uncharitable in that he, judging the cross, etc., to be a sin, did content himself to have reformed it at Salem, not taking care that others might be brought out of it also, laying a blemish also upon the rest of the magistrates, as if they would suffer idolatry, etc., and giving occasion to the state of England to think ill of us, for which they had judged him worthy admonition, and to be disabled for 1 year from bearing any public office, declining any heavier sentence, because they were persuaded he did it out of tenderness of conscience, and not of any evil intent. Footnote. That spirits like Williams and Endicott, extremists in different directions, caused constant anxiety to the wary and tactful leaders is in these years often evidenced. In footnote. Some petitions of grievances were tendered to the court in the beginning of it, but the court refused to hear any or to meddle in any courses but making freemen until the elections were passed. The governor and deputy were elected by papers, wherein their names were written, but the assistants were chosen by papers without names, viz. The governor propounded one to the people, then they all went out, and came in at one door, and every man delivered a paper into a hat. Such as gave their vote for the party named, gave in a paper with some figures or a scroll in it, others gave in a blank. The new governor, in his speech to the people, declared his purpose to spare their charge toward his allowance this year, partly in respect of their love showed towards him, and partly for that he observed how much the people had been pressed lately under public charges, which the poorer sort did much groan under. Footnote. The well-to-do Haynes could no doubt afford to perform this gracious act. In footnote. A petition was preferred by many of Dorchester, etc., for releasing the sentence against Mr. Stoughton, the last general court, but it was rejected and the sentence affirmed by the country to be just. Diverse jealousies that had been between the magistrates and deputies were now cleared with full satisfaction to all parties. The matter of altering the cross in the ensign was referred to the next meeting, the court being adjourned for 3 weeks, it being propounded to turn it to the red and white rose, etc., and every man was to deal with his neighbors, to still their minds, who stood so stiff for the cross, until we should agree about it, which was expected, because the ministers had promised to take pains about it, and to write into England to have the judgments of the most wise and godly there. The deputies having conceived great danger to our state, in regard that our magistrates, for want of positive law, in many cases, might proceed according to their discretions, it was agreed that some men should be appointed to frame a body of ground of laws, in resemblance to a Magna Carta, which, being allowed by some of the ministers and the general court, should be received for fundamental laws. At this general court, some of the chief of Ipswich desired leave to remove the Quascocoonken, to begin a town there, which was granted them, and it was named Newbury. Also Watertown and Roxbury had leave to remove whether they pleased, so as they continued under this government. The occasion of their desire to remove was, for that all towns in the bay began to be much straitened by their own nearness to one another, and their cattle being so much increased. 21st. A Dutch ship of 160 tons arrived at Marblehead. Captain Hurlston came merchant. She came from Christopher Island. She brought 140 tons of salt and 10,000 weight of tobacco. This island lies in 18 degrees and is about 30 miles in compass, inhabited by 2 colonies, one English and another French. There is in it about 4,000 persons. They have 3 English churches, but the people are very wicked, as the merchant, who dwelt there 5 years, complained. The salt is made with the sun in a natural pan, half a mile from the sea. Their rain begins in September and continues till February. Month 4, June the 3rd. Here arrived 2 Dutch ships, who brought 27 Flanders mares at 34 pounds a mare and 3 horses, 63 heifers at 12 pounds a beast, and 88 sheep at 50 shillings the sheep. They came from the Texel, North Holland, in 5 weeks, 3 days, and lost not one beast or sheep. Here arrived also the same day the James, a ship of 300 tons with cattle and passengers, which came all safe from Southampton within the same time. Mr. Graves was master, who would come every year for these 7 years. 7. The Lord's Day there came in 7 other ships, and 1 to Salem, and 4 more to the mouth of the bay, with stores of passengers and cattle. They came all within 6 weeks. For preventing the loss of time and drunkenness, which sometimes happened, by people's running to the ships, and the excessive price of commodities, it was ordered, that one in each town should buy for all, etc., and should retail the same within 20 days at 5 per hundred, if any came to buy in that time. But this took no good effect, for most of the people would not buy, except they might buy for themselves, and the merchants appointed could not disperse so much money, etc., and the seamen were much discontented, yet some of them brought their goods on shore and sold them there. 16th. A bark of 40 tons arrived, set forth with 20 servants by Sir Richard Saltonstall, to go plant at Connecticut. By a letter from the Lord Say, and report of divers passengers, it was certified to us that Captain Mason and others, the adversaries of this colony, had built a great ship to send over the General Governor, etc., which, being launched, fell in sunder in the midst. It appeared likewise, by a copy of a petition sent over to us, that they had divided all of this country of New England, viz., between St. Croix in the east and that of Lord Baltimore, called Maryland, into 12 provinces, disposed to 12 in England, who should send each 10 men to attend the general governor coming over. But the project took not effect. The Lord frustrated their design. Footnote: the friends of Sir Ferdinando Gorges were too much engrossed at home to aid in the sweeping obliteration of what had been established. For the quo warranto writ issued against Massachusetts, see Hutchinson Papers, edition 1865, volume 1, page 114. In footnote: 2 carpenters going to wash themselves in the river between Mount Wollaston and Wessaguscus were carried away with the tide and drowned. 24th. Mr. Graves in the James and Mr. Hodges in the Rebecca set sail for the Isle of Sable for seahorse, which are there in great number, and wild cows. Mr. John Rose, being cast ashore there in the Mary and Jane 2 years since, in making a small pinnace of the wreck of his ship, sailed thence to the French upon the main, being 30 leagues off, by whom he was detained prisoner, and forced to pilot them to the island, where they had great store of seahorse teeth and cattle and store of black foxes. And they left 17 men upon the island to inhabit it. The island is 30 miles long, 2 miles broad in most places, a mere sand, yet full of fresh water and ponds, etc. He saw about 800 cattle, small and great, all red, and the largest he ever saw, and many foxes, whereof some perfect black. There is no wood upon it, but store of wild peas and flags by the ponds and grass. In the middle of it is a pond of salt water, 10 miles long, full of plaice, soles, etc. The company which went now carried 12 landmen, 2 mastiffs, a house, and a shallop. August 26th. They returned from their voyage. They found there upon the island 16 Frenchmen who had wintered there, and built the little fort, and killed some black foxes. They had killed also many of the cattle, so as they found not above 140, and but 2 or 3 calves. They could kill but few seahorse, by reason they were forced to travel so far in the sand as they were too weak to stick them, and they came away at such time as they used to go up highest to eat green peas. The winter there is very cold, and snow above knee deep. Month 5, July 8th. At the General Court, Mr. Williams of Salem was summoned, and did appear. It was laid to his charge that, being under question before the magistracy and churches for divers dangerous opinions, viz., 1. That the magistrate ought not to punish the breach of the first table, otherwise than in such cases as did disturb the civil peace. 2nd. That he ought not to tender an oath to an unregenerate man. 3rd. That a man ought not to pray with such, the wife, child, etc. 4th. That a man ought not to give thanks after the sacrament, nor after meat, etc., and that the other churches were about to write to the church at Salem to admonish him of these errors, notwithstanding the church had since called him to the office of a teacher. Much debate was about these things. The said opinions were adjudged by all magistrates and ministers, who were desired to be present, to be erroneous and very dangerous, and the calling of him to office at that time was judged a great contempt of authority. So, in fine, time was given to him in the church of Salem to consider of these things till the next general court, and then either to give satisfaction to the court, or else to expect the sentence, it being professedly declared by the ministers, at the request of the court to give their advice, that he who should obstinately maintain such opinions, whereby a church might run into heresy, apostasy, or tyranny, and yet the civil magistrate could not intermeddle, were to be removed, and that the other churches ought to request their magistrates to do so. At this court, Wessaguscus was made a plantation, and Mr. Hull, a minister in England, and 21 families with him, allowed to sit down there, after called Weymouth. A plantation was likewise erected at Bear's Cove, after called Hingham. 12th. Mr. Luxon arrived here in a small pinnace. He fished at the Isle of Shoals, as he had done many years, and returning to sell his fish at market, was taken in foggy weather, and carried into the bay of Port Royal, and there wrecked upon a small island about leagues from the main. So he built a pinnace, and came hither in her. Footnote: the ship captains, messengers back and forth across the sea, and guides and protectors of those who came over, were naturally held in great respect, no doubt with good reason, for only bold and skillful men were adequate to the navigation. They were accorded the title of Mr., which in those days meant something. Luxon appears as master of the fellowship of 170 tons. In footnote. Salem men had preferred a petition at the last general court for some land in Marblehead Neck, which they did challenge as belonging to their town, but because they had chosen Mr. Williams their teacher, while he stood under question of authority, and so offered contempt to the magistrates, etc., their petition was refused till, etc. Upon this, the Church of Salem write to other churches to admonish the magistrates of this as a heinous sin, and likewise the deputies, for which at the next general court their deputies were not received until they should give satisfaction about the letter. Month 6, August 16th. The wind having blowed hard at south and southwest a week before, about midnight it came up to northeast and blew with such violence, with abundance of rain, that it blew down many hundreds of trees near the towns, overthrew some houses, and drave the ships from their anchors. The Great Hope of Ipswich, being about 400 tons, was driven on ground at Mr. Hoff's Point, and brought back again presently by a northwest wind, and ran on shore at Charleston. About 8 of the clock the wind came about to northwest very strong, and it being then about high water, by 9 the tide was fallen about 3 feet. Then it began to flow again about 1 hour, and rose about 2 or 3 feet, which was conceived to be, that the sea was grown so high abroad with the northeast wind, that meeting with the ebb it forced it back again. This tempest was not so far as Cape Sable, but to the south more violent, and made a double tide all that coast. In this tempest the James of Bristol, having 100 passengers, among these storm-tossed people was Reverend Richard Mather, from Lancastershire, ancestor of the famous Mather family. Of the voyage in which he so nearly perished he kept an interesting diary, preserved in Young, Chronicles of Massachusetts, volume 22. Honest people of Yorkshire, being put into the Isle of Shoals, lost their 3 anchors, and setting sail, no canvas nor ropes would hold, but she was driven within a cable's length of the rocks at Pescataqua, when suddenly the wind, coming to northwest, put them back to the Isle of Shoals, and, being there ready to strike upon the rocks, they let out a piece of their mainsail, and weathered the rocks. In the same tempest a bark of Mr. Allerton's was cast away upon Cape Ann, and 21 persons drowned. Among the rest one Mr. Avery, a minister in Wiltshire, a godly man, with his wife and 6 children, were drowned. None were saved but one Mr. Thatcher and his wife, who were cast on shore, and preserved by a powder horn in a bag with a flint, and a goat and a cheese, cast on shore after them, and a truss of bedding and some other necessities. And the 3rd day after a shallop came thither to look for another shallop, which was missing in the storm, and so they were preserved. So as there did appear a miraculous providence in their preservation. The General Court gave Mr. Thatcher 26.13.4 pounds towards his losses, and divers good people gave him besides. The man was cast on shore, where he had been, as he thought, a quarter of an hour beaten up and down by the waves, not being able to swim 1 stroke, and his wife sitting in the scuttle of the bark. The deck was broke off, and brought on shore, as she stuck in it. One of the children was then cast dead on shore, and the rest never found. The sufferings of Parsons Avery and Thatcher are described by Cotton Mather in an interesting and characteristic passage, Magnalia, Book 1, Chapter 2. Here we are told that these outer ledges were named from the event, Avery's fall and Thatcher's woe, names not yet forgotten. Parson Avery of Newbury and his swan song find noble commemoration in the Ballad of Whittier. Gabriel lost at Pequod, and Mr. Witheridge and the Dartmouth ships cut all their masts at St. George. The tide rose at Naragnaset 14 feet higher than ordinary, and drowned 8 Indians flying from their wigwams. At this time a French ship came with commission from the King of France, as they pretended, and took Penobscot, a Plymouth trading house, and sent away the men which were in it, but kept their goods, and gave them bills for them, and bade them tell all the plantations as far as 40 degrees, that they would come with 8 ships next year, and to supplant them all. But by a letter which the captain wrote to the governor of Plymouth, it appeared that they had commission from Monsieur Rosalie, Claude Razily, governor of Acadia in Canada, commander at the fort near Cape Breton, called Le Havre, to displant the English as far as Pequod, and by it they professed all courtesy to us here. Mr. Williams, pastor of Salem, being sick and not able to speak, wrote to his church a protestation that he could not communicate with the churches in the bay, neither would he communicate with them, except they would refuse communion with the rest, but the whole church was grieved herewith. The Dorchester men being set down at Connecticut, near the Plymouth trading house, the governor, Mr. Bradford, wrote to them, complaining of it as an injury, in regard of their possession and purchase of the Indians, whose right it was, and the Dutch sent home into Holland for commission to deal with our people in Connecticut. See Bradford in this series, page 325. September 1st. At this general court was the first grand jury, who presented above 100 offenses, and among others some of the magistrates. At this court, Mr. Endicott made a protestation in justification of the letter formally sent from Salem to the other churches against the magistrates and deputies, for which he was committed, but the same day he came and acknowledged his fault and was discharged. Divers lewd servants, viz. 6, ran away and stole a skiff and other things. A commission was granted at the general court to Captain Trask to fetch them and other such from the eastward. He pursued them to the Isle of Shoals, and so to Pascataquack, where in the night he surprised them in a house and brought them to Boston. At next court they were severely whipped in order to pay all charges, etc. At this court there was granted to Mr. Buckley and blank. Footnote. This was the Reverend Peter Buckley, who with Major Simon Willard now founded the first town beyond Tidewater, Concord. Buckley came from Bedfordshire, a youth of good family, a fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, and later married to a gentlewoman whose nephew is Thomas Allen, Lord Mayor of London. Late in life, a second wife was daughter of Sir Richard Chitwood. In the well-placed Puritan families, alliance with the ministers was held desirable and honorable. Buckley, though of quick temper, was greatly respected, and from his ample estate was liberal to Harvard College and to his indentured servants. The founders of Concord were 12 families, who seem to have followed Simon Willard from Kent. It was an excellent stock, the name of the settlers appearing and reappearing in historical and literary connections down to the present moment. Cotton Mather, Magnalia, Part 2, Chapter 10, compares Bulkley to Farrell, the Genevan divine, quo nemo tuine fortius, than whom no one thundered louder. End footnote. Merchant, and about 12 more families to begin a town at Musketaquid, for which they were allowed 6 miles upon the river, and to be free from public charges 3 years, and it was named Concord. A town was also begun above the falls of Charles River. At the Dutch plantation this summer, a ship's longboat was overset with a gust, and 5 men in her who gat upon her keel, and were driven to sea 4 days, in which time 3 of them were dropped off and were drowned. And the 5th day the 4th, being sore beaten, and pained with hunger and thirst, wilfully fell off and was drowned. Soon after the wind came up at southeast and carried the boat with the 5th man to the Long Island, and, being only able to creep on shore, he was found by the Indians and preserved. He was grown very poor and almost senseless with hunger and watching, and would say that he saw such and such come to give him meat, etc. Footnote. The episode is graphically described in Voyages of David Pieterzoon de Vries. See Collections of the New York Historical Society, 2nd Series, Volume 3, page 75. The boat's crew belonged to de Vries' ship. End footnote. The Plymouth men had hired the Great Hope to go to displant the French and regain their possession at Penobscot. The master, Mr. Girling, was to have it for £20. They sent their bark with him and about 20 men, but when they came, they found the French had notice, and had so strongly entrenched themselves, being 18, as, having spent nearly all their powder and shot, the bark left the ship there, and came here to advise with us what further to do. For they had lately lost another bark laden with corn, and could not spare this to send back again. The general court, being assembled, agreed to aid them with men and munition, and therefore wrote to them to send one with commission to treat with us about it, resolving to drive them out whatsoever it should cost, yet first to put them to bear the charge, if it might be. For we saw that their neighborhood would be very dangerous to us. Footnote, see Bradford, pages 319 through 321. The next week they sent Mr. Prince and Captain Standish to us with commission to treat. 4 of the commissioners gave them a meeting, which grew to this issue, that they refused to deal further in it, otherwise than as a common cause of the whole country, and so to contribute their part. We refused to deal in it, otherwise than as in their aid, and so at their charge, for indeed we then had no money in the treasury, neither could we get provision of victuals on the sudden for 100 men which were to be employed, so we deferred all to further counsel. Footnote. The pressure from the French had a certain good effect in causing the English colonies to stand closely together. The Dutch, though looked on with jealousy, were, as Protestants, less objectionable than the Catholic neighbors. End footnote. Month 8, October 6. 2 shallops, going laden with goods to Connecticut, were taken in the night with an easterly storm and cast upon Brown's Island, near the Gurnet's Nose, and all men drowned. Footnote. The island has nearly disappeared, a dangerous shoal remaining, on which, from Burial Hill in Plymouth, one today may see the surf beating. In footnote. Here arrived 2 great ships, the Defense and the Abigail, with Mr. Wilson, pastor of Boston, Mr. Shepherd, Mr. Jones, and other ministers, amongst others, Mr. Peter, pastor of the English church in Rotterdam, who, being persecuted by the English ambassador, who would have brought this and other churches to the English discipline, and not having had his health these many years, intended to advise with the ministers here about his removal. Footnote: these were important arrivals, the freight of the two ships counting for much, and several of the personages on board surpassing in consequence all but 2 or 3 of their predecessors. Thomas Shepherd of Emmanuel College, Cambridge, soon took the place of Hooker at Newtown, and was a light of especial brilliancy. Though but 30 years old, he soon made a great name, dying, however, in his prime before his usefulness was fully rounded. Wilson always affected powerfully his environment, and the younger John Winthrop was only inferior to his father as a state founder. No man was more profoundly involved in the currents of this troubled time, as well in Europe as in America, than the Reverend Hugh Peter, or Peters. He landed in Boston, a man of 37, already widely experienced and distinguished. A boy from Cornwall, he came to Trinity College, Cambridge, and at once after attaining maturity became a famous preacher, drawing great crowds at St. Sepulchre's in London. He went to Germany in the 30 Years' War to see Gustavus Adolphus, and afterward settled in Rotterdam as friend and successor of Dr. William Ames, a Puritan worthy of the first rank. Adopting the principles of the Independents, he at last sought New England, his steps thitherward being hastened perhaps by the fact that through his wife he was allied with the Winthrops. From the first he played a leading part, helping the colony more through an energetic pushing of practical schemes, fisheries, shipbuilding, trade enterprises, than by his professional ministrations. In the church his spirit was less liberal than it afterwards became among different surroundings. Particular acts of his may be disapproved, but on the whole the colony was much better for his being in it. After his return to England in 1641, his life became in the highest degree eventful. He threw himself as an independent into the Civil War, showing surpassing power as a preacher, but using his practical ability and narrative skill in the most varied ways. Fairfax and Cromwell valued his counsel and used his executive ability. He was the especial bête noire of the Cavaliers and Presbyterians, who regarded him as a character almost infernal. Yet to individual opponents he often showed great kindness, and did much to ameliorate the horrors of war. Through clouds of unmeasured abuse, we at this distance can make out a figure beset with limitations, but endowed with large ability, intense zeal, and sincerity, who strove to good purpose for worthy ends. At the Restoration he was a particular mark for vengeance, it being alleged that he and Cornet Joyce were the masked headmen who did duty on the scaffold at the execution of Charles I. This he denied, and also many other accusations. The prosecution was pitiless, and he perished in 1660 through unspeakable humiliation and torture. Firth, in the Dictionary of National Biography, S.V. End footnote. The special goodness of the Lord appeared in this, that the passengers came safe and hale in all the ships, though some of them long passages. The Abigail 10 weeks from Plymouth, with 260 persons, and many cattle, infected also with the smallpox, yet, etc. There came also John Winthrop the younger, with commission from the Lord Say, Lord Brooke, and divers other great persons in England, to begin a plantation at Connecticut, and to be governor there. They also sent men and ammunition, and 2,000 pounds in money, to begin a fortification at the mouth of the river. Here came also one Mr. Henry Vane, footnote, Henry Vane, for his abilities, his heroic life and death, his services to Anglo-Saxon freedom, which makes him a significant figure even to the present moment, may well be regarded as the most illustrious character who touches early New England history. While his personal contact with America was only for a brief space, his life became a strenuous upholding of American ideas. If government of, by, and for the people is the principle which English-speaking men feel especially bound to maintain, the life and death of Vane contributed powerfully to cause this idea to prevail. He was born in 1612 of an ancient lineage, his father being famed as a diplomatist and statesman, a courtier favored by both king and queen. Though Vane was scarcely beyond boyhood, he had traveled widely in Europe, seen much of great men and events, and shown independence of character by embracing austere Puritanism, thus sacrificing his prospects and incurring the displeasure of friends. His course in New England, which Winthrop will describe, though showing boyish indiscretion and shortcoming, is prophetic of great things, both as to his force and high purpose. Returning to England after less than 2 years' stay, he becomes the friend of Pym, Hampden, Milton, and Cromwell, and in due time, as his adversary Baxter puts it, became, quote, within the Long Parliament that which Cromwell was without, end quote, the recognized leader. Republican ideas sprang up first among the rank and file of the victorious Ironsides, but Vane embraced them in due time, striving in the forefront for popular government during the era of the Commonwealth. Long the warm friend of Cromwell, he parted from Cromwell when the latter at last despaired of popular government. He sought for England not freedom alone, but order as well, maintaining in the healing question that by a people's convention fundamentals should be laid down for the guidance and restraint of the lawmakers, a written constitution therefore framed according to the American idea. He went down fighting to the last in a struggle that was premature, sealing his faith by martyrdom in 1662. See Firth in the Dictionary of National Biography and the Lives of Vane by Sykes, Uppen, Forster, Ireland, and Hosmer. End footnote. Son and heir to Sir Henry Vane, comptroller of the King's House, who, being a young gentleman of excellent parts, and had been employed by his father when he was ambassador in foreign affairs, yet being called to the obedience of the gospel, forsook the honors and preferments of the court to enjoy the ordinance of Christ in their purity here. His father, being very averse to this way, as no way savouring the power of religion, would hardly have consented to his coming hither, but that, acquainting the king with his son's disposition and desire, he commanded him to send him hither, and gave him license for 3 years' stay here. This noble gentleman, having order from the said lords and others, treated with the magistrates here, and those who were to go to Connecticut, about the said design of the lords to this issue, that either the 3 towns gone hither should give place upon full satisfaction, or else sufficient room must be found there for the lords and their companions, etc., or else they would divert their thoughts and preparations some other ways. November 1st. Mr. Vane was admitted a member of the Church of Boston. October. At this general court, Mr. Williams, the teacher at Salem, was again convented, and all the ministers in the bay being desired to be present, he was charged with the said 2 letters, that to the churches, complaining of the magistrates for injustice, extreme oppression, etc., and the other to his own church, to persuade them to renounce communion with all the churches in the bay, as full of anti-Christian pollution, etc. He justified both these letters, and maintained all his opinions, and, being offered further conference or disputation, and a month's respite, he chose to dispute presently. So Mr. Hooker was appointed to dispute with him, but could not reduce him from any of his errors. So the next morning the court sentenced him to depart out of our jurisdiction within 6 weeks, all the ministers save one approving the sentence, and his own church had him under question also for the same cause, and he, at his return home, refused communion with his own church, who openly disclaimed his errors, and wrote an humble submission to the magistrates, acknowledging their fault and joining with Mr. Williams in that letter to the churches against them, etc. 15th. About 60 men, women, and little children went by land toward Connecticut with their cows, horses, and swine, and after a tedious and difficult journey arrived safe there. The pinnace which Sir Richard Saltonstall sent the possession of a great quantity of land at Connecticut was, in her return to England, cast away upon the island Sable. The men were kindly entertained by the French there, and had passage to Le Havre, some 20 leagues east of Cape Sable, where Monsieur Commander of Rossel, footnote, the Chevalier Rassellier, was chief governor of Acadia, La Tour, and d'Aulnay, already mentioned being his subordinates. Windsor, Memorial History of Boston, Volume 1, page 283. End footnote. Was governor, who entertained them very courteously, and furnished them with a shallop to return to us, and gave 4 of their company passage into France, but made them pay dear for their shallop, and in their return they put into Penobscot at such time as Girling's ship lay there, so that they were kept prisoners there till the ship was gone, and then sent to us with a courteous letter to the governor. A little before, our governor had written to him, viz. Monsieur de Aulnay, to send them home to us, but they were come before. It is useful to observe, as we go along, such especial providences of God as were manifested for the good of the plantations. Mr. Winslow, the late governor of Plymouth, being this year in England, petitioned the council there for a commission to withstand the intrusions of the French and Dutch, which was likely to take effect, though undertaken by ill advice, for such precedents might endanger our liberty, that we should do nothing hereafter but by commission out of England, but the archbishops, being incensed against him, as against all these plantations, informed the rest that he was a separatist, etc., and that he did marry, etc., and thereupon gate him committed. But after some few months he petitioned the board, and was discharged. Another providence was in the voyage of Mr. Winthrop the younger, and Mr. Wilson into England, who, returning in the winter time in a small and weak ship, bound for Barnstaple, was driven by foul weather upon the coast of Ireland. not known by any in the ship, and were brought, through many desperate dangers, into Galloway, where they parted. Mr. Winthrop taking his journey over land to Dublin, and Mr. Wilson by sea, and being come within sight of Lundy, in the mouth of Severn, they were forced back by tempest to Kinsale, where some ships perished in their view. Mr. Wilson, being in Ireland, gave much satisfaction to the Christians there about New England. Mr. Winthrop went to Dublin, and from thence to Antrim in the north, and came to the house of one Sir John Clotworthy. Footnote: Sir John Clotworthy became eminent later as a member of the Long Parliament. In footnote. The evening before the day when divers godly persons were appointed to meet at his house to confer about their voyage to New England, by whom they were thoroughly informed of all things and received great encouragement to proceed on in their intended course. From thence he passed over into Scotland, and so through the north of England, and all the way he met with persons of quality, whose thoughts were toward New England, who observed his coming among them as a special providence of God. November 3rd. At the Court of Assistance, John Pratt of Newtown was questioned about the letter he wrote into England, wherein he affirmed divers things which were untrue and of ill reports for the state of the country, as that there was nothing desirable but rocks and sands and salt marshes, etc. He desired respite for his answers to the next morning. Then he gave it in writing, in which, by making his own interpretation of some passages, and acknowledging his error in others, he gave satisfaction. This was delivered in under his own hand, and the hands of Mr. Hooker and some of the ministers, and satisfaction acknowledged under the hands of the magistrates. Mr. Winthrop, Jr., the governor appointed by the Lords for Connecticut, sent a bark of 30 tons and about 20 men, with all needful provisions, to take possession of the mouth of Connecticut and to begin some building. 9th. About this time an open pinnace, returning from Connecticut, was cast away at Manmet Bay, but all the men, being 6, were saved, and came to Plymouth, after they had wandered 10 days in extreme cold and deep snow, not meeting with any Indian or other person. 26th. There came 12 men from Connecticut. They had been 10 days upon their journey, and had lost one of their company, drowned in the ice by the way, and had been all starved, but that, by God's providence, they lighted upon an Indian wigwam. Connecticut River was frozen up the 15th of this month. Mr. Hugh Peter, preaching at Boston and Salem, moved the country to raise the stock for fishing, as the only probable means to free us from that oppression which the seamen and others held us under. 28th. Here arrived a small North Sea bark of 25 tons, sent by the Lord Say, etc., with one Gardiner. Footnote: This was Lyon Gardiner, building and commander of the fort at Saybrook at the mouth of the Connecticut during the Pequod War. He was brave and intelligent. Workbase is the Dutch werkbaas, engineer, workbaas. In footnote, an expert engineer or workbaas, and provisions of all sorts to begin a fort at the mouth of Connecticut. She came through many great tempests, yet through the Lord's great providence her passengers 12 men, 2 women, and goods all safe. Mr. Winthrop had sent, 4 days before, a bark, with carpenters and other workmen, to take possession of the place, for the Dutch intended to take it, and to raise some buildings. A great shallop, coming from Pascataquac in a northeast wind with snow, lost her way, and was forced into Annisquam, and going out with a northwest wind, through the unskilfulness of the men, was cast upon the rocks, and lost 100 pounds worth of goods. A shallop of William Lovell, laden with goods to Salem, worth 100 pounds, was, by foul weather, put into Plymouth, and coming out, the men went aboard a small bark by the way, and their shallop broke loose and was lost, and about 2 months after was found about Nauset, footnote, Eastham, in footnote, not much hurt, and the goods were, most of them, saved by some Plymouth men, who had notice of it by the Indians. 10th Ber, December 10th. The ship Rebecca, about 60 tons, came from Connecticut, and brought in her about 70 men and women, which came down to the river's mouth to meet the barks which would have brought their provisions. But, not meeting them, they went aboard the Rebecca, which, 2 days before, was frozen 20 miles up the river, but a small rain falling set her free, but coming out, she ran on ground at the mouth of the river, and was forced to unlade. They came to Massachusetts in 5 days, which was a great mercy of God, for otherwise they had all perished with famine, as some did. While the Rebecca lay there, the Dutch sent a sloop to take possession of the mouth of the river, but our men get 2 paces on shore, and would not suffer them to land. The 2nd and 3rd of this month fell a snow about knee-deep, with much wind from the north and northeast. Mr. Norton, footnote, John Norton from Hertfordshire, after the usual shaping at Cambridge, emerged into nonconformity, and now at 29, with a reputation for good parts, appeared in America. He became teacher at Ipswich, and during Winthrop's life makes no great figure in affairs. On Cotton's death he became his successor, which some hold to have been unfortunate on account of the fierce fanaticism with which he prosecuted Quakers and Baptists. Brooks Adams, Emancipation of Massachusetts, pages 102 et sequiari. At the Restoration, the colony sent him with Simon Bradstreet to England to make peace with Charles II. Naturally, the representatives of a colony so well known for its sympathy with the lost cause underwent hardship and contumely, which perhaps contributed to Norton's death in 1663. In footnote, a godly man and a preacher in England, coming with his family to the Massachusetts, the ship wherein he was by contrary ones put into Plymouth, where he continued preaching to them all the winter. And although Mr. Smith, their pastor, gave over his place, that he might have it, and the church used him with all respect, and large offers, etc., yet he left them and came to Massachusetts, alleging that his spirit could not close with them, etc. End of section 6. Section 7 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 7, 1636. Part 1. 11th month, January. The governor and assistants met at Boston to consider about Mr. Williams, for that they were credibly informed that, notwithstanding the injunction laid upon him, upon the liberty granted him to stay till the spring, not to go about to draw others to his opinions, he did use to entertain company in his house, and to preach to them, even of such points as he had been censured for, and it was agreed to send him into England by a ship then ready to depart. The reason was, because he had drawn above 20 persons to his opinion, and they were intended to erect a plantation about the Naragnaset Bay, from whence the infection would easily spread into these churches, the people being, many of them, much taken with the apprehension of his godliness. Whereupon a warrant was sent to him to come presently to Boston to be shipped, etc. He returned answer, and divers of Salem came with it, that he could not come without hazard of his life, etc. Whereupon a pinnace was sent with commission to Captain Underhill, etc., to apprehend him, and carry him aboard the ship, which they rode at Naragnasetts. But when they came at his house, they found he had been gone 3 days before, but whither they could not learn. He had so far prevailed at Salem, as many there, especially of devout women, did embrace his opinions, and separated from the churches, for this cause, that some of their members, going into England, did hear the ministers there, and when they came home, the churches here held communion with them. This month one went by land to Connecticut, and returned safe. Mr. Hugh Peter went from place to place laboring, both publicly and privately, to raise up men to a public frame of spirit, and so prevailed, as he procured a good sum of money to be raised to set on foot the fishing business to the value of blank, and wrote into England to raise as much more. The intent was to set up a magazine of all provisions and other necessities for fishing, that men might have things at hand, and for reasonable prices, whereas now the merchants and seamen took advantage to sell at most excessive rates, and many things too for run, etc. Mr. Batchelor of Sagus was convented before the magistrates. The cause was, for that, coming out of England with a small body of 6 or 7 persons, and having since received and many more at Sagus, and contention growing between him and the greatest part of the church, who had, with the rest, received him for their pastor, he desired dismission for himself and his first members, which being granted upon supposition that he would leave the town as he is given out, he with the said 6 or 7 persons presently renewed their old covenant, intending to raise another church at Sagus, whereat the most and chief of the town being offended, for that it would cross their intentions of calling Mr. Peter or some other minister, they complained to the magistrates, who, foreseeing the distraction which was like to come by this course, had forbidden him to proceed in any such church way, until the cause were considered by the other ministers, etc. But he refused to desist. Whereupon they sent for him, and upon his delay, day after day, the marshal was sent to fetch him. Upon his appearance and submission, and promise to remove out of the town within 3 months, he was discharged. 18th. Mr. Vane, footnote, the deference shown Vane at his coming partook almost of infatuation, and was due no doubt to his wealth and high connections, and in some measure, too, to the remarkable character which he manifested even as a youth. It was certainly presumptuous that, young and inexperienced as he was, he should have set himself up to be an arbiter in the disputes of the fathers and founders. End footnote. And Mr. Peter, finding some distraction in the Commonwealth arising from some difference in judgment, and withal some alienation of affection among the magistrates and some other persons of quality, and that hereby factions began to grow among the people, some adhering more to the old governor, Mr. Winthrop, and others to the late governor, Mr. Dudley, the former carrying matters with more lenity, and the latter with more severity, they procured a meeting at Boston of the governor, deputy, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Hooker, Mr. Wilson, and there was present Mr. Winthrop, Mr. Dudley, and themselves, where, after the Lord had been sought, Mr. Vane declared the occasion of this meeting, as is before noted, and the fruit aimed at, viz., a more firm and friendly uniting of minds, etc., especially of the said Mr. Dudley and Mr. Winthrop, as those upon whom the weight of the affairs did lie, etc., and therefore desired all present to take up a resolution to deal freely and openly with the parties, and they with each other, that nothing might be left in their breasts which might break out to any jar or difference hereafter, which they promised to do. Then Mr. Winthrop spake to this effect, that when it pleased Mr. Vane to acquaint him with what he had observed of the dispositions of men's mind inclining to the said faction, etc., it was very strange to him, professing solemnly that he knew not of any breach between his brother Dudley and himself, since they were reconciled long since, neither did he suspect any alienation of affection in him or others from himself, save that of late he had observed that some newcomers had estranged themselves from him since they went to dwell at Newtown, and so desired all the company that, if they had seen anything amiss in his government or otherwise, they would deal freely and faithfully with him, and for his part he promised to take it in good part, and would endeavor by God's grace to amend it. Then Dudley spake to this effect, that for his part he came thither a mere patient, not with any intent to charge his brother Winthrop with anything, for though there had been formerly some differences and breaches between them, yet they had been healed, and for his part he was not willing to renew them again, and so left it to others to utter their own complaints. Whereupon the governor, Mr. Haynes, spake to this effect, that Mr. Winthrop and himself had been always in good terms, etc., therefore he was loath to give any offense to him, and he hoped that, considering what the end of this meeting was, he would take it in good part if he did deal openly and freely, as his manner ever was. Then he spake one or two passages wherein he conceived that he dealt too remissly in point of justice, to which Mr. Winthrop answered, that his speeches and carriage had been in part mistaken, but withal professed that it was his judgment that in the infancy of plantation justice should be administered with more lenity than in a settled state, because people were then more apt to transgress, partly of ignorance of new laws and orders, partly through oppression of business and other straits, but, if it might be made clear to him that it was an error, he would be ready to take up a stricter course. Then the ministers were desired to consider of the question by the next morning, and to set down a rule in the case. The next morning they delivered their several reasons, which all sorted to this conclusion, that strict discipline, both in criminal offences and in martial affairs, was more needful in plantations than in a settled state, as tending to the honor and safety of the gospel. Whereupon Mr. Winthrop acknowledged that he was convinced that he had failed in over much lenity and remissness, and would endeavor, by God's assistance, to take a more strict course hereafter. Whereupon there was a renewal of love amongst them, and articles drawn to this effect. 1. That there should be more strictness used in civil government and military discipline. 2. That the magistrates should, as far as might be, ripen their consultations beforehand, that their vote in public might bear, as the voice of God. 3. That, in meetings of the court, the magistrates should not discuss the business of parties in their presence, nor deliver their opinions, etc. 4th. That trivial things, etc., should be ended in towns, etc. 5th. If differences fall out among them in public meetings, they should observe these rules. 1. Not to touch any person differing, but to speak to the cause. 2. To express their difference in all modesty and due respect to the court and such as differ, etc. 3. Or to propound their difference by way of question. 4. Or to desire a deferring of the cause to further time. 5th. After sentence, if all have agreed, none shall intimate his dislike privately, or if one dissent he shall sit down, without showing any further distaste, publicly or privately. 6th. The magistrates shall be more familiar and open each to other, and more frequent in visitations, and shall, in tenderness and love, admonish one another, without reserving any secret grudge, and shall avoid all jealousies and suspicions, each seeking the honor of another, and all of the court, not opening the nakedness of one another to private persons, in all things seeking the safety and credit of the gospel. 7. To honor the governor in submitting to him the main direction and ordering the business of the court. 8. One assistant shall not seem to gratify any man in undoing or crossing another's proceedings, without due advice with him. 9th, they shall grace and strengthen their under officers in their places, etc. 10th, all contempts against the court, or any of the magistrates, shall be specially noted and punished. And the magistrates shall appear more solemnly in public, with attendants, apparel, and open notice of their entrance into the court. Footnote. Quote, though several principles of sound policy were established, the general result of this conference must, I think, be regretted. When the administration of Winthrop was impeached by Governor Haynes for too great lenity, it seems natural that such severe tempers as Dudley and Vane and Peter should unite in the attack, and as the rest of the clergy probably agreed with their ardent brother Peter, the maxims of the first governor of the colony would be overruled. But when their united influence was strong enough to compel him to acknowledge his remissness and discipline, we are bound, as in our early history we often are, to lament the undue dictation of the church. It should be remembered that Haynes and Hooker were, at this very time, preparing to establish themselves as the Moses and Aaron of a new plantation, and that they might decently have left Massachusetts to be governed by rules which, though not always observed, had been found beneficial by the earlier inhabitants. End quote. Savage, in footnote. Month 12, February the 1st. Mr. Shepherd, a godly minister, come lately out of England, and divers other good Christians, intending to raise a church body, came and acquainted the magistrates therewith, who gave their approbation. They also sent to all the neighboring churches for their elders to give their assistance at a certain day at Newtown, when they should constitute their body. Accordingly, at this day, there met a great assembly, where the proceeding was as followed. Mr. Shepherd and 2 others, who were after to be chosen to office, sat together in the elder's seat. Then the elder of them began with prayer. After this, Mr. Shepherd prayed with deep confession of sin, etc., and exercised out of Ephesians chapter 5, that he might make it to himself a holy, etc., and also opened the cause of their meeting, etc. Then the elder desired to know of the churches assembled what number were needful to make a church, and how they ought to proceed in this action. Whereupon some of the ancient ministers, conferring shortly together, gave answer, that the Scripture did not set down any certain rule for the number. 3, they thought, were too few, because by Matthew chapter 18 an appeal was allowed from 3, but that 7 might be a fit number. And for their proceeding they advised, that such as were to join should make confession of their faith, and declare what work of grace the Lord had wrought in them, which accordingly they did, Mr. Shepherd first, then 4 others, then the elder, and one who was to be deacon, who had also prayed, and another member. Then the covenant was read, and they gave a solemn assent to it. Then the elder desired of the churches that, if they did approve them to be a church, they would give them the right hand of fellowship. Whereupon Mr. Cotton, upon short speech with some others near him, in the name of their churches, gave his hand to the elder with a short speech of their assent, and desired the peace of the Lord Jesus to be with them. Then Mr. Shepherd made an exhortation to the rest of his body about the nature of their covenant, and to stand firm to it, and commended them to the Lord in a most heavenly prayer. Then the elder told the assembly that they were intended to choose Mr. Shepherd for their pastor, by the name of the brother who had exercised, and desired the churches that, if they had anything to accept against him, they would impart it to them before the day of ordination. Then he gave the churches thanks for their assistance, and so left them to the Lord. Footnote. Since the former church in Newtown was now removing in its corporate capacity to Connecticut, a new one must be formed. The elaborate detail shows that Congregationalism was completely developed, the usages of the Church of England, in which the elders were bred, being entirely cast off. In footnote. At the last General Court, it was referred to the military commissioners to appoint colors for every company, who did accordingly, and left out the cross in all of them, appointing the King's arms to be put into that of Castle Island. Footnote. The spirit of Endicott prevailed as regards the idolatrous emblem, though a few years later, when it was found the parliamentary army in England retained the cross, it was restored to the colony, in footnote, and Boston to be the first company. 3rd, Mr. John Maverick, teacher of the church at Dorchester, died, being near 60 years of age. He was a blank man of very humble spirit, and faithful in furthering the work of the Lord here, both in the churches and civil state. 24th, Mr. Winslow of Plymouth came to treat with those of Dorchester about their land at Connecticut, which they had taken from them. It being doubtful whether that place were within our patent or not, the Plymouth men, about 3 years since, had treaty with us about joining and erecting a plantation and trade there. We thought not fit to do anything then, but gave them leave to go on. whereupon they bought a portion of land of the Indians and built a house there, and the Dorchester men, without their leave, were now setting down their town in the same place. But after they desired to agree with them, for which end Mr. Winslow came to treat with them, and demanded 1/16 part of the lands, and £100, which those of Dorchester not consenting unto, they brake off, those of Plymouth expecting to have due recompense after by course of justice, if they went on. But divers resolved to quit the place if they could not agree with those of Plymouth. Footnote. See Bradford in the series, page 327, in footnote. 25th. The distractions about the churches of Salem and Sagas, and the removal of other churches, and the great scarcity of corn, etc., occasioned a general fast to be proclaimed, which, because the court was not at hand, was moved by the elders of the churches and assented unto by the ministers. The Church of Boston renewed their covenant this day, and made a large explanation of that which they had first entered into, and acknowledged such failings as had fallen out, etc. Month 1, March 8. A manservant in Boston, having stolen from his master and being threatened to be brought before the magistrates, went and hanged himself. Herein 3 things were observable. 1. That he was a very profane fellow, given to cursing, etc., and did use to go out of the assembly upon the Lord's day to rob his master. 2. The manner of his death, being with a small codline, and his knees touching the floor of the chamber, and one coming in when he was scarce dead, who was a maid, and while she went to call out, etc., he was past recovery. 3. His discontent arising from the long time he was to serve his master, though he were well used. The same day came a letter from his father out of the Bermuda with money to buy out his time, etc. The Rebecca came from Bermuda with 30,000 weight of potatoes and store of oranges and limes, which were a great relief to our people, but their corn was sold to the West Indies 3 months before. Potatoes were bought there for 2 shillings and 8 pence the bushel, and sold here for 2 pence the pound. 11. Some occasions of difference had fallen out between the Church of Charlton and Mr. James, their pastor. The teacher, Mr. Sims, and most of the brethren had taken offense at diverse speeches of his, he being a very melancholic man and full of causeless jealousies, etc., for which they had dealt with him, both publicly and privately, but receiving no satisfaction, they wrote to all the neighboring churches for their advice and help in the case, who, sending chosen men, most elders, there met this day, and finding the pastor very faulty, yet because they had not proceeded with him in a due order, for of the 2 witnesses produced, one was the accuser, they advised that, if they could not comfortably close, himself and such as stood on his part, if they would, should desire dismission, which should be granted them for avoiding extremities, but if he persisted, etc., the church should cast him out. 30th. Mr. Allerton returned in his pinnace from the French at Penobscot. His bark was cast upon an island, and beat out her keel, and so lay 10 days, yet he got help from Pequod and mended her, and brought her home. Mr. Wither, in a vessel of 50 tons, going to Virginia, was cast away upon Long Island with a west-northwest wind. The company, being about 30, were most of them very profane persons, and in their voyage did much reproach our colony, vowing they would hang, drown, or etc., before they would come hither again. 7 were drowned in landing. Some got in a small boat to the Dutch plantation. 2 were killed by the Indians, who took all such goods as they left on shore. Those who escaped went towards Virginia in a Dutch bark, and were never heard of after, but thought to be wrecked by some Dutch pails, etc., which were found by the Indians thereabout. Month 2, April the 1st. Mr. Mather, footnote. Though in general the reader finds Savage's genealogies quite too particular, the Mather family in Massachusetts was so famous that space may properly be taken to describe it. He says, quote, "This was the father of Increase Mather, president of Harvard College, who is father of the more celebrated Cotton Mather, a name that will forever be perpetuated, while the strange contents of the Magnalia, in which are equally striking his voracious appetite and ill digestion of learning, excite the curiosity of antiquaries. 3 other sons of Richard, the gentleman named in our text, were clergymen, as also a great-grandson who was a minister in Boston. Richard and his wife, Catherine, were received into Boston Church 25th October preceding. He married, in his old age, the widow of the great Cotton, and his son Increase married a daughter, whence the author of the Magnalia obtained his name of baptism." In footnote. And others of Dorchester, intending to begin a new church there, a great part of the old one being gone to Connecticut, desired the approbation of the other churches and of the magistrates, and accordingly they assembled this day, and, after some of them had given proof of their gifts, they made confession of their faith, which was approved of. but proceeding to manifest the work of God's grace in themselves, the churches by the elders and the magistrates, etc., thought them not meet at present to be the foundation of the church, and thereupon they were content to forbear to join till further consideration. The reason was, for that most of them, Mr. Mather and one more excepted, had builded their comfort of salvation upon unsound grounds, viz., some upon dreams and ravishes of spirits by fits, others upon the reformation of their lives, others upon duties and performances, etc., wherein they discovered three special errors. 1. That they had not come to hate sin because it was filthy, but only left it because it was hurtful. 2. That by reason of this, they had never truly closed with Christ, or rather Christ with them, but had made use of him only to help the imperfection of their sanctification and duties, and not made him their sanctification, wisdom, etc. 3. They expected to believe by some power of their own, and not only and wholly from Christ. Those of Dorchester, who had removed their cattle to Connecticut before winter, lost the greatest part of them this winter, yet some which came late and could not be put over the river lived very well all the winter without any hay. The people also were put to great straits for want of provisions. They eat acorns and malt and grains. They lost near 2,000 pounds worth of cattle. 7th. At a general court it was ordered that a certain number of the magistrates should be chosen for life. The reason was for that it was showed from the word of God, etc., that the principal magistrates ought to be for life. Accordingly, the 25th of the 3rd month, John Winthrop and Thomas Dudley were chosen to this place, and Henry Vane, by his place of governor, was president of this council for his year. Footnote. This council for life lasted for 3 years only, it being found to excite popular jealousy against the magistrates. It seems to have been constituted in the hope of tempting over some of the peers, or gentry likely to become peers. The members of such a council were assured a place of dignity. End footnote. It was likewise ordered that quarter courts should be kept in several places for ease of the people, and in regard of the scarcity of victuals, the remote towns should send their votes by proxy to the court of elections, and that no church, etc., should be allowed, etc., that was gathered without consent of the churches and the magistrates. Mr. Benjamin's house burnt, and 100 pounds in goods lost. 12th. The Charity of Dartmouth, of 120 tons, arrived here laden with provisions. She came in with a strong northwest wind, and was in great danger to have been lost between Allerton Point and Natascott, but the Lord, in his mercy to his people, delivered her, after she had struck twice and upon the ebb. Mr. Peter bought all the provisions at 50 in the 100, which saved the country 200 pounds, and distributed them to all the towns as each town needed. Footnote. An instance of Hugh Peter's fine spirit of practical benevolence. In footnote. The Church of Salem was still infected with Mr. Williams, his opinions, so as most of them held it unlawful to hear in the ordinary assemblies in England, because their foundation was anti-Christian, and we should, by hearing, hold communion with them, and some went so far as they were ready to separate from the church upon it. Whereupon the church sent 2 brethren in a letter to the elders of the other churches for their advice in 3 points. First, whether, for satisfying the weak, they might promise not to hear in England any false church. This was not thought safe, because then they would draw them to the like towards the other churches here, who were all of opinion that it was lawful, and that hearing was not church communion. Second, if they were not better, to grant them dismission to be a church by themselves. This was also opposed, for that it was not a remedy of God's ordering, neither would the magistrates allow them to be a church, being but 3 men and 8 women, and besides, it were dangerous to raise churches on such grounds. Third, whether they ought then to excommunicate them, if they did withdraw, etc. This was granted, yet withal, that if they did not withdraw or run into contempt, they ought, in these matters of difference of opinion and things not fundamental nor scandalous, etc., to bear each with other. Month 3rd, May the 15th. Mr. Peter, preaching at Boston, made an earnest request to the church for blank things. First, that they would spare their teacher, Mr. Cotton, for a time, that he might go through the Bible and raise marginal notes upon all the knotty places of the Scriptures. Second, that a new book of martyrs might be made to begin where the other had left. Footnote. The suggestion of a continuation of Fox's Book of Martyrs is pathetic as coming from one whose own martyrdom 24 years later was so noteworthy. In footnote. Third, that a form of church government might be drawn according to the Scriptures. Fourth, that they would take order for employment of people, especially women and children, in the winter time, for he feared that idleness would be the ruin both of church and commonwealth. Here arrived a ship called the St. Patrick, belonging to Sir Thomas Wentworth. Footnote: Sir Thomas Wentworth was later the great Earl of Strafford. In footnote: Deputy of Ireland, one Palmer Master. When she came near Castle Island, the lieutenant of the fort went aboard her, and made her strike her flag, which the master took as a great injury, and complained of it to the magistrates, who, calling the lieutenant before them, heard the cause, and declared to the master that he had no commission so to do. And because he had made them strike to the fort, which had then no colours abroad, they tendered the master such satisfaction as he desired, which is only this, that the lieutenant aboard the ship should acknowledge his error, that so all the ship's company might receive satisfaction, lest the Lord Deputy should have been informed that we had offered that discourtesy to his ship, which we never offered to any before. 25th. Henry Vane, Esquire, before mentioned, was chosen governor, and because he was son and heir to a privy councillor in England, the ships congratulated his election with a volley of great shot. The next week he invited all the masters, there were then 15 great ships, etc., to dinner. After they had dined, he propounded 3 things to them. 1. That all ships, which should come after this year, should come to an anchor before they came at the fort, except they did send their boat before, and to satisfy the commander that they were friends. 2nd, that, before they offered any goods to sail, they would deliver an invoice, etc., and give the governor, etc., 24 hours' liberty to refuse, etc. 3rd, that their men might not stay on shore, except upon necessary business after sunset. These things they all willingly condescended unto. 31st. Mr. Hooker, pastor of the church at Newtown, and the most of his congregation went to Connecticut. His wife was carried in a horse litter, and they drove 160 cattle, and fed of their milk by the way. Footnote: Hooker's departure with the Newtown church was an epoch-making event. For a good account of its significance, see Johnston, Connecticut, Chapter 3. The last winter Captain Mason died. He was the chief mover in all the attempts against us, and was to have sent the general governor, and for this end was providing shipping. But the Lord, in mercy, taking him away, all the business fell on sleep, so his ships came and brought what and whom they would, without any questions or control. Footnote: John Mason, patentee, under the Council for New England of Mariana, 1622, of New Hampshire and Maine, jointly with Gorges, 1622, of New Hampshire separately, 1629, and of Laconia, jointly with Gorges, 1629. In footnote. Diverse of the ships this spring, both out of the Downs and from Holland, came in 5 weeks, and Mr. Ball his ship went from thence to England the 16th of January, and saw land there in 18 days. One Miller, master's mate in the Hector, spake to some of our people aboard his ship, because we had not the king's colours at our fort, we were all traitors and rebels, etc. The governor sent for the master, Mr. Fern, and acquainted him with it, who promised to deliver him to us. Whereupon we sent the marshal and 4 sergeants to the ship for him, but the master not being aboard, they would not deliver him. Whereupon the master went himself and brought him to the court, and the words being proved against him by 2 witnesses, he was committed. The next day the master, to pacify his men, who were in a great tumult, requested he might be delivered to him, and did undertake to bring him before us again the day after, which was granted him, and he brought him to us at the time appointed. Then, in the presence of all the rest of the masters, he acknowledged his offence, and set his hand to a submission. Footnote: For the language of Miller's submission, see Colonial Records, Volume 1, page 179, and was discharged. Then the governor desired the masters that they would deal freely, and tell us, if they did take any offence, and what they required of us. They returned that, in regard they should be examined upon their return, what colours they saw here, they did desire that the king's colours might be spread at our fort. It was answered that we had not the king's colours. Thereupon 2 of them did offer them freely to us. We replied that for our parts we were fully persuaded that the cross in the ensign was idolatrous, and therefore might not set it in our ensign, but, because the fort was the king's, and maintaining his name, we thought that his own colours might be spread there. So the governor accepted the colours of Captain Palmer, and promised they should be set up at Castle Island. We had conferred overnight with Mr. Cotton, etc., about the point. The governor and Mr. Dudley and Mr. Cotton were of the opinion that they might be set up at the fort upon this distinction, that it was maintained in the king's name. Others, not being so persuaded, answered that the governor and Mr. Dudley, being 2 of the council, and being persuaded of the lawfulness, etc., might use their power to set them up. Some others, being not so persuaded, could not join in the act, yet would not oppose as being doubtful, etc. June 28, 1636. The governor and John Winthrop returned a letter of thanks to Mr. Robert Houghton of Southwark brewer and Mr. Wim Hickok, etc., for 10 barrels of gunpowder, which they sent to this colony the last year upon the motions of Captain Underhill. Footnote: This passage was written by John Winthrop in another part of the manuscript volume, but we are apparently warranted in treating it as a portion of the journal. End footnote. Month 5, July 9th. The governor, etc., went to Salem. Many ships lying ready at Naragnasetts to set sail, Mr. Peter went down and preached aboard the Hector, and the ships going forth met with an east wind, which put them in again, whereupon he stayed and kept the Sabbath with them. 5th. Mr. Buckley and Mr. Jones, 2 English ministers, appointed this day to gather a church at Newtown to settle at Concord. They sent word 3 days later to the governor and deputy to desire their presence, but they took it in ill part, and thought not fit to go, because they had not come to them before, as they ought to have done, and as others had done before, to acquaint them with their purpose. Mr. Winthrop, Jr., gave £5 towards the building of the meeting house in Charlton. I sent it by James Brown. 20th. John Gallup, with 1 man more and 2 little boys, coming from Connecticut in a bark of 20 tons, intending to put in at Long Island to trade, and being at the mouth of the harbor, were forced, by a sudden change of the wind, to bear up for Block Island or Fisher's Island, lying before Naragnaset, where they espied a small pinnace, which, drawing near unto, they found to be Mr. Oldham's, an old planter. Footnote: John Gallup and John Oldham, heretofore described as adventurous sailors and traders along the coast, stand now as the prominent figures at the outset of the Pequod War. End footnote. And a member of Watertown congregation, who had been long out a-trading, having with him only 2 English boys and 2 Indians of Naragnaset. So they hailed him, but he had no answer, and the deck was full of Indians, 14 in all, and a canoe was gone from her full of Indians and goods. Whereupon they suspected they had killed John Oldham, and the rather because the Indians let slip and set up sail, being 2 miles from shore, and the wind and tide being off the shore of the island, whereby they drove towards the main at Naragnaset. Whereupon they went ahead of them, and having but 2 pieces and 2 pistols, and nothing but duck shot, they bare up near the Indians, who stood ready armed with guns, pikes, and swords, and let fly among them, and so galled them as they all got under hatches. Then they stood off again, and returning with a good gale, they stemmed her upon the quarter and almost overset her, which so frightened the Indians, as 6 of them leaped overboard and were drowned. Yet they durst not board her, but stood off again, and fitted their anchor so as stemming her the second time, they bored her bow through with their anchor, and so sticking fast to her, they made divers shot through her, being but inch-board, and so raked her fore and aft, as they must needs kill or hurt some of the Indians, but seeing none of them come forth, they got loose from her and stood off again. Then 4 or 5 more of the Indians jumped into the sea, and were likewise drowned. So there being now but 4 left in her, they boarded her, whereupon 1 Indian came up and yielded. Him they bound and put into hold. Then another yielded, whom they bound. But John Gallup, being well acquainted with their skill to untie themselves, if 2 of them be together, and having no place to keep them asunder, he threw them bound into the sea. And looking about, they found John Oldham under an old sign, stark naked, his head cleft to the brains, and his arms and legs cut, as if they had been cutting them off, and yet warm. So they put him into the sea, but could not get to the other 2 Indians, who were in a little room underneath with their swords. So they took the goods which were left, and the sails, etc., and towed the boat away. But night coming on, and wind rising, they were forced to turn her off, and the wind carried her to the Naragnaset shore. 26th. The 2 Indians who were with Mr. Oldham and one another came from Canonicus, the chief sachem of Naragnaset, with a letter from Mr. Williams to the governor, to certify him what had befallen Mr. Oldham, and how grievously they were afflicted, and that Miantunima was gone, with 17 canoes and 200 men to take revenge, etc. But, upon examination of the Indian who was brought prisoner to us, we found that all the sachems of the Naragnaset, except Canonicus and Miantunima, were the contrivers of Mr. Oldham's death, and the occasion was because he went to make peace and trade with the Pequods last year, as is before related. The prisoner said also that Mr. Oldham's 2 Indians were acquainted with it, but because they were sent as messengers from Canonicus, we would not imprison them. But the governor wrote back to Mr. Williams to let the Naragnasetts know that we expected they should send us the 2 boys and take revenge upon the islanders, and withal gave Mr. Williams a caution to look to himself if we should have occasion to make war upon the Naragnasetts, for Block Island was under them. And the next day, 27th, he wrote to Canonicus by one of those 2 Indians, and that he had suspicion of him, etc., yet he had sent him back because he was a messenger, but did not expect that, if he should send for the said 2 Indians, he should send them to us to clear themselves. 30th. Mr. Oldham's 2 boys were sent home by one of Miantunama his men, with a letter from Mr. Williams signifying that Miantunama had caused the Sachem of Niantic to send to Block Island for them, and that he had near 100 fathom of wampum and other goods of Mr. Oldham's, which should be reserved for us, and that 3 of the 7 which were drowned were Sachems, and one of the 2, which were hired by the Sachem of Niantic, was dead also. So we wrote back to have the rest of those which were accessory to be sent to us, and the rest of the goods, that he should tell Canonicus and Miantunama that we held them innocent, but that 6 other under Sachems were guilty, etc. Month 6, August the 3rd. Samuel Maverick, who had been in Virginia near 12 months, now returned with 2 pinnaces, and brought some 14 heifers and about 80 goats, having lost above 20 goats by the way. One of his pinnaces was about 40 tons of cedar built at Barbaths, Barbados, and brought to Virginia by Captain Powell, who there dying, she was sold for a small matter. There died in Virginia, by his relation, this last year, above 1800, and corn was there at 20 shillings the bushel, the most of the people having lived a great time of nothing but purslane, etc. It is very strange what was related by him and many others, that, above 60 miles up James River, they dig nowhere, but they find the ground full of oyster shells, and fishes' bones, etc. Yea, he affirmed that he saw the bone of a whale taken out of the earth, where they digged for a well 18 feet deep. 8th. Lieutenant Edward Gibbons, Gibbons rose to the rank of Assistant and Major General of the Forces, and John Higginson, with Coochamican, the Sagamore of Massachusetts, were sent to Canonicus to treat with him about the murder of John Oldham. They returned, being very well accepted, and good success in their business. They observed in the Sachem much state, great command over his men, and marvelous wisdom in his answer and the carriage of the whole treaty, clearing himself and his neighbors of the murder, and offering assistance for revenge of it, yet upon very safe and wary conditions. 25th. The governor and council, having lately assembled the rest of the magistrates and ministers, to advise with them about doing justice upon the Indians for the death of Mr. Oldham, and all agreeing that it should be attempted with expedition, did this day send forth 90 men, distributed to 4 commanders, Captain John Underhill, Captain Nathaniel Turner, Ensign Jennison, and Ensign Davenport, and over them all as General John Endicott, Esquire, one of the assistants, was sent. They were embarked in 3 pinnaces, and carried 2 shallops and 2 Indians with them. They had commission to put to death the men of Block Island, but to spare the women and children, and to bring them away to take possession of the island, and from thence to go to the Pequods to demand the murderers of Captain Stone and other English, and 1,000 fathom of wampum for damages, etc., and some of their children as hostages, which if they should refuse, they were to obtain it by force. No man was impressed for the service, but all went voluntaries. 26. Miantunama, Sachem of Naragnaset, sent a messenger to us with a letter from Mr. Williams to signify to us that they had taken one of the Indians who had broken prison and was escaped away, and had him safe for us when we would send for him. We had before sent to him to that end, and the other, being also of Block Island, he had sent away, not knowing, as it seemed, that he had been our prisoner, according to their promise, that they would not entertain any of that island which should come to them. But we conceived it was rather in love to him, for he had been his servant formerly. We sent for the 2 Indians. One was sent us, the other was dead before the messengers came. A ship of 120 tons was built at Marblehead, and called the Desire. September 8th. At a general court a levy was made of £1,200 to pay the country's debts. The trade of beaver and wampum was to be farmed, and all others restrained from trading. 23rd. A new church was gathered at Dorchester with approbations of the magistrates and elders, etc. August 24th. This entry is put in by John Winthrop out of course, a September entry having preceded. He no doubt desired to have in one narrative his account of Endicott's expedition, and goes back here to the outset of the undertaking. In footnote. John Endicott, Esquire, and 4 captains under him, with 20 men apiece, set sail. They arrived at Block Island, the last of the same. The wind blowing hard at northeast, there was so great a surf, as they had much to do to land, and about 40 Indians were ready upon the shore to entertain them with their arrows, which they shot oft at our men, but being armed with corslets, they had no hurt, only one was lightly hurt upon his neck, and another here his foot. So soon as one man leaped on shore, they all fled. The island is about 10 miles long, and 4 broad, full of small hills, and all overgrown with brushwood of oak, no good timber in it, so as they could not march but in one file, and in the narrow paths. There were 2 plantations, 3 miles in sunder, and about 60 wigwams, some very fair and large, and above 200 acres of corn, some gathered and laid on heaps, and the rest standing. When they had spent 2 days in searching the island, and could not find the Indians, they burnt the wigwams, and all their mats, and some corn, and staved 7 canoes, and departed. They could not tell what men they killed, but some were wounded and carried away by their fellows. Thence they went to the mouth of the Connecticut, where they lay wind-bound 4 days, and taking thence 20 men and 2 shallops, they sailed to the Pequod harbor, where an Indian came to them in a canoe, and demanded what they were and what they would have. The general told him, "We are come from the governor of Massachusetts to speak with their sachems." He told him Sassacus was gone to Long Island. Then he bade him go tell the other sachem, etc. So he departed, and in the meantime our men landed, but with much danger, as the Indians had made use of their advantage, for all the shore was high, rugged rocks, etc. Then the messenger returned, and the Indians began to gather about our men till there were about 300 of them. And some 4 hours passed while the messenger went to and fro, bringing still excuses for the sachem's not coming. At last the general told the messenger, and the rest of the Indians near, the particulars of his commission, and sent him to tell the sachem that if he would not come to him, nor yield to those demands, he would fight with them. The messenger told them that their sachem would meet him, if our men would lay down their arms, as his men should do their bows, etc. When the general saw they did but dally to gain time, he bade them be gone, and shift for themselves, for they had dared the English to come fight with them, and now they were come for that purpose. Thereupon they all withdrew. Some of our men would have made a shot at them, but the general would not suffer them. But when they were gone and out of musket shot, he marched after them, supposing they would have stood to it a while, as they did to the Dutch. But they all fled, and shot at our men from the thickets and rocks, but did us no harm. 2 of them our men killed, and hurt others. So they marched up to their town, and burnt all their wigwams and mats, but their corn being standing, they could not spoil it. At night they returned to their vessels, and the next day they went ashore on the west side of the river, and burnt all the wigwams, and spoiled their canoes, and so set sail, and came to the Naragnaset, where they landed their men, and the 14th of September they came all safe to Boston, which was a marvelous providence of God, that not a hair fell from the head of any of them, nor any sick or feeble person among them. As they came by Naragnaset, Cuchumachin, an Indian, went with them for an interpreter, who, being armed with a corselet and a piece, had crept into a swamp and killed a Pequod, and having flayed off the skin of his head, scalping, though usual in Canada, was not at this time customary among the Indians of southern New England, he sent it to Canonicus, who presently sent it to all the sachems about him, and returned many thanks to the English, and sent 4 fathom of wampum to Cuchumachin. The soldiers who went were all voluntaries, and had only their victuals provided, but demanded no pay. The whole charge of their voyage came to about 200 pounds. The seamen had all wages. The reprisals of Endicott, as to ruthlessness, appear to be of a piece with the harsh warfare against Indians of later times. Palliation may be found in the fact that the Pequots were interlopers, a body perhaps of Iroquois extraction, which had thrust itself in between the Mohegans and Naragnasetts, and preyed like wolves upon its neighbors left and right. The condition of the colonies was indeed very critical. Had the Pequots succeeded, as but for Roger Williams they probably would have done, in forming a union with the Naragnasetts, the English could hardly have maintained themselves. See Ellis, John Mason, in Sparks' American Biography, 2nd Series, Volume 3, page 360. The Naragnaset men told us after that 13 of the Pequods was killed, and 40 wounded, and but 1 of Block Island killed. At the last General Court, order was taken to restrain the trade with the Indians, and the governor and council appointed to let it to farm for a rent to be paid to the treasury. The inhabitants of Boston, who had taken their farms and lots at Mount Wollaston, finding it very burdensome to have their business, etc., so far off, desired to gather a church there. Many meetings were about it. The great let was, in regard it was given to Boston for upholding the town and church there, which end would be frustrated by the removal of so many chief men as would go thither. For helping this, it was propounded that such as dwelt there should pay 6 pence the acre yearly for such lands as lay within a mile of the water, and 3 pence for that which lay further off. A ship of Barnstaple arrived here with 80 heifers. Another from Bristol arrived a fortnight after, with some cattle and passengers, but she had delivered most of her cattle and passengers at Pascataquac for Sir Ferdinando Gorges his plantation at Aquamenticus. Canonicus sent word of some English, whom the Pequods had killed at Saybrook, and Mr. Williams wrote that the Pequods and Naragnasetts were at truce, and that Miantinamo told him that the Pequods had labored to persuade them that the English were minded to destroy all Indians, whereupon we sent for Miantinamo to come to us. Another windmill was erected at Boston, and one at Charlestown, and a watermill at Salem, and another at Ipswich, and another at Newbury. End of Section 7. Section 8 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 8, 1636, Part 2. A continuation of the History of New England. Footnote. The manuscript of this, the second part of the journal, after having been copied by Savage while still in his possession, was destroyed by fire in 1825. Though his transcript, as he tells us, had not undergone, quote, perfect verification, quote, beyond 1639, there is no reason to think that his usual faithfulness is lacking. While therefore the loss is greatly to be regretted, we can be confident of having an accurate story. In footnote. 1636. April, October. After Mr. Endicott and our men were departed from the Pequod, footnote, now the Thames River, in footnote, the 20 men of Saybrook lay windbound there, and went to fetch some of the Indians' corn, and having fetched every man one sackful to their boat, they returned for more, and having loaded themselves, the Indians set upon them. So they laid down their corn and gave fire upon them, and the Indians shot arrows at them. The place was open for the distance of musket shot, and the Indians kept the covert, save when they came forth, about 10 at a time, and discharged their arrows. The English put themselves into a single file, and some 10 only, who had pieces which could reach them, shot. The others stood ready to keep them from breaking in upon our men. So they continued the most part of the afternoon. Our men killed some of them, as they supposed, and hurt others, and they shot only one of ours, and he was armed, all the rest being without arms. Footnote. Armed, that is, provided with defensive armor, in footnote. He was shot through the leg. Their arrows were all shot compass. Footnote. To keep compass is in archery, according to the Century Dictionary, to preserve a due elevation. To reach the distant foe, the arrows of necessity described a high arc within view of the soldiers who had time to dodge. The helplessness of the savages before firearms is very apparent, in footnote. So as our men, standing single, could easily see and avoid them, and one was employed to gather up their arrows. At last they emptied their sacks and retired safe to their boat. About 2 days after, 5 men of Saybrook went up the river about 4 miles to fetch hay in a meadow on Pequot side. The grass was so high, some Pequots, being hid in it, set upon our men, and one that had hay on his back they took. The others fled to their boat, one of them having 5 arrows in him, but yet recovered. He who was taken was a godly young man called Blank Butterfield, whereupon the meadow was named Butterfield Meadow. About 14 days after, 6 of Saybrook, being sent to keep the house in their cornfield, about 2 miles from the fort, 3 of them went forth on fowling, which the lieutenant had strictly forbidden them. 2 had pieces, and the third only a sword. Suddenly about 100 Indians came out of the covert, and set upon them. He who had the sword brake through them, and received only 2 shot, not dangerous, and escaped to the house, which was not a bow shot off, and persuaded the other 2 to follow him. But they stood still till the Indians came and took them, and carried them away with their pieces. Soon after they burnt down the said house, in some outhouses and haystacks within a bow shot of the fort, and killed a cow and shot divers others, but they all came home with arrows in them. 21st. Miantenema, the sachem of Naragnaset, being sent for by the governor, came to Boston with 2 of Canonicus's sons and another sachem, and near 20 synaps. Cutchamakin gave us notice the day before. The governor sent 20 musketeers to meet him at Roxbury. He came to Boston about noon. The governor had called together most of the magistrates and ministers to give countenance to our proceedings, and to advise with them about the terms of peace. It was dinner time, and the sachems and their council dined by themselves in the same room where the governor dined, and their synaps were sent to the inn. After dinner, Miantenema declared what he had to say to us in blank propositions, which were to this effect: that they had always loved the English and desired firm peace with us, that they would continue in war with the Pequods and their confederates till they were subdued, and desired we should so do. They would deliver our enemies to us or kill them, that if any of theirs should kill our cattle, that we would not kill them, but cause them to make satisfaction, that they would now make a firm peace, and 2 months hence they would send us a present. The governor told them they should have answer the next morning. In the morning we met again, and concluded the peace upon the articles underwritten, which the governor subscribed, and they also subscribed with their marks, and Cutchamakin also. But because we could not well make them understand the articles perfectly, we agreed to send a copy of them to Mr. Williams, who could best interpret them to them. Footnote: Roger Williams had a special skill in the Indian languages, as is evidenced by his Key unto the Language of America, London, 1643, reprinted in 1866 by the Naragnaset Club, in footnote. So after dinner they took leave, and were conveyed out of town by some musketeers, and dismissed with volley of shot. The Articles. 1. A firm peace between us and our friends of other plantations, if they consent, and their confederates, if they will observe the articles, etc., and our posterities. 2. Neither party to make peace with the Pequods without the other's consent. 3rd. Not to harbor, etc., the Pequods, etc. 4th. To put to death or deliver over murderers, etc. 5th. To return our fugitive servants, etc. 6th. We to give them notice when we go against the Pequods, and they send to us some guides. 7th. Free trade between us. 8th. None of them to come near our plantations during the wars with the Pequods without some Englishman or known Indian. 9th. To continue to the posterity of both parties. The governor of Plymouth wrote to the deputy, footnote Winthrop, in footnote, that we had occasion to war, etc., by provoking the Pequods, and no more, and about the peace with the Naragnasetts, etc. The deputy took it ill, as there was reason, and returned answer accordingly, and made it appear, first, that there was as much done as could be expected, considering they fled from us, and we could not follow them in our armor, neither had any to guide us in their country. Second, we went not to make war upon them, but to do justice, etc., and having killed 13 of them for 4 or 5, which they had murdered of ours, and destroyed 60 wigwams, etc., we were not much behind with them. Third, they had no cause to glory over us, when they saw that they could not save themselves nor their houses and corn from so few of ours. Fourth, if we had left but 100 of them living, those might have done us as much hurt as they have or are likely to do. Fifth, it was very likely they would have taken notice of our advantage against them, and would have sitten still, or have sought peace, if God had not deprived them of common reason. About the middle of this month, John Tilley, master of a bark coming down Connecticut River, went on shore in a canoe 3 miles above the fort to kill fowl, and having shot off his piece, many Indians arose out of the covert and took him, and killed one another who was in the canoe. And having shot off his piece, many Indians arose out of the covert and took him, and killed one other who was in the canoe. This Tilley was a very stout man, and of great understanding. They cut off his hands, and sent them before, and after cut off his feet. He lived 3 days after his hands were cut off, and themselves confessed that he was a stout man, because he cried not in his torture. About this time 2 houses were burnt, and all the goods in them to a great value. One was Shaw at Watertown, and the other Jackson of Salem, both professors, and Shaw the day before admitted of the former church. This was very observable in Shaw, that he concealed his estate, and made show as if he had been poor, and was not clear of some unrighteous passages. One Mrs. Hutchinson, footnote, here begins the story of a most painful and memorable episode of our early history. No other chapter of Massachusetts history is so full of perplexities. Mrs. Hutchinson came from Lincolnshire to America with her husband, a worthy but not notable man, and their children drawn to America through her admiration for John Cotton, whose ministrations while he was rector of St. Botolph's Church she had much enjoyed. She was a woman of kind heart and practical capacity of various kinds, possessed too of a fervent spirit and an intellect so keen that she was held to be the, quote, masterpiece of woman's wit, end quote. Johnson, Wonder-Working Providence, Book 1, Chapter 42. She attained great influence among the women of the settlement, which soon extended to the men as well, and when she denounced the ministers of the colony, excepting Cotton and her brother-in-law Wheelwright, as essentially lacking, she carried with her the Boston Church, hardly any but Winthrop and Wilson, the pastor, withstanding her. Since the other churches of the settlement took opposite ground, a quarrel arose, very bitter and dangerous, the details of which may be best learned from Winthrop. The ecclesiastical dispute as to justification by faith and justification by works is as old as the apostles Paul and James. Mrs. Hutchinson's idea was that saving grace went only to such as possessed faith, and that, this grace having been received, the recipient was above law. Hence the term antinomian was hurled at her and her sympathizers, a term expressly repudiated by Wheelwright and certainly unwarranted, for the Hutchinsonians, while scorning legalism, did not mean to cut loose from moral obligations. Undoubtedly, however, there was danger that in minds confused with a controversial jargon, Mrs. Hutchinson's ideas might be taken as countenancing licentiousness, and in one memorable case, that of John Underhill, hereafter narrated, they certainly were taken as a cloak for loose living. Winthrop in the Journal tells the story only briefly, but in his other work, A Short Story of the Rise, Reign, and Ruin of the Antinomians, Familists, and Libertines that infected the churches of Massachusetts Bay, a book, some extracts from which are included within the present reprint, he gives a detailed answer. In footnote, a member of the Church of Boston, a woman of ready wit and bold spirit, brought over with her two dangerous errors. First, that the person of the Holy Ghost dwells in a justified person. Second, that no sanctification can help to evidence to us our justification. From these two grew many branches as 1. Our union with the Holy Ghost, so as a Christian remains dead to every spiritual action, and hath no gifts nor graces, other than such as are in hypocrites, nor any other sanctification but the Holy Ghost himself. There joined with her in these opinions a brother of hers, one Mr. Wheelwright, a silenced minister sometimes in England. 25th. The other ministers in the Bay, hearing of these things, came to Boston at the time of a general court, and entered conference in private with them, to the end they might know the certainty of these things, that if need were, they might write to the Church of Boston about them, to prevent, if it were possible, the dangers, which seemed hereby to hang over that and the rest of the churches. At this conference, Mr. Cotton was present, and gave satisfaction to them, so as he agreed with them all in the point of sanctification, and so did Mr. Wheelwright, so as they all did hold that sanctification did help to evidence justification. The same he had delivered plainly in public divers times, but for the indwelling of the person of the Holy Ghost, he held that still, as some others of the ministers did, but not union with the person of the Holy Ghost, as Mrs. Hutchinson and others did, so as to amount to a personal union. Mr. Cotton, being requested by the General Court with some other ministers to assist some of the magistrates in compiling a body of fundamental laws, did this court present a model of Moses, his judicials, compiled in an exact method, which were taken into further consideration till the next General Court. Footnote: Mr. Worthington, C. Ford, in Proceedings of the Massachusetts Historical Society, 2nd Series, 26th volume, pages 274 to 284, gives reasons for identifying this code drafted by Cotton with the Abstract of the Laws of New England, London, 1641, reprinted in Force's Historical Tracts, Volume 3, but never adopted, in footnote. 30th. Some of the Church of Boston, being of the opinion of Mrs. Hutchinson, had labored to have Mr. Wheelwright, footnote. John Wheelwright, born near the end of the 16th century, lived till 1679, the patriarch of the New England clergy. Educated at Cambridge, minister of Alford, near Old Boston, married to a sister of Anne Hutchinson. Like her, he came under the influence of Cotton, and emigrated to America in 1636. In the antinomian controversy, he was a conspicuous champion of the Covenant of Grace, undergoing exile at the hands of the upholders of a Covenant of Works for a fast day sermon preached in January 1637. This sermon is still extant, but of it and the whole antinomian controversy we may say with C.F. Adams, Quote, not only were the points obscure, but the discussion was carried on in a jargon which has become unintelligible. End quote. 3 Episodes of Massachusetts History, pages 367-439. Most of the Antinomian exiles went to Rhode Island, but Wheelwright went to New Hampshire, where he is venerated as the founder of Exeter and Hampton. In middle life, during a sojourn in England, he was made much of by Cromwell, in footnote, to be called to be a teacher there. It was propounded the last Lord's Day, and was moved again this day for resolution. One of the church stood up and said he could not consent, etc. Footnote, this was no doubt Winthrop, in footnote. His reason was because the church being well furnished already with able ministers whose spirits they knew, and whose labors God had blessed in much love and sweet peace, he thought it not fit, no necessity urging, to put the welfare of the church to the least hazard, as he feared they should do, by calling in one whose spirit they knew not, and one who seemed to dissent in judgment, and instanced in 2 points, which he delivered in a late exercise there. First, that a believer was more than a creature. Second, that the person of the Holy Ghost and a believer were united. Hereupon the governor spake that he marveled at this, seeing Mr. Cotton had lately approved his doctrine. To this Mr. Cotton answered that he did not remember the first, and desired Mr. Wheelwright to explain his meaning. He denied not the points, but showed upon what occasion he delivered them. Whereupon, there being an endeavor to make a reconciliation, the first replied that, although Mr. Wheelwright and himself might likely agree about the point, and though he thought reverently of his godliness and abilities, so as he could be content to live under such a ministry, yet, seeing he was apt to raise doubtful disputations, he could not consent to choose him to that place. Whereupon the church gave way, that he might be called to a new church, to be gathered at Mount Wollaston, now Braintree. Divers of the brethren took offense at the said speech against Mr. Wheelwright, whereupon the same brother spake in the congregation the next day to this effect, that hearing that some of the brethren were offended at his former speech, and for that offenses were dangerous, he was desirous to give satisfaction. The offense, he said, was in 3 things. First, for that he had charged the brother in public, and for a thing so long since delivered, and had not first dealt with him privately. For this he acknowledged it was a failing, but the occasion was, that, when he heard the points delivered, he took them in a good sense, as spoken figuratively, seeing the whole scope of his doctrine was sound, and savoring of the Spirit of God, but hearing very lately that he was suspected to hold such opinions, it caused him to think he spake as he meant. The second cause of offense was, that in his speech appeared some bitterness. For that he answered that they knew well his manner of speech was always earnest in things, which he conceived to be serious, and professed that he did love that brother's person, and did honor the gifts and graces of God in him. The third was, that he had charged him to have held things which he did not. For this he answered that he had spoken since with the said brother, and for the 2 points, that a believer should be more than a creature, and that there should be a personal union between the Holy Ghost and a believer. He had denied to hold either of them, but by necessary consequence he doth hold them both. For he holds, said he, that there is a real union with the person of the Holy Ghost, and then of necessity it must be personal, and so a believer must be more than a creature, viz., God-man, even Christ Jesus. For though in a true union the 2 terms may still remain the same, etc., as between husband and wife, he is a man still, and she a woman, for the union is only in sympathy and relation, yet in a real or personal union it is not. Now, whether this were agreeable to the doctrine of the church or not, he left the church to judge, hoping that the Lord would direct our teacher to clear these points fully, as he had well done in good measure already. Withal, he made this request to the brother, which he said he did seriously and affectionately, that, seeing these variances grew, and some estrangement withal from some words and phrases, which were of human invention, and tended to doubtful disputation, rather than to edification, and had no footing in Scripture, nor had been in use in the purest churches for 300 years after Christ, that for the peace of the church, etc., they might be forborne, he meant person of the Holy Ghost in real union, and concluded that he did not intend to dispute the matter, as not having place or calling thereunto then. Yet if any brother desired to see what light he walked by, he would be ready to impart it to him. How this was taken by the congregation did not appear, for no man spake to it. A day or 2 after, the same brother wrote his mind fully, with such scriptures and arguments as came to hand, and sent it to Mr. Cotton. 9. November the 8th. A new church was gathered at Sagus, now Lynn. The governor and deputy were not there, being leaded by the coming in of a ship and other occasions. It held the company 2 days. Mr. Whiting, footnote, Samuel Whiting had been a minister at Lynn Regis in Norfolk, and savage surmises gave the name to Lynn. He was a respected figure in the colonial church, in footnote, who was to be the pastor, being very unskillful in church matters, and those who were to be members not fit for such a work. At last 6 were accepted with Mr. Whiting, but with much ado. 12th, a commission was sent out to the Chancery in England to some private men here to examine witnesses in a cause depending there, but nothing was done in it, nor any return made. 17th, 2 ships arrived here from London, and one a week before. They were full of passengers, men, women, and children. One of them had been from London 26 weeks, and between land and land 18 weeks, the other 2 something less time. Their beer all spent and leaked out a month before their arrival, so as they were forced to stinking water, and that very little, mixed with sack or vinegar, and their other provisions very short and bad. Yet, through the great providence of the Lord, they came all safe on shore, and most of them sound and well liking. They had continual tempests, and when they were near the shore, being brought 2 or 3 days with a strong east wind, the weather was so thick all that time as they could not make land, and the seamen were in great perplexity, when on the sudden the fog cleared, so as they saw Cape Anne fair on their starboard bow, and presently grew thick again, yet by their compass they made their harbor. There were aboard that ship 2 godly ministers, Mr. Nathaniel Rogers and Mr. Partridge. Footnote, Rogers and Partridge were installed respectively at Ipswich and Duxbury, and are celebrated in Cotton Mather's Magnalia, like many more of the preachers who pass in the review. In footnote, and many good people in that and the other ships, and we had prayed earnestly for them, for a small pinnace of 30 tons, which came out with them, and was come in 3 weeks before, brought us news of their coming. In one of the other ships, the passengers had but half a pint of drink for a day, 14 days together, yet through the Lord's mercy did all well. One of the ships was overset in the night by a sudden gust, and so lay half an hour, yet righted of herself. Cattle was grown to high rates, a good cow 25 pounds or 30 pounds, a pair of bulls or oxen 40 pounds. Corn was now at 5 shillings the bushel, and much rye was sown with the plough this year, for about 30 ploughs were at work. Bread was at 9 and 10 shillings. The carpenters at 3 shillings the day, and other workmen accordingly. Things went not well at Connecticut. Their cattle did, many of them, cast their young, as they had done the year before. Monsieur de Aulnay, footnote, Charles de Menou, Sieur de Aulnay-Chagny, for a detailed account of the French enterprises with which Massachusetts became connected, see C.C. Smith, Massachusetts and the neighboring jurisdictions, in the Memorial History of Boston, Volume 1, page 282, et sequiari, in footnote. Captain of Penobscot, or Pentagoet, returned answer to the governor's letter, wherein he professed that they claimed no further than to Pequod, nor would unless he had further order, and that he supposed that the cause why he had no order, etc., was that the English ambassador had dealt effectually with the Cardinal of France for settling the limits of our peace, etc. The governor, Mr. Vane, a wise and godly gentleman, held, with Mr. Cotton and many others, the indwelling of the person of the Holy Ghost in a believer, and went so far beyond the rest as to maintain a personal union with the Holy Ghost. But the deputy, footnote, Winthrop, now deputy governor, magnanimously opens here the record of his difference with Vane, now governor, who supported Mrs. Hutchinson, in footnote, with the pastor and divers others, denied both, and the question proceeded so far by disputation, in writing, for the peace sake of the church, which all were tender of, as at length they could not find the person of the Holy Ghost in Scripture, nor in the primitive churches 300 years after Christ. So that, all agreeing in the chief matter of substance, viz., that the Holy Ghost is God, and that he doth dwell in the believers, as the Father and Son both are said also to do, but whether by his gifts and power only, or by any other manner of presence, seeing the Scripture doth not declare it, it was earnestly desired that the word person might be forborne, being a term of human invention and tending to doubtful disputation in this case. Timber, December. The governor, receiving letters from his friends in England, which necessarily required his presence there, imparted the same to the council and some others, and, being thereupon resolved of his return into England, called the court of deputies to the end he might have free leave of the country, etc. They being assembled in court, and himself declaring the necessity of his departure, and those of the council affirming the reasons to be very urgent, thought not fit to be imparted to the whole court, they desired respite to consider thereof till the morning, when one of the assistants, using some pathetical passages of the loss of such a governor in a time of such danger as did hang over us, from the Indians and French, The governor brake forth into tears and professed that however the causes propounded for his departure were such as did concern the utter ruin of his outward estate, yet he would rather have hazarded all than have gone from them at this time, if something else had not pressed him more, viz., the inevitable danger he saw of God's judgments to come upon us for these differences and dissensions, which he saw amongst us, and the scandalous imputations brought upon himself, as if he should be the cause of all, and therefore he thought it best for him to give place for a time, etc. Upon this, the court concluded that it would not be fit to give way to his departure upon these grounds. Whereupon he recalled himself and professed that the reasons concerning his own estate were sufficient to his own satisfaction for his departure, and therefore desired the court might have leave to go. As for the other passage, it slipped him out of his passion, and not out of judgment. Upon this, the court consented silently to his departure. Then the question was about supply of his place. Some were of opinion that it should be executed by the deputy. But this scruple being cast in, that if the deputy should die, then the government would be vacant, and none have power to call any court or to preside therein, etc., it was agreed to call a court of elections for a new governor and deputy, in case the present deputy should be chose governor, and an order was made, in regard of the season, that such as would might send their votes by proxy, in paper sealed up and delivered to the deputies. And so this court was adjourned 4 days, and 2 days after the court of elections was to assemble. These things thus passed, divers of the congregation of Boston met together, and agreed that they did not apprehend the necessity of the governor's departure upon the reasons alleged, and sent some of them to declare the same to the court, whereupon the governor expressed himself to be an obedient child of the court, and therefore, notwithstanding the license of the court, yet without the leave of the church he durst not go away. Whereupon a great part of the court and country, who understood hereof, declared their purpose to continue him still in his place, and therefore, so soon as the day of election came, and the country was assembled, it was thought the best way for avoiding trouble, etc., not to proceed to election, but to adjourn the court to the next general court in May. And so the court of deputies, etc., continued still, for the other court was not called. At this court the elders of the churches were called, to advise with them about discovering and pacifying the differences among the churches in point of opinion. The governor having declared the occasion to them, Mr. Dudley desired that men would be free and open, etc. Another of the magistrates spake that it would much further the end they came for, if men would freely declare what they held different from others, as himself would freely do, in what point soever he should be opposed. The governor said that he would be content to do the like, but that he understood the ministers were about in a church way, etc., which he spake upon this occasion. The ministers had met little before, and had drawn into heads all the points, whereupon they suspected Mr. Cotton did differ from them, and had propounded them to him, and pressed him to a direct answer, affirmative or negative, to every one, which he had promised and taken time for. This meeting being spoke of in the court the day before, the governor took great offense at it, as being without his privity, etc., which this day Mr. Peter told him as plainly of, with all due reverence, and how it sat in the minister's spirits that he should be jealous of their meetings, or seem to restrain their liberty, etc. The governor excused his speech as sudden and upon a mistake. Mr. Peter told him also that before he came, within less than 2 years since, the churches were in peace, etc. The governor answered that the light of the gospel brings a sword, and the children of the bondwoman would persecute those of the free woman. Mr. Peter also besought him humbly to consider his youth and short experience in the things of God, and to beware of peremptory conclusions, which he perceived him to be very apt unto. He declared further that he had observed, both in the Low Countries and here, 3 principal causes of new opinions and divisions thereupon. 1. Pride, new notions lifted up to the mind, etc. 2. Idleness. 3. Blank. Mr. Wilson made a very sad speech of the condition of our churches and the inevitable danger of separation, if these differences and alienations among brethren were not speedily remedied, and laid the blame upon these new opinions risen up amongst us, which all the magistrates, except the governor and 2 others, did confirm, and all the ministers but 2. In this discourse one question arose about sanctification. Mr. Cotton, in his sermon that day, had laid down this ground, that evident sanctification was an evidence of justification, and thereupon had taught that in cases of spiritual desertion, true desires of sanctification was found to be sanctification. And further, if a man were laid so flat upon the ground, as he could see no desires, etc., but only as a bruised reed did wait at the feet of Christ, yet here was matter of comfort for this, as found to be true. The question here grew whether any of these, or evident sanctification, could be evidence to a man without a concurrent sight of his justification. The governor and Mr. Cotton denied it. The speech of Mr. Wilson was taken very ill by Mr. Cotton and others of the same church, so as he and divers of them went to admonish him. But Mr. Wilson and some others could see no breach of rule, seeing he was called by the court about the same matter with the rest of the elders, and exhorted to deliver their minds freely and faithfully, both for discovering the danger and the means to help, and the things he spake of were only in general, and such as were under a common fame. And being questioned about his intent, he professed he did not mean Boston Church, nor the members thereof, more than others. But this would not satisfy, but they called him to answer publicly. 31. And there the governor pressed it violently against him, and all the congregation, except the deputy and one or two more, and many of them with much bitterness and reproaches. But he answered them all with words of truth and soberness, and with marvelous wisdom. It was strange to see how the common people were led, by example, to condemn him in that which, it was very probable, divers of them did not understand. Footnote: It may well be believed that plain men and women were deeply embarrassed in trying to understand what Savage calls, quote, the deadly, unintelligible opinions, end quote, to which those whom they loved and respected were giving currency. In footnote: Nor the rule which he was supposed to have broken, and that such as had known him so long, and what good he had done for that church, should fall upon him with such bitterness for justifying himself in a good cause. For he was a very holy, upright man, and for faith and love inferior to none in the country, and most dear to all men. The teacher joined with the church in their judgment of him, and not without some appearance of prejudice, yet with much wisdom and moderation. They were eager to proceed to present censure, but the teacher stayed them from that, telling them he might not do it, because some opposed it, but gave him a grave exhortation. The next day Mr. Wilson preached, notwithstanding, and the Lord so assisted him, as gave satisfaction, and the governor himself gave public witness to him. One of the brethren, footnote, Winthrop himself, no doubt, whose suffering over being out of sympathy with Cotton, and in general over the distractions, was acute, in footnote, wrote to Cotton about it, and laid before him divers failings, as he supposed, and some reasons to justify Mr. Wilson, and dealt very plainly with him. Mr. Cotton made a very loving and gentle answer, clearing his intentions, and persisting in his judgment of Mr. Wilson's offense, laying down divers arguments for it. The said brother replied to him in like loving manner, and desired leave to show his letter to Mr. Wilson, which he readily assented unto. But for answer to his arguments, he forbore to reply to Mr. Cotton, because he was overburdened with business, but wrote to the two ruling elders, whom the matter most concerned, and by way of defense of Mr. Wilson answered all Mr. Cotton's arguments. Upon these public occasions, other opinions break out publicly in the Church of Boston, as that the Holy Ghost dwelt in a believer as he is in heaven, that a man is justified before he believes, and that faith is no cause of justification. And others spread more secretly, as that the letter of the Scripture holds forth nothing but a covenant of works, and that the covenant of grace was the spirit of the Scripture, which was known only to believers, and that this covenant of works was given by Moses in the 10 Commandments, that there was a seed, viz., Abraham's carnal seed, went along in this, and there was a spirit and life in it, by virtue whereof a man might attain to any sanctification and gifts and graces, and might have spiritual and continual communion with Jesus Christ, and yet be damned. After it was granted that faith was before justification, but it was only passive, an empty vessel, etc., but in conclusion the ground of all was found to be assurance by immediate revelation. All the congregation of Boston, except 4 or 5, closed with these opinions, or the most of them, but one of the brethren, footnote, Winthrop himself, in footnote, wrote against them and bore witness to the truth, together with the pastor, and very few others joined with them. About this time the rest of the ministers, taking offense at some doctrines delivered by Mr. Cotton, and especially at some opinions which some of his church did broach, and for he seemed to have too good an opinion of, and too much familiarity with those persons, drew out 16 points, and gave them to him, entreated him to deliver his judgment directly in them, which accordingly he did, and many copies thereof were dispersed about. Some doubts he well cleared, but in some things he gave not satisfaction. The rest of the ministers replied to these answers, and at large showed their dissent, and the grounds thereof, and at the next general court held 9th of the 1st, footnote, March 9th, 1636, 1637, in footnote, they all assembled at Boston, and agreed to put off all lectures for 3 weeks, that they might bring things to some issue. One Mr. Glover of Dorchester, having laid 60 pounds of gunpowder in bags to dry in the end of his chimney, it took fire, and some went up the chimney. Other of it filled the room, and passed out a door into another room, and blew up a gable end. A maid which was in the room, having her arms and neck naked, was scorched, and died soon after. A little child, in the arms of another, was scorched upon the face, but not killed. 2 men were scorched, but not much. The verse pieces, which lay charged in several places, took fire and went off, but did no harm. The room was so dark with smoke, as those in the house could find neither window nor door, and when neighbors came in, none could see each other a good time for smoke. The house was thatched, yet took not fire. Yet when the smoke was gone, many things were found burnt. Another great providence was, that 3 little children, being at a fire a little before, they went out to play, though it were a very cold day, and so were preserved. End of section 8. Section 9 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 9, 1637. 12th month, February 22nd. The lieutenant of Saybrook, at the mouth of Connecticut, going out with 9 men, armed with swords and pieces, they started 3 Indians, whom they pursued till they were brought into an ambush of 50, who came upon them and slew 4 of their men, and had they not drawn their swords and retired, they had all been slain. The Indians were so hardy as they came close up to them, notwithstanding their pieces. 11th month, January the 10th. Captain Turner's house in Sagus took fire by an oven about midnight, and was burnt down, with all that was in it, save the persons. About 14 days since, a ship called the George of Bristol, laden with cattle and passengers, having been some time at the Western Islands, Azores, and having spent her mainmast around Cape Cod, and after come near Brewster's Islands, was, by northwest winds, forced to put into Plymouth. 20th. A general fast was kept in all the churches. The occasion was the miserable estate of the churches in Germany, the calamities upon our native country, the bishops making havoc in the churches, putting down the faithful ministers, and advancing popish ceremonies and doctrines, the plague raging exceedingly, and famine and sword threatening them, the dangers of those at Connecticut, and of ourselves also by the Indians, and the dissensions in our churches. The differences in the said points of religion increased more and more, and the ministers of both sides, there being only Mr. Cotton of one party, did publicly declare their judgments in some of them, so as all men's mouths were full of them. In there being, 12th month, February 3rd, a ship ready to go for England, and many passengers in it, Mr. Cotton took occasion to speak to them about the differences, etc., and willed them to tell our countrymen that all the strife amongst us was about magnifying the grace of God, one party seeking to advance the grace of God within us, and the other to advance the grace of God towards us, meaning by the one justification, and by the other sanctification. And so bade them tell them that, if there were any among them that would strive for grace, they should come hither, and so declared some particulars. Mr. Wilson spake after him, and declared that he knew none of the elders or brethren of the churches, but did labor to advance the free grace of God and justification, so far as the word of God required, and spake also about the doctrine of sanctification, and the use and necessity, etc., of it, by occasion whereof no man could tell, except some few who knew the bottom of the matter, where any difference was, which speech, though it offended those of Mr. Cotton's party, yet it was very seasonable to clear the rest, who otherwise should have been reputed to have opposed free grace. Thus every occasion increased the contention, and caused great alienation of minds, and the members of Boston, frequenting the lectures of other ministers, did make much disturbance by public questions, and objections to their doctrines, which did any way disagree from their opinions, and it began to be as common here to distinguish between men, by being under a covenant of grace or a covenant of works, as in other countries between Protestants and Papists. How hurtful to the churches the controversy was appears from the fact that for 2 years, while it was raging, the records show that no member was received into the Boston church. Yet so slight were the differences that both Cotton and Wilson unite in stating the trouble in such terms, that passengers to England may make no report of discord. Stoppage of immigration and interference from the authorities were to be feared if the melancholy story of the schism were related. Both sides therefore tried to put a good face on things. In footnote. February 6. A man of Weymouth, but not of the church, fell into some trouble of mind, and in the night cried out, Art thou come, Lord Jesus? And with that leaped out of his bed in his shirt, and, breaking from his wife, leaped out a high window into the snow, and ran about 7 miles off, and being traced in the snow, was found dead next morning. They might perceive that he had kneeled down to prayer in divers places. 1 March the 9th. The general court began. When any matter about these new opinions was mentioned, the court was divided, yet the greater number far were sound. They questioned the proceeding against Mr. Wilson for his speech in the last court, but could not fasten upon such as had prejudiced him, etc. But by the vote of the greater party his speech was approved and declared to have been a seasonable advice, and no charge or accusation. The ministers, being called to give advice about the authority of the court and things concerning the churches, etc., did all agree of these two things. 1. That no member of the court ought to be publicly questioned by a church for any speech in the court without the license of the court. The reason was, because the court may have sufficient reason that may excuse the sin, which yet may not be fit to acquaint the church with, being a secret of state. The second thing was that, in all such heresies or errors of any church members as are manifest and dangerous to the state, the court may proceed without tarrying for the church, but if the opinions be doubtful, etc., they are first to refer them to the church, etc. At this court, when Mr. Wheelwright was to be questioned for a sermon, which seemed to tend to sedition, etc., near all the Church of Boston presented a petition to the court for two things. First, that as freemen they might be present in cases of judicature. Second, that the court would declare if they might deal in cases of conscience before the church, etc. This was taken as a groundless and presumptuous act, especially at this season, and was rejected with this answer. That the court had never used to proceed judicially, but it was openly, but for a matter of consultation and preparation causes, they might and would be private. One Stephen Greensmith, for saying that all the ministers, except A, B, C, did teach a covenant of works, was censured to acknowledge his fault in every church and fined £40. Mr. Wheelwright, one of the members of Boston, preaching at the last fast, inveighed against all that walked in a covenant of works, as he described it to be, viz., such as maintained sanctification as an evidence of justification, etc., and called them antichrists, and stirred up the people against them with much bitterness and vehemency. For this he was called into the court, and his sermon being produced, he justified it, and confessed he did mean all that walk in such a way. Whereupon the elders of the rest of the churches were called, and asked whether they, in their ministry, did walk in such a way. They all acknowledged they did. So after much debate, the court adjudged him guilty of sedition, and also of contempt, for that the court had appointed the fast as a means of reconciliation of the differences, etc., and he purposefully set himself to kindle and increase them. Footnote. Savage quotes from Wheelwright's sermon a passage characterized not only by piety, but by a quality in those days apparently more rare, sound common sense. He in particular rejects the name antinomian, which, though not employed here by Winthrop, was by many others affixed as a stigma to the heresies of Mrs. Hutchinson and her followers. Cotton upheld Wheelwright, and in 1654 the General Court rendered to Wheelwright, who was in exile in New Hampshire, effected much good, a tardy but substantial justice. See Mather, Magnalia, Book 7, Chapter 3, Section 3. In footnote. The governor and some few more who dissented tendered a protestation, which, because it wholly justified Mr. Wheelwright and condemned the proceedings of the court, was rejected. The Church of Boston also tendered a petition in his behalf, justifying Mr. Wheelwright's sermon. The court deferred sentence till the next court, and advised with the ministers, etc., whether they might enjoin his silence, etc. They answered that they were not clear in that point, but desired rather that he might be commended to the Church of Boston to take care of him, which accordingly was done, and he enjoined to appear at the next court. Much heat of contention was this court between the opposite parties, so as it was moved that the next court might be kept at Newtown. The governor refused to put it to the vote. The deputy was loath to do it, except the court would require him because he dwelt in Boston, etc. So the court put it to Mr. Endicott. 21st. Me and Tunama, etc., sent 26, with 40 fathom of wampum and a Pequod's hand. We gave 4 of the chief each a coat of 14 shillings price, and deferred to return our present till after, according to their manner. Month 2, April the 1st. Those of Connecticut returned answer to our public letters, wherein they showed themselves unsatisfied about our former expedition against the Pequods, and their expectations of a further prosecution of the war, to which they offer to send men, and signify their unpreparedness to declare themselves in the matter of government, in regard to their engagement to attend the answer of the gentlemen of Saybrook about the same manner. 10th. Captain Underhill was sent to Saybrook with 20 men to keep the fort both in respect to the Indians, and especially of the Dutch, who, by their speeches and supplies out of Holland, gave cause of suspicion that they had some design upon it. The men were sent at the charge of the gentlemen of Saybrook, and lent by order of the council here, for fear any advantage should be taken by the adverse party, through the weakness of the place. 6th. The Church of Concord kept a day of humiliation at Newtown, for ordination of their elders, and they chose Mr. Buckley, footnote, the Reverend Peter Buckley, in footnote, teacher, and Mr. Jones, pastor. Upon a question moved by one sent from the Church of Salem, it was resolved by the ministers there present, that such as had been ministers in England were lawful ministers by the call of the people there, notwithstanding their acceptance of the call of the bishops, etc., for which they humbled themselves, acknowledging it their sin, etc. But being come hither, they accounted themselves no ministers, until they were called to another church, and that, upon election, they were ministers before they were solemnly ordained. The governor, and Mr. Cotton, and Mr. Wheelwright, and the 2 ruling elders of Boston, and the rest of that church, which were of any note, did none of them come to this meeting. The reason was perceived to be, because they accounted these as legal preachers, and therefore would not give approbation to their ordination. 3 May 2nd. Mr. Haynes, one of our magistrates, removed with his family to Connecticut. 12th. We received a letter from him and others, being then at Saybrook, that the Pequods had been up the river at Weathersfield, and had killed 6 men, being at their work, and 20 cows and a mare, and had killed 3 women, and carried away 2 maids. Mr. Winslow was sent from the governor and council of Plymouth to treat with us about joining against the Pequods. He declared first their willingness to aid us, but that they could not do anything till their general court, which was not till the 1st Tuesday in the 4th month. Then he made some objections, as, first, our refusal to aid them against the French; second, our people's trading at Kennebec; third, the injury offered them at Connecticut by those of Windsor in taking away their land there; fourth, their own poverty and our ability, which needed not any help from them. To this answer was made by our governor and deputy that, 1. We did not desire them to afford aid unto us, but to join against the common enemy, who, if he were not subdued, would prove as dangerous to them as to us, and, he prevailing, would cause all the Indians in the country to join to root out all the English. Second, for a refusal to aid them against the French, the case was not alike, for it was their private quarrel, and they were supposed to have commission from the King of France, and we thought it no wisdom for us to engage ourselves in a war with the King of France, yet we acknowledged some failing in it. For our people's trading at Kennebec, we answered that we gave no allowance to it, nor had we heard of more than a boat or 2 that had been there. For the injury done them at Connecticut, we had dealt with them to give satisfaction, but it was not in our power to do them justice in it. He alleged also that this war did not concern them, seeing the Pequods had not killed any of theirs. We answered that Captain Stone, etc., for whom this war was begun, were none of ours neither. He alleged further, that in our first undertaking, they were not acquainted with it till 2 or 3 days before our forces were to go forth. We answered, we intended at the first to send only to Block Island, and for that we thought it not needful to trouble them, and our sending them thence to the Pequods was with hope to draw them to parley, and so to some quiet end. We concluded to write further to them from our next court. And whereas they propounded to have us promise to aid them in all their occasions, etc., we answered that, seeing, when we now treated with them about joining with us, they were at liberty and might withhold, except they saw reason to move them, so we desired to be left free, that we might judge of the reason of any such occasion as might fall out. According hereunto we writ to them the 20th of the 3rd month, and gave them some considerations why they should join with us, as, 1. Because if we should be overcome, it would cost them more to help us, and be less acceptable. 2. It should prevail without them, it would occasion ill thoughts in our peoples towards theirs, etc. So we left it to them. Footnote. This letter of Winthrop's of May 20th, 1637, is given in full by Bradford, pages 335 through 337. 17th. Our court of elections was at Newtown. So soon as the court was set, being about 1 of the clock, a petition was preferred by those of Boston. The governor would have read it, but the deputy said it was out of order. It was a court for elections, and those must first be dispatched, and then their petition should be heard. Divers others also opposed that course as an ill precedent, etc., and the petition, being about pretense of liberty, etc., though intended chiefly for revoking the sentence given against Mr. Wheelwright, would have spent all the day in debate, etc. But yet the governor and those of that party would not proceed to election except the petition was read. Much time was already spent about this debate, and the people crying out for election. It was moved by the deputy that the people should divide themselves, and the greater number must carry it. And so it was done, and the greater number by many were for election. But the governor and that side kept their place still, and would not proceed. Whereupon the deputy told him that if he would not go to election, he and the rest of that side would proceed. Upon that he came from his company, and they went to election, and Mr. Winthrop was chosen governor, Mr. Dudley deputy, and Mr. Endicott of the standing council. And Mr. Israel Stoughton and Mr. Richard Saltonstall were called in to be assistants, and Mr. Vane, Mr. Coddington, and Mr. Dummer, being all of that faction, were left quite out. There was great danger of a tumult that day, for those of that side grew into fierce speeches, and some laid hands on others, but seeing themselves too weak, they grew quiet. They expected a great advantage that day, because the remote towns were allowed to come in by proxy, but it fell out that there were enough beside. But if it had been otherwise, they must have put in their deputies, as other towns had done, for all matters besides elections. Boston, having deferred to choose deputies till the election was passed, went home that night, and the next morning they sent Mr. Vane, the late governor, and Mr. Coddington and Mr. Hoff for their deputies. But the court, being grieved at it, found a means to send them home again, for that 2 of the freemen of Boston had not notice of the election. So they went all home, and the next morning they returned the same gentlemen again upon a new choice, and the court not finding how they might reject them, they were admitted. Upon the election of the new governor, the sergeants, who had attended the old governor to the court, being all Boston men, where the new governor also dwelt, laid down their halberds and went home, and whereas they had all been wont to attend the former governor to and from the meetings on the Lord's Day, they gave over now, so as the new governor was fain to use his own servants to carry 2 halberds before him, whereas the former governor had never less than 4. Diverse writings were now published about these differences. Among the rest, the magistrates set forth an apology, footnote printed in the short story, of which more later, in footnote, to justify the sentence of the court against Mr. Wheelwright, which the adverse party had much opposed and spoken evil of, and did also set forth a remonstrance to that end, in which they did not deal fairly. For, in abbreviating Mr. Wheelwright his sermon, they clear altered both the words and meaning of such passages in it, whereat the offense was taken, and which were the grounds of the court's sentence. Mr. Wheelwright also himself set forth a small tractate about the principal doctrine of his sermon, viz. About the covenant of grace, which was also differing from his sermon. The other ministers also set out an answer to his sermon, confuting the same by many strong arguments. Mr. Colleton also replied to their answer very largely, and stated the differences in a very narrow scantling. And Mr. Shepherd, preaching at the day of election, brought them yet nearer, so as, except men of good understanding, and such as knew the bottom of the tenets of those of the other party, few could see where the difference was, and indeed it seemed so small, as, if men's affections had not been formerly alienated, when the differences were formerly stated as fundamental, they might have easily have come to reconciliation. For in these particulars they agreed, first, that justification and sanctification were both together in time, second, that a man must know himself to be justified before he can know himself to be sanctified, third, that the Spirit never witnesses justification without a word and a work. The difference was, whether the first assurance be by an absolute promise always, and not by a conditional also, and whether a man could have any true assurance without sight of some such work of his soul as no hypocrite could attain unto. Footnote. The folly and pitiableness of this dissension over matters which the combatants themselves admitted to be so trifling is brought home to us in reading that in these days the Boston men, gathered for the Pequod War, a most important contingent of the 4th, came near refusing to march because the chaplain, John Wilson, was under a, quote, covenant of works, end quote. And yet there has never been in New England a call for men more imperative. Pelfrey, History of New England, Volume 1, 492, end footnote. At the court Mr. Wheelwright, according as he was enjoined, did appear, but because a general day of humiliation was appointed, and it was agreed that all the churches should choose certain men to meet and confer about the differences, the court gave him respite to the next session, which was appointed the first Tuesday in August, to bethink himself that, retracting and reforming his error, etc., the court might show him favor which otherwise he must not expect. His answer was that if he had committed sedition, then he ought to be put to death, and if we did mean to proceed against him, he meant to appeal to the king's court, for he could retract nothing. The court told him that they were clear in the justice of their proceeding, and should judge of his offense as they had done, if it were to do again. But if, upon the conference among the churches, the Lord should discover any further light to them, as they yet had seen, they should gladly embrace it. The intent of the court in deferring the sentence was, that being thus provoked by their tumultuous course and divers insolent speeches, which some of that party had uttered in the court, and having now power enough to crush them, their moderation and desire of reconciliation might appear to all. Having received intelligence from Miantunama that the Pequods had sent their women and children to an island for their safety, we presently sent away 40 men by land, the Naragnasetts, and there to take in Miantunama, and he offered to send 16 men with ours, and so in the night to set upon them. We also provided to send 160. Footnote: the relative strength of the towns of the colony at this time may be inferred from the apportionment of this body: Boston 26, Salem 18, Ipswich 17, Lynn 16, Watertown 14, Dorchester 13, Charlestown 12, Roxbury 10, Newtown 9, Newbury 8, Hingham 6, Weymouth 5, Medford 3, Marblehead 3. Savage in footnote. More after them to prosecute the war, and Mr. Stoughton, one of the magistrates, was sent with them, and Mr. Wilson, the pastor of Boston. These two were chosen thus in the open court. 3 magistrates were set apart, and one was designed by a lot. Also the elders sent apart 2, and a lot was cast between them in a solemn public invocation of the name of God. 22nd, Miantunama sent his word that Captain Mason, footnote, Captain John Mason led the little army with great courage and skill. A better or more necessary piece of Indian fighting has perhaps never been done. It saved the colony from extinction. Sir Thomas Fairfax, Mason's old comrade in England, desired his services in the army of the Parliament. An account of the Pequot War was written by Mason himself. Massachusetts Historical Society's collection, 2nd series, Volume 8, page 232, and another by Lyon Gardner, same source, 3rd series, 3rd volume, 136 and 173. Mason's life has been written by George E. Ellis, in footnote, with a company of the English upon the river, had surprised and slain 8 Pequods, and taken 7 squaws, and with some of them had redeemed the 2 English maids. 24th, by letters from Mr. Williams we were certified, which the next day was confirmed by some who came from Saybrook, that Captain Mason was come to Saybrook with 80 English and 100 Indians, and that the Indians had gone out there and met with 7 Pequods, 5 they killed, 1 they took alive, whom the English put to torture, and set all their heads upon the fort. The reason was, because they had tortured such of our men as they took alive. The Dutch governor sent a sloop to Pequod to redeem the 2 English maids by whatever means soever, though it were with breach of their peace with the Pequods. Footnote. The humanity and bravery of the Dutch in risking a war with the Pequods to ransom the English maids is commendable. Johnson says, Wonder-working Providence, Book 2, Chapter 1, that the Pequods asked the maids if they could make gunpowder. They plainly felt their disadvantage. In footnote. The sloop offered largely for the ransom, but nothing would be accepted. So the Dutch, having many Pequods aboard, stayed 6 of them, the rest leaped overboard, and with them redeemed the 2 maids, who had been well used by the Pequods, and no violence offered them. The former governor and Mr. Coddington, being discontented that the people had left them out of all public service, gave further proof of it in the congregation, for they refused to sit in the magistrate's seat, where Mr. Vane had always sitten from his first arrival, and went and sat with the deacons, although the governor sent to desire them to come in to him. And upon the day of the general fast they went from Boston to keep the day at the Mount with Mr. Wheelwright. Another occasion of their discontent and of the rest of that party was an order which the court had made to keep out all such persons as might be dangerous to the commonwealth, by imposing a penalty upon all such as should not retain any, etc., above 3 weeks, which should not be allowed by some of the magistrates, for it was very probable that they expected many of their opinion to come out of England from Mr. Brierly, his church, etc. Footnote: Winthrop wrote at this time a Defense of the Order of the Court, to which Vane wrote a brief answer, of which interchange of papers no mention is made here. The papers are preserved in Hutchinson Papers, Volume 1, 79 and 84. Vane's brief answer is memorable as containing the first adumbration of an idea for which he was afterward to struggle upon a larger stage, the idea of toleration. For the order of the court, see Massachusetts Colony Records, Volume 1, 196. From Cotton's Way of the Congregational Churches Cleared, a famous book, it appears that he, as well as Vane, felt outraged by the order, thus showing the more liberal spirit which in a different environment might have characterized him. He designed at this time, says Savage, to remove to Connecticut, but was dissuaded. In footnote: This order, and other differences between the new governor and them, was the cause that, at his return to Boston, none of them met him, and the sergeants, who had constantly attended the former governor to all public meetings with 4 halberds, did now refuse to do any such office to the new, alleging that they had done it to the former voluntarily in respect of his person, not his place. To which it was answered that there was a double error: 1, because the place drowns the person, be he honorable or base; 2nd, in that any compliment of honor, being once conferred upon an office, though voluntarily, cannot after be taken away without contempt and injury. The country, taking notice of this, offered to send in some from the neighboring towns to carry the halberds by course, and upon that the town of Boston offered to send some men, but not the sergeants. But the governor chose rather to make use of 2 of his own servants. 25th. Our English from Connecticut, with their Indians, and many of the Naragnasetts, marched in the night to a fort of Pequods at Mystic, and besetting the same about break of the day, after 2 hours' fight they took it, by firing it, and slew therein 2 chief sachems, and 150 fighting men, and about 150 old men, women, and children, with the loss of 2 English, whereof but 1 was killed by the enemy. Divers of the Indian friends were hurt by the English, because they had not some mark to distinguish them from the Pequods, as some of them had. The story is more fully described in the next leaf. Footnote: This account has been lost, if it were ever written, but Mason's report, Ellis, Mason, is very vivid, recording much ruthlessness as well as valor. In footnote: Presently upon this came news from the Naragnaset that all the English and 200 of the Indians were cut off in their retreat for want of powder and victuals. 3 days after, this was confirmed by a post from Plymouth, with such probable circumstances as it was generally believed. But 3 days after, Mr. Williams, having gone to the Naragnasetts to discover the truth, found them mourning, as being confident of it, but that night some came from the army, and assured them all was well, and that all the Pequods were fled, and had forsaken their forts. The general defeat of the Pequods at Mystic happened the day after our general fast. Footnote: It was through Roger Williams that the Naragnasetts were held firm to the English. Ellis, Mason, page 360, a fact which Winthrop does not make clear. In footnote: Month 4, June the 3rd. 2 ships arrived here out of England. Mr. Pierce was one. In them came the copy of a commission from the commissioners for New England, to divers of the magistrates here, to govern all the people in New England till further order, etc., upon this pretense that there was no lawful authority in force here, either immediate or immediate, from his majesty. Footnote: In addition to all the other trouble, here was a new event full of evil import. In footnote: Upon the news from Mr. Williams that the Pequods were dispersed, and some come in and submitted to the Naragnasetts, who would not receive them before he had sent to know our mind, the governor and council thought it needless to send so many men, and therefore sent out warrants only for 1/2 of the 200. But some of the people liked not of it, and came to the governor to have all sent. He took it ill, and though 3 of the ministers came with them to debate the matter, he told them that if any one, discerning an error in the proceedings of the council, had come in a private manner to acquaint him therewith, etc., it had been well done, but to come so many of them in a public and popular way was not well, but would bring authority into contempt. This they took well at his hands, and excused their intentions. So it was thought fit to send about 40 men more, which was yielded rather to satisfy the people than for any need that appeared. Upon our governor's letter to Plymouth, our friends there agreed to send a pinnace with 40 men to assist in the war against the Pequods, but they could not be ready to meet us at the first. 15th. There was a day of thanksgiving kept in all the churches for the victory obtained against the Pequods and for other mercies. About this time came home a small pinnace of 30 tons, which had been forth 8 months, and was given for lost. She went to the Bermuda, but by continual tempests was kept from thence, and forced to bear up for the West Indies, and being in great distress arrived at Hispaniola, and not daring to go into any inhabited place there, but to go ashore in obscure places, and lived of turtles and hods, etc. At last they were forced into a harbor, where lay a French man of war with his prize, and had surely made prize of them also, but that the providence of God so disposed, as the captain, one Petfree, had lived at Pascataquac, and knew the merchant of our bark, one Mr. Gibbons. Whereupon he used them courteously, and, for such commodities as she carried, freighted her with tallow, hides, etc., and sent home with her his prize, which he sold for a small price to be paid in New England. He brought home an alligator, which he gave the governor. Footnote: Mr. C.F. Adams, 3 Episodes of Massachusetts History, page 357, suspects that Gibbon's story masks a buccaneering venture. In footnote. 20th. 3 ships arrived here from Ipswich with 360 passengers, the last being loath to come to an anchor at Castle Island. Though hailed by the castle boat and required, etc., the gunner made a shot, intending to shoot before her for a warning, but the powder in the touch-hole being wet, and the ship having fresh way with wind and tide, the shot took place in the shrouds and killed the passenger, an honest man. The next day the governor charged an inquest, and sent them aboard with 2 of the magistrates, one of them being deputed coroner, to take view of the dead body, and who, upon hearing all the evidence, etc., found that he had come to his death by the providence of God. 23rd. The governor went to Sagus, and so to Salem and to Ipswich, at all which places the men of the towns met him, and guarded him from town to town, though not desired nor expected by him, to show their respect to their governor, and also for his safety, in regard it was reported the Pequods were come this way. He returned again the 28th, being forced to travel all the night by reason of the heat, which was so extreme, and divers of those who were new come on shore died in their travel a few miles. 26th. There arrived 2 ships from London, the Hector and the Blank. In these came Mr. Davenport and another minister, and Mr. Eaton and Mr. Hopkins, 2 merchants of London, men of fair estate and of great esteem for religion and wisdom in outward affairs. Footnote: John Davenport, Theophilus Eaton, and Edward Hopkins are among the most distinguished of the Connecticut worthies. The first, like Cotton and Hooker, having achieved eminence in England, came to America a man of 40, and though urged to remain in Massachusetts, threw in his lot with the New Haven settlement, which he greatly influenced. He was remembered in his old home and with Cotton and Hooker, and was invited to sit in the Westminster Assembly. Declining this honor, he worked on his own in the wilderness, bravely sheltering the regicides Whalley and Goff. Declining this honor, he worked on in the wilderness, bravely sheltering the regicides Whalley and Goff at his own peril. Later in life, he succeeded John Norton as minister of the First Church in Boston, for him not a happy change, dying there at the age of 72. Eaton, who before his immigration had been envoy to Denmark, was for 20 years governor of New Haven, while Hopkins, his son-in-law, was alternately with Haynes, governor of the neighboring colony of Hartford or Connecticut. The doubling in New England colonization must be remembered, or one may be misled. As in Massachusetts we find Plymouth and the Bay, so farther south we have Providence and Rhode Island, and near the great river, Connecticut and New Haven. The doubling of capitals, so long maintained in Rhode Island and Connecticut, was a survival of the early state of things. Hopkins returned to England, where he was a man of mark during the Protectorate. In footnote. In the Hector came also the Lord Leigh, son and heir of the Earl of Marlborough, being about 19 years of age, who came only to see the country. He was of very sober carriage, and showed much wisdom and moderation in his lowly and familiar carriage, especially in the ship, where he was much disrespected and unworthily used by the master, one Fern, and some of the passengers, yet he bare it meekly and silently. When he came on shore, the governor was from home, and he took up his lodging at the common inn. When the governor returned, he presently came to his house. The governor offered him lodging, etc., but he refused, saying that he came not to be troublesome to any, and the house where he was so well governed that he could be as private there as elsewhere. We had news of a commission granted in England to divers gentlemen here for the governing of New England, etc., but instead thereof we received a commission from Sir Ferdinando Gorges to govern his province of New Somersetshire, which is from Cape Elizabeth to Sagadahoe, and withal to oversee his servants and private affairs, which was observed as a matter of no good discretion, but passed in silence. We excused our not intermeddling, etc., because, being directed to 5 or 6 of them, and one of their names being mistaken, and another removed to Connecticut, there were but 4 in the country, as also for that it did not appear to us what authority he had to grant such a commission. Footnote: Gorges had received a grant of this territory from the Council for New England in February 1635. End footnote. As for the commission from the king, we received only a copy of it, but the commission itself stayed at the seal for want of paying the fees. Month 5, July. The party who procured the commission, one George Cloves, brought also a protection under the privy signet for searching out the great lake of Iroquois. Footnote: Iroquois. This, it may be surmised, was Lake Champlain, of which the English settlers, now striking west, would be likely to hear. End footnote. And for the sole trade of beaver, and the planting of Long Island, by articles of agreement between the Earl of Stirling, Viscount Canada, and him. Footnote: Sir William Alexander, Earl of Stirling, Viscount Canada, Poyet, and Cordier, had in 1635 received Long Island by grant from the Council for New England. End footnote. Thus this and other gentlemen in England get large circuits of lands, etc., in this country, and are very ready to grant them out to such as will become their tenants, and to encourage them, do procure commissions, protections, etc., which cost them nothing, but will be at no charge in any right way of plantation, which should be by coming themselves, or sending some of their children, etc. But now, as they adventure little, they are sure to lose nothing but their vain hope. Captain Stoughton and his company, having pursued the Pequods beyond Connecticut, and missing of them, returned to Pequot River, where they were advertised that 100 of them were newly come back to a place some 12 miles off. So they marched thither by night and surprised them all. They put to death 22 men, and reserved 2 sachems, hoping by them to get Sassacus, which they promised. All the rest were women and children, of whom they gave the Naragnasetts 30, and our Massachusetts Indians 3, and the rest they took thither. A pinnace, returning, took a canoe with 4 Indians near Block Island. We sent to Miantanama to know what they were, and after we discharged all save one, who was a Pequod, whom we gave Mr. Cutting to carry into England. The differences grew so much here as tended fast to a separation, so as Mr. Vane, being, among others, invited by the governor to accompany the Lord Lay at dinner, not only refused to come, alleging by letter that his conscience withheld him, but also at the same hour he went over to Noddle's Island to dine with Mr. Maverick, and carried the Lord Lay with him. 6th, there were sent to Boston 48 women and children. There were 80 taken, as before is expressed. These were disposed of to particular persons in the country. Some of them ran away and were brought again by the Indians our neighbors, and those were branded on the shoulder. 12th, Ianemo, the sachem of Neantic, came to Boston with 17 men. He made divers propositions, which we promised to give answer unto the next day, and then, understanding he had received many of the Pequods, submitting to him since the former defeat, we first demanded the delivery of them, which he sticking at, we refused further conference with him. But the next morning he came, and offered what we desired. So the governor referred him to treat with our captains at the Pequod, and wrote instructions to them how to deal with him, and received his present of 10 fathom of wampum. He was lovingly dismissed, with some small things given him. Footnote: The severities of 17th century warfare were perhaps no more marked and new than in Old England, the prisoners captured at Dunbar and Worcester, for instance, faring little better than the Pequots. End footnote. Here came over a brother of Mrs. Hutchinson, and some other of Mr. Wheelwright's friends, whom the governor thought not fit to allow as others to sit down among us, without some trial of them. Therefore, to save others from the danger of the law in receiving of them, he allowed them for 4 months. This was taken very ill by those of the other party, and many hot speeches given forth about it and about their removal, etc. 13th. Mr. Stoughton, with about 80 of the English, whereof Mr. Ludlow, Captain Mason, and Blank of Connecticut were part, sailed to the west in pursuit of Sassacus, etc. At Quinnipiac, footnote, now New Haven, they killed 6 and took 2. At a head of land, a little short, they beheaded 2 sachems, whereupon they called the place Sachem's Head. About this time they had given a Pequod his life to go find out Sassacus. He went and found him not far off, but Sassacus, suspecting him, intended to kill him, which the fellow perceiving escaped in the night and came to the English. Whereupon Sassacus and Manonoto, their 2 chief sachems, and some 20 more, fled to the Mohawks. But 80 of their stoutest men, and 200 others, women and children, were at a place within 20 or 30 miles of the Dutch, whither our men marched, and, being guided by divine providence, came upon them, where they had 20 wigwams, hard by a most hideous swamp, so thick with bushes and so quagmiry as men could hardly crowd into it. Into the swamp they were all gotten. Lieutenant Davenport and 2 or 3 more then entered the swamp, were dangerously wounded by the Indian arrows, and with much difficulty were fetched out. Then our men surrounded the swamp, being a mile about, and shot at the Indians, and they at them, and from 3 of the clock in the afternoon till they desired parley, and offering to yield, and life was offered to all that had not shed Indian blood. So they began to come forth, now some and then some, till about 200 women and children were come out, and amongst them the sachem of that place, and thus they kept us 2 hours, till night was come on, and then the men told us they would fight it out, and so they did all the night, coming up behind the bushes very near our men, and shot many arrows into their hats, sleeves, and stocks, yet, which was a very miracle, not one of ours was wounded. When it was near morning, it grew very dark, so as such of them as were left crept out at one place and escaped, being, as was judged, not above 20 at most, and those like to be wounded. For in the pursuit they found some of them dead of their wounds. Here our men got some booty of kettles, trays, wampum, etc., and the women and children were divided, and some sent to Connecticut, and some to the Massachusetts. The sachem of that place, having yielded, had his life, and his wife and children, etc. The women, who were brought home, reported that we had slain in all 13 sachems, and that there were 13 more left. We had now slain and taken in all about 700. We sent 15 of the boys and 2 women to Bermuda by Mr. Pierce, but he, missing it, carried them to Providence Isle, footnote, an island in the Caribbean off the Nicaraguan coast. In 1630, Charles first granted it, by a patent similar to that of Massachusetts, to a company of Englishmen, mostly Puritans, who held it till 1641 when the Spaniards captured it. In footnote. Month 6, August. Mr. Stoughton sailed, with some of his company, from Pequod to Block Island. They came thither in the night, yet were discovered, and our men having killed 1 or 2 of them, and burnt some of their wigwams, etc., they came to parley, and submitting themselves to become tributaries in 100 fathom wampum pieg, and to deliver any that should be found to have any hand in Mr. Oldham's death, they were all received, and no more harm done them. 3rd, at our general court, one Greensmith, being censured for saying that all the elders, etc., except 2, did preach a covenant of works, etc., he did appeal to the king, but the court, notwithstanding, committed him till, etc. The Lord Lay, being told that one Erie had spoken treason against the king, sent for the party, one Brooks, and inquiring of him, he told him that Erie had said, about 12 months before that if the king did send any authority hither against our patent, he would be the first should resist him. This coming to the governor's knowledge, he sent for the parties, and bound them over to the general court. When they came there, Brooks brought his wife to witness with him, but her testimony agreed not with his. Also 3 others, whom he had told it unto, reported it otherwise. So at length they all agreed, and set it under their hands, that Eris said that, if there came any authority out of England contrary to the patent, he would withstand it. Now, because here was no mention of the king, and because he never informed any of the magistrates of it, and for that it was evident that he bare malice to the said Erie, we saw no cause to take any of their parties informing, the rather because themselves did urge it, and she refused longer to speak at all, except she might be put to her oath. nor any offense which deserved punishment, seeing it is lawful to resist any authority which was to overthrow the lawful authority of the king's grant. And so the governor did openly declare in the court as justifiable by the laws of England. Third, the Lord Lay and Mr. Vane went from Boston to the ship, riding at Long Island to go for England. At their departure, those of Mr. Vane's party were gathered together, and did accompany him to the boat, and many to the ship. And the men, being in their arms, gave him divers volleys of shot, and 5 pieces of ordnance, and he had 5 more at the castle. But the governor was not come from the court, but he had left order with the captain for their honorable dismission. Footnote: the present editor has in another work ventured to declare that Henry Vane's career in America, while characterized by shortcomings attributable largely to the immaturity of one scarcely beyond boyhood, nevertheless foreshadows the course of the able and virtuous statesman Vale afterward became. Hosmer, Life of Young Sir Henry Vane, page 77, end footnote. There was an old woman in Ipswich who came out of England blind and deaf, yet her son could make her understand anything and know any man's name by her sense of feeling. He would write upon her hand some letters of the name, and by other such motions would inform her. This the governor himself had trial of when he was at Ipswich. Fifth, Mr. Hooker and Mr. Stone came with Mr. Wilson from Connecticut by Providence, and the same day Mr. Ludlow, Mr. Pyncheon, and about 12 more, came the ordinary way by land, and brought with them a part of the skin and lock of hair of Sassacus and his brother, and 5 other Pequod sachems, who, being fled to the Mohawks for shelter with their wampum, being to the value of 500 pounds, were by them surprised and slain, with 20 of their best men. Mononota was also taken, but escaped wounded. They brought news also of divers other Pequods, which had been slain by other Indians, and their heads brought to the English, so that now there had been slain and taken between 800 and 900. Whereupon letters were sent to Mr. Stone and the rest to call them all home. A woman of Boston congregation, having been in much trouble of mind about her spiritual estate, at length grew into utter desperation, and could not endure to hear of any comfort, etc. So as one day she took her little infant, and threw it into a well, and then came into the house and said, now she was sure she would be damned, for she had drowned her child. But some, stepping forth presently, saved the child. See more after. Mr. Hooker and the rest of the elders, meeting divers days, they agreed, with consent of the magistrates, upon a day of humiliation to be kept in all the churches the 24th of this month, the day for the conference to be the 30th day. At their private meeting some reconciliation was made between Mr. Cotton and Mr. Wheelwright and Mr. Wilson, he professing that, by his speech in the court, he did not intend the doctrine of Mr. Cotton or Mr. Wheelwright delivered in the public congregation, but some opinions, naming 3 or 4, which were privately carried in Boston and other parts of the country, and accordingly Mr. Cotton declared so much in the congregation the Lord's Day following. And for the rest of his speech it was agreed by all the elders to be inoffensive, considering his call thereto by the court. This sudden change was much observed by some who were privy that Mr. Wilson had professed as much before, both privately to the elders and publicly in the congregation, and that the said opinions had been delivered to the elders of Boston in writing as those which Mr. Wilson intended. 17th. Mr. Davenport preached at Boston, it being the lecture day. Out of that in 1 Corinthians, I exhort you, brethren, etc., there be no division among you, etc., wherein, as he fully set forth the nature and danger of divisions, and the disorders which were among us, etc., so he clearly discovered his judgment against the new opinions and bitter practices which were sprung up here. Mr. Cotton, expounding that in 2 Corinthians blank of the defection of the 12 tribes from Rehoboam, and his preparation to recover them by war, and the prophet's prohibition, etc., proved from that in Numbers 27:21, that the rulers of the people should consult with the ministers of the churches upon occasion of any war to be undertaken, and any other weighty business, though the case should seem never so clear as David in the case of Ziklag, and the Israelites in the case of Gibeah, Judges, etc. 26th. The captain and soldiers returned all from Pequod, having lost but 1 man, and he died of a flux, and another fell sick of an old infirmity, an asthma. The Indians about sent in still many Pequod's heads and hands from Long Island and other places, and blank sachems of Long Island came voluntarily, and brought a tribute to us of 20 fathom of wampum, each of them, and me and Tunama sent here from Pequod squaws, which had run from us. 31st. The Naragnasetts sent us the hands of 3 Pequods, one the chief of those who murdered Captain Stone. 20 men went in a pinnace to kill Seahorse at the Isle of Sable, and after 6 weeks returned home, and could not find the island, but after another month fees about the blank of September, they set forth again with more skilful seamen, with intent to stay there all winter. Mr. Eaton and some others of Mr. Davenport's company went to view Quinnipiac, with intent to begin a plantation there. They had many offers here and at Plymouth, and they had viewed many places, but none could content. Some of the magistrates and ministers of Connecticut being here, there was a day of meeting appointed to agree upon some articles of confederation, and notice was given to Plymouth that they might join it, but their warning was so short as they could not come. This was concluded after c. 3, 1643. 30th. The synod called the assembly began at Newtown. There were all the teaching elders throughout the country, and some new come out of England, not yet called to any place here as Mr. Davenport, etc. The assembly began with prayer made by Mr. Shepherd, the pastor of Newtown. Then the erroneous opinions which were spread in the country were read, being 80 in all. Next the unwholesome expressions. Then the scriptures abused. Then they chose 2 moderators for the next day, viz., Mr. Buckley and Mr. Hooker, and these were continued in that place all the time of the assembly. There were about 80 opinions, some blasphemous, others erroneous, and all unsafe, condemned by the whole assembly, whereto near all the elders and others sent by the church subscribed their names, but some few liked not subscription, though they consented to the condemning of them. Footnote. Boston in these days was not a pleasant place to dwell in. What with the homecoming of the ministers, and the notable men from the Pequot War with such gruesome trophies as the scalps of Sassacus and his tribesmen, with the weak-minded becoming insane through religious excitement, and the convening of a synod whose acts were to be marked by such severity, the harsh features of the picture are very salient. Winthrop omits many details here, but treats the subject at length in A Short Story, of which more presently. In footnote. Some of the Church of Boston and some others were offended at the producing of so many errors, as if it were a reproach laid upon the country without cause, and called to have the persons named which held those errors. To which it was answered and affirmed by many, both elders and others, that all those opinions could be proved by sufficient testimony to be held by some in the country, but it was not thought fit to name the parties, because this assembly had not to do with persons but doctrines only. Yet this would not satisfy some, but they oft called for witnesses, and because some of the magistrates declared to them, when they refused to forbear speech unseasonably, though the moderators desired them, that if they would not forbear it, it would prove a civil disturbance, and then the magistrate might interpose, they objected against this, as if the magistrate had nothing to do in this assembly. So as he was forced to tell one of them that, if he would not forbear but make trial of it, he might see it executed. Upon this, some of Boston departed from the assembly, and came no more. Footnote. In his Way of Congregational Churches, page 63, Cotton, answering many gross charges of Bailey's dissuasive as to his concurrence in Mrs. Hutchinson's errors, says with much force, quote, "Such as endeavored the healing of these distempers did seem to me to be transported with more jealousies and heats and paroxysms of spirit than would well stand with brotherly love or the rule of the gospel." End quote. 10 years after the agitations, this was his opinion, and it may be safely taken for the judgment of all succeeding time. In footnote. After the errors condemned, there were 5 points in question between Mr. Cotton and Mr. Wheelwright on the one part, and the rest of the elders on the other part, which were after reduced to 3, and those after put into such expressions as Mr. Cotton they agreed, but Mr. Wheelwright did not. First, the first was about our union with Christ. The question was whether we were united before we had active faith. The consent was that there was no marriage union with Christ before actual faith, which is more than habitual. Second, the second was about evidencing justification by sanctification. The consent was that some saving sanctifications as faith, etc., were coexistent, concurrent, and co-apparent, or at least might be with the witness of the Spirit always. Third, that the new creature is not the person of a believer, but a body of saving graces in such a one, and that Christ, as a head, doth enliven or quicken, preserve and act the same, but Christ himself is no part of this new creature. Fourth, that though an effectual calling, in which the answer of the soul is by active faith, wrought at the same instant by the Spirit, justification and sanctification be altogether in them, yet God doth not justify a man before he be effectually called, and so a believer. Fifth, that Christ and his benefits may be offered and exhibited to a man under a covenant of works, but not in or by a covenant of works. In the first handling of these questions, either party delivered their arguments in writing, which were read in the assembly, and after, the answers to them, which spent much time without any effect. But after they came to open dispute, the questions were soon determined, for so they came to understand each other better. Month 7th, September. At the last day of the assembly, other questions were debated and resolved. 1. That though women might meet, some few together, to pray and edify one another, yet such a set assembly, as was then in practice at Boston, where 60 or more did meet every week, and woman, in a prophetical way, by resolving questions of doctrines and expounding Scripture, took upon her the whole exercise, was agreed to be disorderly and without rule. Footnote. Savage has the following characteristic note, quote, "A more prophetical way has been often followed at meetings of women in Boston, and is, I think, in our days without censure. The conduct of the female assembly in 1637, however, so much resembles party-making that the resolution of the Synod is approved by the editor, though it bears hard on his great-great-great-great-grandmother." In footnote. Second, though a private member might ask a question publicly after sermon for information, yet this ought to be very wisely and sparingly done, and that with leave of the elders, but questions of reference then in use, whereby the doctrines delivered were reproved, and the elders reproached, and that with bitterness, etc., was utterly condemned. Third, that a person refusing to come to the assembly to abide the censure of the church might be proceeded against, though absent, yet it was held better that the magistrates' help were called for to compel him to be present. Fourth, that a member, differing from the rest of the church in any opinion which was not fundamental, ought not for that to forsake the ordinances there, and if such did desire dismission to any other church which was of his opinion, and did it for that end, the church whereof he was ought to deny it for the same end. 22nd. The assembly brake up, and it was propounded by the governor that they would consider that, seeing the Lord had been so graciously present in this assembly, that matters had been carried on so peaceably, and concluded so comfortably in all love, etc., if it were not fit to have the like meeting once a year, or at least the next year, to settle what yet remained to be agreed, or if but to nourish love, etc. This motion was well liked of all, but it was not thought fit to conclude it. There was a motion made also by the governor that, whereas there was differences among the churches about the maintenance of their ministers, it might be agreed what way was most agreeable to the rule of the gospel, but the elders did not like to deal in that, lest it should be said that this assembly was gathered for their private advantage. 26th. Mr. Davenport, as he had been before requested by the assembly, preached out of Philippians chapter 3, verse 16, wherein he laid down the occasions of differences among Christians, etc., and declared the effect and fruit of the assembly, and with much wisdom and sound argument persuaded to unity, etc. The diet of the assembly was provided at the country's charge, as also the fetching and sending back of those which came from Connecticut. It came to, in all, blank. 28th. 2 men were hanged at Boston for several murders. The one, John Williams, a ship carpenter, who, being lately come into the country, and put in prison for theft, brake out of prison with one John Hoddy, whom, near the great pond, in the way to Ipswich beyond Salem, he murdered, and took away his clothes and what else he had, and went in them to Ipswich, where he had been sent to prison, and was there again apprehended, and though his clothes were all bloody, yet he would confess nothing, till about a week after, that the body of Hoddy was found by the kine, who, smelling the blood, made such a roaring, as the cowkeeper, looking about, found the dead body covered with a heap of stones. The other, William Schuyler, was a vintner in London, and had been a common adulterer, as himself did confess, and had wounded a man in a duel, for which he fled into the Low Country, and from thence he fled from his captain and came into this country, leaving his wife, a handsome neat woman, in England. He lived with another fellow at Merrimack, and there being a poor maid at Newbury, one Mary Sholey, who had desired a guide to go with her to her master, who dwelt at Pascataquac, he inquired her out, and agreed for 15 shillings to conduct her thither. But 2 days after he returned, and being asked why he returned so soon, he answered that he had carried her within 2 or 3 miles of the place, and then she would go no farther. Being examined for this by the magistrates at Ipswich, and no proof found against him, he was let go. But about a year after, being impressed to go against the Pequods, he gave ill speeches, for which the government sent warrant for him, and being apprehended, and supposed it had been for the death of the maid, some spake what they had heard, which might occasion suspicion. He was again examined, and divers witnesses produced about it. Whereupon he was committed, arraigned, and condemned by due proceeding. The effect of the evidence was this: 1. He had lived a vicious life, and now lived like an atheist. 2. He had sought out the maid, and undertook to carry her to a place where he had never been. 3rd, when he crossed Merrimack, he landed in a place 3 miles from the usual path. From thence it was scarce possible she should get into the path. 4th, he said he went by Winnicowet House, Hampton, New Hampshire, which he said stood on the contrary side of the way. 5th, being, as he said, within 2 or 3 miles of Swampscott, Exeter, New Hampshire, where he left her, he went not thither to tell them of her, nor stayed by her that night, nor, at his return home, did tell anybody of her, till he was demanded of her. 6. When he came back, he had above 10 shillings in his purse, and yet he said she would give him but 7 shillings, and he carried no money with him. 7th, at his return, he had some blood upon his hat, and on his skirts before, which he said was with a pigeon, which he killed. 8th, he had a scratch on the left side of his nose, and being asked by a neighbor how it came, he said it was with a bramble, which could not be, it being of the breadth of a small nail, and being asked after by the magistrate, he said that was with his piece, but that could not be on the left side. 9th, the body of the maid was found by an Indian, about half a year after, in the midst of a thick swamp, 10 miles short of the place he said he had left her in, and about 3 miles from the place where he landed by Merrimack, and it was after seen by the English, the flesh being rotted off it, and the clothes laid all on a heap by the body. 10th, he said that soon after he left her, he met with a bear, and he thought that bear might kill her, yet he would not go back to save her. 11th, he brake prison, and fled as far as Powderhorn Hill, and there hid himself out of the way for fear of pursuit, and after, when he arose to go forward, he could not, but, as himself confessed, was forced to return back to prison again. At his death he confessed he had made many lies to excuse himself, but denied that he had killed her or ravished her. He was very loath to die, and had hoped he should be reprieved. But the court held him worthy of death, in undertaking the charge of a shiftless maid, and leaving her, when he might have done otherwise, in such a place as he knew she must needs perish, if not preserved by means unknown. Yet there were some ministers and others who thought the evidence not sufficient to take away his life. 8th, October 7th. The Wren, a small pinnace coming from Connecticut, was taken in a northeast storm, and forced to anchor near Naragnasetts, where she drave upon the rocks and was wrecked, but all the men were saved. 12th, a day of thanksgiving kept in all the churches for our victories against the Pequods, and for the success of the assembly, but by reason of this latter, some of Boston would not be present at the public exercises. The captains and soldiers who had been in the late service were feasted, and, after the sermon, the magistrates and elders accompanied them to the door of the house where they dined. 9th, November 1st. Miantunama, the Naragnasetts sachem, came to Boston. The governor, deputy, and treasurer treated with him, and they parted upon fair terms. He acknowledged that all the Pequod country and Block Island were ours, and promised that he would not meddle with them but by our leave. We gave him leave to right himself for the wrongs which Danama and Waqueshcook had done him, and for the wrongs they had done us, we would right ourselves in our own time. A young man, coming alone in a skiff from Newtown, in a northeast storm of wind and snow, was found dead in his boat with a half-crown piece in his mouth. One Jewel, master of bark, was drowned. The manner was this: he was bound to the Isle of Sable to relieve our men there. His bark had lain near a week at Natascott, waiting for him, but he stayed at Boston drinking, and could not be gotten away. Month 10, December. When he went, there was committed to his care a runlet of strong water, sent to some there, he promising that upon his life it should not be touched. But, as he went down in his bark's skiff, he went on shore at the castle, and there drank out about a gallon of it, and at night went away, but, it being very cold and dark, they could not find their bark, and Jewel his hat falling into the water. As they were rowing back to look for it, he fell into the water, near the shore, where it was not 6 feet deep, and could not be recovered. There was great hope that the late General Assembly would have had some good effect in pacifying the troubles and dissensions about matters of religion, but it fell out otherwise. For though Mr. Wheelwright and those of his party had been clearly confuted and confounded in the Assembly, yet they persisted in their opinions, and were as busy in nourishing contentions, the principal of them, as before. Whereupon the General Court, being assembled in the 2nd of the 9th month, November, and finding upon consultation that two so opposite parties could not contain in the same body, without apparent hazard of ruin to the whole, agreed to send away some of the principal, and for this a fair opportunity was offered by the remonstrance or petition, which they preferred to the court the 9th of the 1st month, March, wherein they affirmed Mr. Wheelwright to be innocent, and that the court had condemned the truth of Christ, with divers other scandalous and seditious speeches, as appears at large in the proceedings of this court, which were faithfully collected and published soon after the court brake up, subscribed by more than 60 of that faction, whereof one William Aspinwall being one, and he that drew the said petition, being then sent as a deputy for Boston, was for the same dismissed, and after called to the court and disenfranchised and banished. And John Coggeshall was another deputy, who, though his hand was not to the petition, yet professing himself to approve it, etc., was also dismissed, and after disfranchised. Then the court sent warrant to Boston to send other deputies in the room, but they intended to have sent the same men again, but Mr. Cotton, coming amongst them, dissuaded them with much ado. Then the court sent for Mr. Wheelwright, and he persisting to justify his sermon, and his whole practice and opinions, and refusing to leave either the place or his public exercising, he was disfranchised and banished. Upon which he appealed to the king, but neither called witnesses nor desired any act to be made of it. The court told him that an appeal did not lie, for by the king's grant we had power to hear and determine without any reservation, etc. So he relinquished his appeal, and the court gave him leave to go to his house, upon his promise that if he were not gone out of our jurisdiction within 14 days, he would render himself to one of the magistrates. The court also sent for Mrs. Hutchinson, and charged her with divers matters, as her keeping 2 public lectures every week in her house, whereto 60 or 80 persons did usually resort, and for reproaching most of the ministers, viz. All except Mr. Cotton, for not preaching a covenant of free grace, and that they had not the seal of the Spirit, nor were able ministers of the New Testament, which were clearly proved against her, though she sought to shift it off. And after many speeches to and fro, at last she was so full as she could not contain, but vented her revelations, amongst which this was one, that it had revealed to her that she should come into New England, and should here be persecuted, and that God would ruin us and our posterity and the whole state for the same. So the court proceeded and banished her, but because it was winter, they committed her to a private house, where she was well provided, and her own friends and the elders permitted to go to her, but none else. The court called also Captain Underhill, and some 5 or 6 more of the principal, whose hands were to the said petition, and because they stood to justify it, they were disfranchised, and such as had public places were put from them. The court also ordered that the rest who had subscribed the petition and would not acknowledge their fault, in which near 20 of them did, and some others, who had been chief stirrers in these contentions, etc., should be disarmed. This troubled some of them very much, especially because they were to bring them in themselves, but at last, when they saw no remedy, they obeyed. Footnote: one almost wonders that the colony survived the agitations here narrated. Aspinwall, Coddington, Coggeshall, Underhill, Wheelwright, Mrs. Hutchinson, and those of her name, and many others now subjected to discipline, were people of the first distinction. It is plain that Cotton, with his disposition toward liberality and his affection for many among the heretics, was in an agonized frame of mind, while Winthrop, who not long before had been reprimanded for his lenity, must have executed with acute suffering the sentences of the court. The social order seemed rocking to destruction, and if ever there is occasion to judge men with charity, it is found here. We quote a passage from the Colonial Records, Volume 1, page 207. Whereas the opinions and revelations of Mr. Wheelwright and Mrs. Hutchinson have seduced and led into dangerous errors many of the people here in New England, insomuch as there is just cause of suspicion that they, as others in Germany in former times, may, upon some revelation, make some sudden irruption upon those that differ from them in judgment, for prevention whereof it is ordered, that all those whose names are underwritten shall, upon warning given or left at their dwelling houses, before the 30th of this month of November, deliver in at Mr. Kane's house at Boston, all such guns, pistols, swords, powder, shot, and match, as they shall be owners of, or have in their custody, upon pain of £10 for every default to be made thereof, which arms are to be kept by Mr. Kane till this court shall take further order therein. Also it is ordered, upon the penalty of exile, that no man who is to render his arms by this order shall buy or borrow any guns, swords, pistols, powder, shot, or match, until this court shall take further orders therein. A list of names of those disarmed throughout the colony follows, in which are many of the best. In footnote, all the proceedings of this court against these persons were set down at large, with the reasons and other observations, and were sent into England to be published there, to the end that all our godly friends might not be discouraged from coming to us, etc. End of section 9.